nuclear bomb footage. He, Joe Rogan had this guy on. Yeah. Um, I'll just show it to you. Okay. So you know that they actually show it in this video when they're showing like atomic program. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So this is actually from Joe Rogan. And I'm sure you've seen the footage of when they do the I mean, yeah, it happened in southern Nevada where they do the test of the nuclear weapons and then they show like houses being blown away. Okay, so bas- basically what people don't know and like that gets I don't say it gets discovered, but it's just something that people have known is those are miniatures. So those are not like real size um figures. So here, this is just it's 40 seconds. Here we go.
Drones filled storage vaults and naturally the bomb shelter during its 22 years of operation. Lookout average ground produced approximately 6,500 classified films for the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission, documenting nuclear test series such as Operation Greenhouse, Operation Teapot, and Operation Buster Cherry. Yes. It's like a conspiracy theory that those are all basically fabricated evidence by somebody that those bombs actually represented. And basically, the U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians. To make us think that we had weapons.
That's actually not what I wanted to show. That's not what I wanted to show. I mean, it's close. It's the same guy. Um, just a moment. Let's see if they show.
Basically, the U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians.
Here it is. So I don't know if you could see that, but basically, when they show the film of, um, if you can, just watch it for 40 seconds. So these are miniatures.
You mean, okay, that's quite the thing.
So if you type in Google, just watch it for yourself. It's 40 seconds. Just type in Joe Rogan mind blown by fake nuclear testing footage.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
Take your time. Take your time. What I want you to see is that these are miniatures, and that all that footage that we've seen that we thought, oh, they built a house just to see what would happen, is just really it's small. It's like, and it's pretty clear that they are using miniatures because in one shot they're shooting a house with a car next to just a house, and then all of a sudden the car shows up out of nowhere, and you can tell it's a fake car.
That's interesting.
Joe Rogan, mind blown by nuclear testing footage.
U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians. How did they fake it? They just did. Yeah. So
This guy's a billionaire.
Here's the question. Okay, so this is great. Okay, you'll love this. So what happened to the camera? So how is that happening? Yet the camera's like totally stable and fine.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, the film is fun. And well, okay, we'll do this one. We'll do this one more time. Okay, shut up. Wait a minute. First of all, listen to the car. No car. Second, this is a real car. Does that look like a real car?
That's insane. The fucking car.
So that
U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians.
Okay.
so that the guy who Mark Andreessen, he's a Silicon Valley billionaire. So it's like
Yeah.
do you see the one shot where there's no car and then there's a car? If you don't, I'll tell you at what timestamp it is in that. Go to like around 37 seconds into a 47-second video. Or 30 seconds into it.
Send me the video.
It's the same one you were just watching.
No, that was a short.
That's what it is.
Sorry.
That's what it is.
Oh, so we're 37 seconds into it?
Go to 30 seconds into it.
U.S. military was basically faking no car. Second,
With the car just showing up?
Yeah.
so is it really
Yeah.
car? Is that like the car? No car. Second, this is really the car. Does that look like a real car?
That's insane. The fucking car.
That's all.
U.S. military.
But basically, I want you to see that they were using. Can you see how they were using miniatures?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
All right,
It does look like miniatures.
right. All right. So here is a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And here we go.
Since the beginning of recorded history, the human race has been at war. First with members of their own family, then their fellow countrymen, and finally nations at large. Yet perhaps the starting ground for all these conflicts lays somewhere deeper within the very character of the human condition, in the dark, untouchable crevices of the human heart. It is said that the first iniquity of free will began even before the maiden pilgrimage from the embryo, preceding the very creation of the earth itself, in the forelife of souls in the heavenly realms. The dawn of warfare, some believe, was initiated by a fallen angel whose trespass against God was pride. In ancient Babylonia, in an age so long ago that the exact millennium remains in question, the Tower of Babel began construction. It was to be the single greatest achievement of the human race. A tower so tall that its summit would reach the heavens, and by it prove to the world that their race was superior. It would be God's irony that it would never be finished. Time passed, nations fell, a machine age emerged, and once again the ingenuity of the species which held dominion over all others unveiled what was at the time the most monumental accomplishment ever imagined, the largest machine yet constructed. An automation so mammoth and so revered, even before its first demonstration, that its only befitting name was Titanic. On April 10th, 1912, it set sail. It was boasted to be the ship that God himself could not sink. It would be God's irony that the very element that was meant to keep it afloat would cause it to sink. Water, frozen water, in the form of an iceberg. Not even one voyage did it complete. And then the next age embarked into the annals of human history, perhaps the last age, the space age. Competition for victor was unparalleled. Powerful nations spent billions in unabashed rivalry to outdo the other. The Soviet Union launched the first orbiting satellite, the first animal, the first man. They had logged 500% more hours in space than the United States. And in June of 1969, they launched an unmanned probe to the moon to retrieve the first soil sample from another world, just 1 month before Apollo 11. That's how close the race was. Had their unmanned probe not crash landed,
Yo, what's up? How are you, pimp? What's going on, Devil Doc?
What it do?
Baby boo? What's new?
How you doing, Doc? Hello, Rabbi.
How are you? We're watching a documentary. Feel free to enjoy.
landed into the lunar surface, the first moon rock brought back to Earth would have been by the Soviet Union. Richard Nixon, president at the time, had this to say about the latest work of the human hand. It is the greatest week since creation, the greatest event since the laying of the foundation of the seas, since the origin of the universe itself, since the design and formation of the delicate human eye, through which all these things are perceived, was a flying machine with its 2 passengers landing on its closest celestial neighbor and returning from where it came. Perhaps again, God's irony lies somewhere within this great boast of humankind. The building of the tallest tower for the sole purpose of standing out among the races was never finished. The machine that was so great that it was said to be untouchable by even God never completed its first voyage. And finally, the crowning achievement of humankind, the greatest boast of the species, the event in human history most associated with pride in our own accomplishments, landing on the moon. 20 years later, and years behind schedule, the same space program couldn't put into Earth orbit a telescope with a lens that focused. And yet 2 decades earlier, a mission 100 times more complicated worked on its first occasion. With close scrutiny of the motives of the zealous Nixon administration, a critical examination of the entirely government-controlled press coverage, and newly discovered footage of the crew of Apollo 11 staging part of their mission, we wish to detail what may come to be the greatest government conspiracy of all time. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Trip in my rocket ship. We'll have a lovely afternoon. Kiss the world goodbye, and away we'll fly. Destination moon. We'll travel fast as a light till we're out of sight. The earth will be like a toy balloon. What a thrill you'll get riding on my jet. A destination moon. We'll go up, 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 up. Straight to the moon we two. High in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we'll steal in my space mobile. A supersonic, a honeymoon. Leave your cares below. Pull the switch, let's go. A destination moon. Up, 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 straight to the moon with two. We'll be high in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we'll steal in my Jetmobile, a supersonic honeymoon. Leave your cares below, pull that switch, let's go. Destination, we're flying high up in the sky. Destination, destination moon.
Dr. von Braun, how would you say we stand in relation to the Russians, and do you think we could ever catch up?
I'm convinced that in the space field, the Russians are ahead of us, particularly in large weightlifting capability, and that at the moment, the problem is not so much to catch up, but first build up the working speed that they have already demonstrated. After we are running as fast as they do, there's still a considerable gap to close, and only the future will tell whether we'll manage to close that gap.
We cannot and will not ever get into this race as we should, so long as all of our objectives are short-term objectives. We've got to have no finite end to our objectives. The end of our objectives should be as far as we can see at any given time. But right now, we need a 10 to 12-year program that has as its ultimate goal the man domination of space. And if we don't, we're going to be in trouble.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
We must assure our preeminence in the peaceful exploration of outer space, focusing on an expedition to the moon in this decade.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Good luck and Godspeed. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff. All the second stage tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6.
Unbeknownst to the citizenry, high above the earth, beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of...
Just a moment. Caspian Sea. So this is the part on the Van Allen radiation belts, which I think you should see. If you can hear me.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I don't hear it.
No, it'll be here in a second.
Oh, okay.
Unbeknownst to the citizenry, high above the earth, beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation field. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles. All except Apollo. The more experienced Soviets spent 100 hours in space for every 20 hours of the US. In order to survive the hour-and-a-half journey through this radiation field necessary to reach the moon and return, solid lead shielding between the astronauts and the exposure outside would be required. The mammoth Saturn V rocket used by Apollo was already 35 stories tall and weighed as much as a battleship. To add additional tonnage in the form of a lead barrier completely surrounding the crew members would have made it impossible for the vehicle to get off the ground. That is why the Soviets, though more advanced, only sent an unmanned probe to the moon. The Apollo spacecraft's narrowest shielding was less than 1/8 of an inch of light aluminum. In 1998, the Space Shuttle flew to an altitude of 350 miles, one of its highest altitudes ever, hundreds of miles below the beginning of a field of radiation that was so severe that the astronauts inside of their shielded spacecraft and inside of their shielded spacesuits saw flashes of light with their eyes shut that they described as shooting stars, due to radiation penetrating first the shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their skulls, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. As a result, CNN issued the following report noting NASA's unpredicted surprise. The radiation belt surrounding Earth may be more dangerous for spacewalking astronauts than previously believed. Scientists say the phenomena known as the Van Allen belts can spawn killer electrons when the Earth's magnetic field changes. These electrons that are being studied could have an important effect not only on satellites, which has happened in the past, but could also affect the astronauts by creating large doses of radiation that could influence their health. The electrons can penetrate through various materials, including spacesuits, and can pass through, in fact, the walls of the space station, and can create high charges deep inside of these objects. President Kennedy, a man of political, not scientific background, set the irrevocable goal of landing a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s, just days after America's first astronaut had spent a mere 16 minutes in space, not even achieving a single orbit around the Earth.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
We take an additional risk by making it in full view of the world. But as shown by the feat of astronaut Shepard, this very risk enhances our stature when we are successful.
The technology necessary to launch the massive Saturn V rocket and an intercontinental ballistic missile is 95% similar. When the Soviet Union launched mankind's first satellite, Sputnik, in 1957, there was grave concern that they had mastered space ahead of the United States and might use this advantage to launch a first nuclear strike from an orbit high above North America. When they also put the first animal in space, then the first man in space, then achieved the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, and the first ever of 2 simultaneously orbiting spacecrafts, concern turned to fear and then horror as America watched their communist enemy achieve all these firsts with no hope in sight of ever catching up.
President, a member of Congress said today that he was tired of seeing the United States second to Russia in the space field. I suppose he speaks for a lot of others. What is the prospect that we will catch up with Russia and perhaps surpass Russia in the field?
However tired anybody may be, and no one is more tired than I am, it is a fact that it's going to take some time. And I think we have to recognize it. They secured these large boosters, which have led to their being first in Sputnik and led to their first putting their man in space. We are, I hope, going to be able to carry out our efforts with due regard to the problem of the life of the man involved this year. But we are behind.
If it was impossible to better the Soviets in the space race, which was really a race of technological armaments, what could be done? How could America offset the threat of superior weaponry? Throughout the history of rivalry and war, astute generals of lesser armies than their counterparts have used deceit and misinformation as a method to achieve victory. In World War II, for example, columns of inflatable tanks were placed at locations afar from Normandy to draw German forces away from the real location of invasion. The Star Wars missile defense program rigged tests to make it seem more advanced than it really was. That's the conclusion of the General Accounting Office. The aim was to fool the Soviet Union about US military readiness during the Cold War. Certainly, it was not possible to fool just the Soviets about US strategic capability in the 1960s, while somehow informing 200 million Americans of the truth secretly. In order for them to believe the United States had the capability to go to the moon, everyone would have to believe it. Furthermore, the pride of a nation was at stake, and the goal of a martyr, not to mention the growing unrest domestically of a government throwing tens of thousands of lives away in a foreign war riddled with contradiction and ambiguity. In addition, the Apollo program had already spent billions of dollars. If it failed to achieve its goal with such an investment, it would indeed be a large and bitter pill for the taxpayers to swallow. The cost of the program, whose sole goal was to be the first to plant a flag on the lifeless rock just outside the Earth, if adjusted for inflation to the 21st century, was $135 billion. With a profit margin of just 7%, this would be equal to over $9 billion profit going to the privileged contractors chosen by their friends at NASA. If the machinery was in fact only achieving Earth orbit, as other earlier missions had already done, then the completion and functionality of the other components would not have been as important, and even more profit would have been made. $135 billion could feed 2 million people for their entire lives. It could also buy 2 million two-bedroom houses. Yet how could such an undertaking be kept secret, and for such a long time? To the latter, one needs only to remember that an unsolved riddle, 6 years older, the assassination of President Kennedy, still daunts the minds of the vast majority of Americans. As a parent of a conspiracy, as his assassin being assassinated himself, the truth of the matter has still escaped history. In keeping a secret of the magnitude of the Apollo missions being fraudulently created, one turns to the Manhattan Project for comparison. Surreptitiously building the first nuclear bomb during the early to mid-1940s involved 129,500 people over a 3-year period. Yet the secret did not get out. A quarter century later, the art and technology of espionage inevitably improved, narrowing dramatically the number of players in the know of a large clandestine operation. Just 1 year before the first mission to the moon, NASA launched the Tetra satellite, specifically designed to simulate flight data coming from the moon, so that the ground crews could rehearse the landing, much as the astronauts did in their own simulations. Had it not supposedly fallen back to Earth, all that would have been needed during the actual flight would be a repeat of one of these computer programs, with a few original variations, transmitted to the satellite for rebroadcast to Houston. Scores of computers and their deceived operators on the ground would then receive prearranged information, including the alleged location, altitude, and fuel consumption of the spacecraft as if it were descending to the moon's surface. If the Soviets tried to find the actual location of an Apollo crew in the hundreds of thousands of miles surrounding the Earth and the moon, it would be tantamount to trying to find a rowboat in the Atlantic Ocean. The fact that the Apollo program was so departmentalized, with various construction and test sites around the country, meant that only a few people saw the whole picture. And for the first time ever, there was no independent press coverage of such an historical event. Whatever pictures and sound were distributed to the public were strictly controlled and previewed by the federal government. They were then disseminated unchecked until this hour. For who would realize that the unthinkable was not only possible, but absolutely true? And what of the photographs? What do they tell us? On 3 separate occasions, our office asked NASA's Public Relations Department for every single picture of an astronaut on the surface of the moon, just during the maiden voyage of Apollo 11. Many duplicates were sent. In all, fewer than 20 pictures were found, including first-hand investigation on site at the agency's vaulted archives. Quite surprising, considering the historical significance of the event. These very photographs are the same ones circulated year after year on anniversary commemorations. It is estimated that in just the first 60 minutes on the moon, motivated by the tenuous nature of the circumstances, many more exposures could have been expediently taken. Also surprising is the scarcity of photographs of the mission's chief pioneer, Neil Armstrong, the greatest achievement in human history, and of the man whose first step echoed around the world, dawning a new age of scientific enlightenment. There is only one full-body picture of him on the moon, besides this ghostly reflection. This one, taken by an automatic camera mounted on the side of the lunar module. Perhaps he feared liability, should the whole conundrum later become unraveled. Perhaps he has forgotten that he attested to the authenticity of the event with his signature on this plaque engraved by the federal government. In fact, in the more than 30 years since the event, aside from NASA's initial press conference and the occasional brief anniversary remarks where few questions were permitted, he has never given one on-camera interview to anyone, ever. From an analytical standpoint, photographic anomalies have to be sought out with an understanding of lighting and shadows. The most straightforward is simple. When objects are lit solely by the sun, as all the scenes on the moon were said to be, after all, lighting equipment was not only impractical, it was unnecessary in bright sunlight, then all shadows, regardless of the landscape, will run parallel with one another and never intersect, as shown by this example. In these seldom seen photographs, obtained from a rarely used auxiliary NASA archival site, it is clear that these scenes were lit with artificial light. These shadows, which are cast at different angles, are evidence that a second light source is being used. In addition, the sun would not cause an isolated hotspot like this, only an artificial light would. Again, intersecting shadows and another hotspot. And again. And again. It is simply impossible for this picture to have been taken with sunlight on the moon. Here, the shadows are shown to be as black as pitch. And yet here, completely in a shadow, the astronaut is lit up like a Christmas tree. How can this be? Or this, on the shadow side of the lunar module. In this magnification of an Apollo photograph, a rock, very likely a papier-mâché prop because of the crease here, is categorized with the letter C. In later releases of the same picture, the letter is gone, probably airbrushed out. Here, a crosshair, which was burned directly into the image from the film plate, and thus should always appear on top of the objects in the photograph, appears behind the object in this scene, clearly revealing a composite of two pictures into one. someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound thrust engine, despite the fact that during ground tests there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended. Here is a depiction based on the latest specifications and scientific data. In these enlargements, it looks as though the lunar module was simply placed there, not even one speck of moon dust on the landing pod. As a result, all subsequent flights had to have the same discrepancy, which was explained away by the effect of no atmosphere. And what about stars? On the moon, with no atmosphere, they must have been quite a sight to behold. Yet there is seldom any mention of them, if ever, by any of the astronauts on any of the missions. Undoubtedly, creating a mural with all the constellations properly placed in the sky would have been virtually impossible to create accurately, much less realistically. A competent amateur astronomer would have been able to call attention to the slightest error in measurement. The answer? Not to talk about the stars. Ever. In their post-flight press conference, it was the only question to which Neil Armstrong responded with an absence of memory.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side.
Just one moment, you're going to kill me for this, but it's like I'm for the picture part, you got to see them. You got to see what they're talking about. I understand it's a slow documentary, but I'm just going to go back like 4 minutes in this just so you can see the pictures, so that when people are like, I just want you to be able to see the shadows. That's the important thing. I mean, it's not there's like easy, there's way better, there's a smoking gun, but I just want you, when I'm talking about the shadows, you got to just know what I'm referencing. So here we go. It's just like three minutes back or so.
In the more than 30 years since the event, aside from NASA's initial press conference and the occasional brief anniversary
here's a really easy way to just prove this thing, just within like one idea. Okay, the Earth is 6 times larger than the Moon. Okay? 6 times.
Okay.
When you jump 1 foot high on the Earth, you should jump 6 times as high on the Moon.
I understand that, but aren't they weighing them down with a lot of extra heavy stuff inside their suit so that they only jump half as high? That's why they only jump at 3 feet high.
They don't jump 3. They don't jump 3 feet high. They don't jump 3 feet high. They jump 1 foot high. They jump exactly as high as you jump on Earth, except in slow motion.
Okay.
But you'll see. Here we go.
Remarks where few questions were permitted. He has never given one on-camera interview to anyone, ever. From an analytical standpoint, photographic anomalies have to be sought out with an understanding of lighting and shadows. The most straightforward is simple. When objects are lit solely by the sun, as all the scenes on the moon were said to be, after all, lighting equipment was not only impractical, it was unnecessary in bright sunlight, then all shadows, regardless of the landscape, will run parallel with one another and never intersect, as shown by this example. In these seldom seen photographs, obtained from a rarely used auxiliary NASA archival site, it is clear that these scenes were lit with artificial light. These shadows, which are cast at different angles, are evidence that a second light source is being used. In addition, the sun would not cause an isolated hotspot like this, only an artificial light would. Again, intersecting shadows and another hotspot. And again. And again. It is simply impossible for this picture to have been taken with sunlight on the moon. Here, the shadows are shown to be as black as pitch. And yet here, completely in a shadow, the astronaut is lit up like a Christmas tree. How can this be? Or this, on the shadow side of the lunar module. In this magnification of an Apollo photo.
If the camera had a flash on it, then it would only probably have enough light to illuminate the white of the astronauts.
It didn't have a flash.
I'm not.
It didn't have a flash. These are
It didn't have a flash.
No,
okay,
we
no
can-
problem then.
yeah. I can even tell you the
So I mean, that's my only interjection.
right.
Was there a flash?
It's hard to see on this because I'm doing a screen on a screen, but there's a C, a letter C on this rock. I don't know if you can see it, but
I didn't.
okay. But in subsequent other versions of this, they airbrushed the C out. Basically, it was a prop. Now, we can go through pictures all day long. There is a smoking gun that's coming. So, and then there's the interviews and all the other stuff. But this is just so you're like, okay, what about this picture? What about this picture? If you just look at the shadows, they sometimes run perpendicularly and should always run parallel.
Photograph. A rock, very likely a papier-mâché prop because of the crease here, is categorized with the letter C. In later releases of the same picture, the letter is gone, probably airbrushed out. Here, a crosshair, which was burned directly into the image from the film plate, and thus should always appear on top of the objects in the photograph, appears behind the object in this scene, clearly revealing a composite of two pictures into one. Someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound thrust engine, despite the fact that during ground tests there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended. Here is a depiction based on the latest specifications and scientific data. In these enlargements, it looks as though the lunar module was simply placed there, not even one speck of moon dust on the landing pod. As a result, all subsequent flights had to have the same discrepancy, which was explained away by the effect of no atmosphere. And what about stars? On the moon, with no atmosphere, they must have been quite a sight to behold. Yet there is seldom any mention of them, if ever, by any of the astronauts on any of the missions. Undoubtedly, creating a mural with all the constellations properly placed in the sky would have been virtually impossible to create accurately, much less realistically. A competent amateur astronomer would have been able to call attention to the slightest error in measurement. The answer? Not to talk about the stars. Ever. In their post-flight press conference, it was the only question to which Neil Armstrong responded with an absence of memory.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
Years later, though, Michael Collins would remember seeing the elusive stars and wrote about them in Expeditions to the Moon. It seems his memory improved the older he got. Why don't stars appear in any of the photographs? Simply because the proper, mostly closed exposure setting for the camera's iris, set that way to compensate for the bright sunlight on the moon's surface, completely diminished the faintness of relatively distant specks of diminutive light. This answer is true. It does not, however, explain why they never took any pictures of the stars by themselves, with an exposure setting perfect for them. While they took 3 automobiles to the moon, they never took a photographic telescope. Had they done so, they would have been able to see farther into the universe than had ever before been realized. If they had taken a telescope and were not actually on the moon, they would have had to concoct undiscovered galaxies that might one day prove to be non-existent. The cost of the 3 moon rovers in 21st century currency? Nearly $60 million each, though they had fewer parts than a Jeep. Where was all this money going? Then there's the flag, blowing in the wind at least twice
This is a
on
big
the
one.
atmosphereless moon. We can only guess that most of the missions were staged inside for fear of possible aerial or satellite reconnaissance from an unfriendly nation.
And it still won't,
The
unless you realize
designed for
where it
1/6
was
gravity, must have had the cooling systems removed to allow for movement without falling over. With very near and hot studio lighting, that left one hot astronaut inside. Assuming that it was the astronauts inside, after all, their faces were always covered. The necessary mammoth amounts of air conditioning were probably responsible for the air current. Here the editor cuts to a still shot of the flag, just as the effect becomes noticeable. Here it is unchecked. This rare clip, attained decades ago, was never re-released with the inevitable increase in experience and scrutiny. To demonstrate 1/6 gravity, a bouncy, floaty feel to the astronauts' movements would be similarly achieved with relative simplicity. Slow motion. You are viewing the scenes as they aired more than 30 years ago. Now let's look at them with the speed doubled. It becomes discernible that they are, in fact, in Earth's gravity and are no more leaving the ground than they would on Earth.
Do you notice that they're not getting even what you said, 3 feet in the air? They should be getting 6 feet in the air, but they're not even getting that. They're getting exactly the same that you would on Earth, just in slow motion. And the American public had never seen slow motion before. Instant replay hadn't been used in sporting yet.
It is clear from these rarely seen color television pictures that the crew of Apollo 11 brought a high-resolution color video camera with them on their mission. Yet the only pictures broadcast live from the moon's surface were these from a low-definition black and white camera. In fact, the networks complained because in addition to this, they were forced to shoot the images second generation off of a projection TV of the technology of 30 years ago, and were not even allowed to take a direct feed, which further degraded the quality and clarity of the images. Perhaps this was precisely what NASA and the federal government had in mind. After all, it was a first, regardless of where they were. Better to open up their debut mission with fuzzy pictures and numerous blackouts, rather than show too much revealing detail of a...
When this is all said and done, you'll have the same confidence as I have to be able to say, I will debate anyone on this subject anytime, anywhere, if so long as it's just on Apollo, all day long, all night long. And just wait, you haven't seen the interviews with the guys yet, where they look like a bunch of scared children, where they punch people, where they cuss. I mean, they lose their cool. But this isn't even the bombshell. There is leaked footage. Just one moment, you'll see it.
A false scene that was yet unproven. And finally,
this
the
is
element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo...
Just so you know, last night when I was showing this, yeah, it was at this point where I'm like, Caspian Sea, do you see this? Do you see this? This is the only part I need you to really see. And then I knew, okay, well, look, you're good. We'll watch it again. Absolutely. But this is the most...
This lady's voice is pretty fucking soothing.
Wait. I agree. I used to fall asleep to this. Now, because you're having to watch this like second generation off, another camera, I just want to explain what you're going to be seeing. Okay. So essentially, these guys are supposed to be halfway to the moon. What I'm saying to you is that if the Earth were a basketball, we would have never been able to get more than an inch off the basketball, and we still can't because of the Van Allen radiation belts. It's just this deadly amount of radiation that surrounds us. It's what causes the aurora borealis when you see the northern lights. That's all like the magnetosphere. That's all radiation from the sun. It's very deadly to go through that. Okay, but these guys can be in low Earth orbit where they are still floating and they're weightless. It's just that, so they're basically within 1 inch of the basketball when they make it seem like they are 15 basketballs away, basically halfway to the moon. So what you're going to be seeing is essentially Michael Collins, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Apollo 11, and they are essentially there's a window behind them, like where I am right here. and they make that look like the Earth by turning down the lights and putting a little like a piece of paper in it to make it look like a shadow. But when they turn the lights on, you'll see that they're within the capsule, and they're not like they make it seem like they have a camera right here going out the window, but it's not true. What they do is they shut the lights down, and then they have the window in the back. You'll be able to see it, but I just want to give you kind of an idea. They want you to make it seem like they've got the camera just like this, but it's not true. Here we go.
Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period. One gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts.
We're watching a
It
documentary.
cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, very days of the mission, when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass, and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Apollo 11, Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Sure. Okay, Roger for
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it. And
I'll just pause it for a second. Do you see that they're trying to make it seem like they've got a camera out the window and there's the moon or the Earth, like right there? Okay, now when they turn the lights on, you'll see that that's just really a window. And also, who's telling them talk? Like they're only supposed to be in touch.
So what they're saying is that that third person who is saying talk is giving them the signal that says this would be the proper time
Yes.
if the delay was actually occurring.
Exactly. 100%.
Gotcha.
and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too,
As I say this, that looks like the Earth from space, doesn't it?
That sure looks like extremely overexposed rock. Sure.
Right, I understand that. We're seeing it second generation, but you'll see when the light's gone and you'll be like,
second generation. It's hard to believe anything.
just wait till they turn the lights on. Just wait till they turn the lights on. Just wait till they turn the lights on.
that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, dear. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in from the other into the spacecraft, so it's looking through in the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this: though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted
Just
the
wait.
interior dark
You'll see the
and
lights
blocked
come on,
out the sun from entering
and
through
everything
the
will be
other
like,
windows.
oh, okay, I see what they're doing.
Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the
Okay.
bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also note how the
Very
astronaut
good.
operating the camera
You'll see the lights
reacted
come on.
to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Yeah. The white band, the major cloud formation across the Earth. And
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to the interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it, Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them. When some TV viewers of the second manned mission to the moon telephoned the networks complaining that reruns of I Love Lucy were being interrupted, it became clear that for the taxpayers, once was enough. But it wasn't enough for the government and contractors. Billions of dollars of pure profit went with each return. How coincidental that the following mission would have the element of life and death jeopardy. Apollo 13. Now the public would take going to the moon more seriously and be reconnected with the drama. We now realize that perhaps the reason Neil Armstrong has never given an on-camera interview is because he doesn't want to lie anymore. What threats may have been made upon such honorable men or their families to possess their reluctant cooperation and later ill feelings towards perpetuating this still darkened hour in American history? NASA's highest-ranking official, James Webb, resigned without explanation just days before the first Apollo mission. Why, when he was on the threshold of achieving the greatest accomplishment of his career? All 3 Apollo 11 astronauts also resigned shortly after their return. On the 25th anniversary of the event in 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
He is that layer. Perhaps someday soon, with the uncovering of this footage and its meaning, the true patriots of America will rise up or come forward and free the citizens and themselves from the sin that so easily entangles and from a federal government that needs to have the gangrene cut off. Even if the government's destruction would come from the truth, then it is not worthy to stand, and its betterment would inevitably follow. All of us are mortal. All of us will die. Perhaps the seeking of a clear conscience before that hour will motivate the truth into the light. Perhaps as citizens, we should offer amnesty for this and other crimes of history for facts from those involved before the truth perishes with them. Why must we wait until the year 2017 to open the Kennedy assassination files? Perhaps they will not even be opened then.
They weren't.
For the law that reluctantly stipulates their release says so with this clause, quote, with the exception of documents certified for continued postponement by the president. Whoever believes the citizens to be too immature for the truth are too immature for power. The truth will always set us free.
All right. Firstly, shout out to Caspian C for watching this, because it's not easy to watch, especially when you're having to watch really detailed things and it's not the clearest. But with that being said, you got to see these guys' reactions to watching this film. Just watch their reactions to watching the film. It's the funniest shit. I love this fucking thing so much because it's just the chutzpah that fucking Bart Sibrel had to have to go up to all these guys and be like, all right, swear on a Bible if it happened. All right. It's called Astronauts Gone Wild. And it is
Passed out again, I'm sorry.
that's okay. And it's the funniest shit of all time. You're good, big dog.
Really like it. You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling a so black. If I ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
So this guy actually took a punch from Buzz Aldrin. And he was made fun of for it. That's
I mean, he called the man a liar. You know,
that's okay. I would too if he's lying.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of it. You don't leave me alone.
And he runs away. He's an
So
old
why
man.
don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
This is Neil Armstrong.
Mr. Seibel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I appreciate it.
He gets kicked.
yeah, kicked in the butt.
Well, I take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
When the shadows interrupt, I don't give a damn about all that shit.
It's full of shit.
Of lunar orbit being falsified.
Being falsified?
Correct. We got an unedited tape from a source at the Johnson Space Center.
Totally nonsense.
This guy was Michael Collins, Apollo 11, sticks his nose on the camera. These are guilty individuals. If I was on the moon, I would sit here and tell you all about being on the moon. I mean, living in California, I could sit here and tell you all about living in California or going to Disneyland. I could tell you, I'd be like, okay, I'll tell you everything I know about it. Sit down. I would be not only that, but I'd be a rock star. I'd be bigger than any rock star of all time. I'd be bigger than any actor or actress, but these guys all just kind of faded away. They weren't like to this day, any person who's been on the moon should be like the biggest celebrity of all time, without a doubt. Exactly. And isn't it interesting that he perhaps had to use alcohol to deal with much of the stress that's put on? So if you fall asleep, I completely understand, but none of these guys, not a single one, are like, yeah, sure, sit down, I'll tell you all about it. Which, ask anybody who, if you were like, even like, hey, Joe Biden, tell me about being president, or Barack Obama, tell me about being president. They'd be like, or George W. Bush, they'd be like, okay, well, this is what it was like. And I mean, if you could get them and there and sit down interviews with them, you'll see it's absolutely hilarious.
Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
What are you afraid of, Buzz? If you show it publicly, why would you want to sue him? And the thing is, he doesn't sue him, because if they sued him, he could bring in all of this evidence and shine light on what actually happened. Okay, I'll shut up. Here we go.
That's interesting. No worries.
Wait, before we do this, hold on. I just have to check this. Let's check this with ChatGPT. Now, of course, ChatGPT is going to be like, oh, of course, the moon landing, blah, 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 blah. I want to get into the physics of it. In comparison to the Earth, what is the gravity of the moon? The gravity of the moon is about 1/6 that of Earth. Specifically, the moon's gravitational acceleration is approximately 1.625 meters per second squared, while Earth's is about 9.81 meters per second squared. That means objects on the moon weigh roughly 1/6 what they would on Earth. Okay. If that is true, then why is it that the moon astronauts, the Apollo astronauts, do not jump 6 times higher than they do? Generally, they only jump about 1 foot in the air. Shouldn't they be jumping 6 feet in the air? Now, when I say this, they'll say, oh, the weight of their shit. Okay, we'll get into that. That's a great question. The reason why Apollo astronauts didn't jump 6 times higher on the moon, despite the gravity only being 1/6 the Earth's, comes down to a few factors: spacesuit and equipment. The astronauts were wearing bulky pressurized suits designed to protect them in the vacuum of space. These suits were heavy and restrictive, which significantly reduced their ability to jump as high. Jumping technique on Earth, we developed jumping techniques and strength to push off the ground. The astronauts, however, were unfamiliar with the lunar environment and had to adapt to low gravity while encumbered by their suits. I mean, you could figure out how to jump anyway. I can jump underwater.
And those videos that go show them jumping, that really did look like they're in a slowed down video. That's really fucking weird.
It absolutely is. Here's an interesting thing. Do you watch this? This is a beautiful one. What is the daytime temperature on the moon in the sun? The daytime temperature of the moon in direct sunlight can reach around 260 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, that's an oven. That's like the heat of an oven. Okay, and they were supposedly there for days using air conditioning powered by car batteries. Like, do you know how much power you need to be able to cool an entire system like that for long periods of time?
That is a lot.
It's absolutely a lot. Now, in contrast, during the lunar night, it can plunge to negative 280 degrees Fahrenheit. So like a difference of 500 degrees. Where are these batteries that these guys had? And why aren't we using these batteries everywhere? These would have been the best batteries of all time. It's very, very,
that's true.
It's very, very confusing.
It's very weird.
It is very weird.
Did you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine in a way to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually, it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before. Mm-hmm. And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique...
it may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah. But is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? So Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes kind of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
I'm not sleepy watching this. This is interesting.
It's so good, man. All these guys get scared as fuck.
Apollo 11, Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger.
Roger, Neil, we just wanted a narrative such a weekend when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much. Well, we shut out the sun coming in into the spacecraft, so it's looking through a number one window under it, any reflected light. We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TD camera. South America becomes invisible just beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast. See white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth. Roger, the ATC is working real well. The S-22 looks good, over. Hello, Apollo 11 Houston, did you copy, over? You copy, George. Roger, your transmission the last couple of times has been about 2 by, over. Okay, hey, you know, right here, 5 by now.
He'll ask Buzz Aldrin. What is that light? What's getting in? Yeah, what's getting in the way of you and the Earth? And then they turn the lights on, and you can see these guys floating around.
What is your proposition that we didn't go to vote?
I know for a fact that you did. I know for a fact that you did not.
You know for a fact that we did not.
That's correct. And you'll see this tape.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that we're using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon.
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off.
I mean, that's a pretty guilty reaction.
Now, 2 days away, this is late on the 18th. How could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th?
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my reaction?
I know for a fact.
That's slimy journalism. Do you realize that? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Document that I have in here. You'll find that it's not. But this is a personal plea to do this right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
I have a
time.
document that you want to see. I know for a fact.
But what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
No, I do not.
Well, we have a difference of opinion.
This is where you're using the window on a spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you where to speak.
You believe in UFOs?
No,
You believe we've been visited by? Well, why do you want to believe this?
I know for a fact. We've had this analyzed. And this is the window. And you're in a stated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not.
I know for a fact. And this tape would prove it in a court of law. It would.
I should try. Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one is
Your
laughing.
camera working.
No one is laughing.
And this makes you a real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's why I'm doing it. The guy knows it's not what I'm doing. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the astronauts are the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you
Okay,
this tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window and shot to make it look like
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
this
these
is straight? This is a manufacturer. You know that it isn't. I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
You give me your business card.
It's all in there. It's all in there.
Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the terminator line in front
You're
of
so
the
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
I love it. I love it. So that's Buzz Aldrin.
What was the temperature like in the spacecraft on the moon?
Well, the lunar module.
Now, this guy, he's gonna tell you all the scientific shit, and then he when they actually like ask him about real stuff, it'll be like, hey, did you see stars? And he'll be like, oh no. They'll be like, okay. So one thing that they talk about in the funny thing happened on the way to the moon. CNN had a report that when people from the space shuttle went into a little bit higher Earth orbit, like 750 miles, they started, when they closed their eyes, they could see shooting like radiation. Basically, like the closer and closer you get to the Van Allen radiation belts, you can start to see the radiation on the eye in the back of your eyelids because it's dark. And then if you were to go closer and closer, you would die. That's how that dog from the Russians died, Lila or whatever. Okay, so this guy, they're going to be like, all right, so did you ever see any radiation? They'll be like, nope, it was really easy. It was smooth there and back. And then they're like, well, CNN said that people from the space shuttle saw radiation. And they're like, well, maybe we did see radiation. It's just absolutely fucking hilarious.
It was the vehicle that we landed on the moon. It was just like this room we're sitting in here right now. We had a thermostat. It worked a little different than the air conditioning in a house or a building. However, it had the same effect. So if it was too hot, we moved it up a little cooler, and so we could get just the right temperature we wanted. Now, when we put on our spacesuits and closed them up, then we had a backpack on, and in that back was essentially an air conditioner too, a different kind that would work in a vacuum. And then we could keep our suits the right temperature, because human beings, even though we've got a lot of good capabilities, you know, our brains are amazing, our eyes are amazing, we don't perform well if we're not within a really narrow temperature band. If we get too hot, we sweat, we don't do well. If we get too cold, we shiver and we don't do well. So it's important for human beings to have temperature control. And of course, we do that on Earth real well.
If the LEM didn't have climate control, and had air in it, would it be hot or cold without the climate control?
If you just took a lunar module, and well, let's take the climate control, and it fails. All right, what happens then? You've got air sitting there, it's 70 degrees. If the lunar module is setting in the sun, which it always is, then slowly but surely that temperature inside is going to go up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, you ain't going to make it, because you're going to cook long before that.
What powered the air conditioning?
What powered the air? Batteries. You had a number of big batteries in the lunar module. They powered pumps. They powered the air conditioning. They powered the communication system. And that's the reason we were only able to stay on the moon 33 hours. Later on, we got a little better batteries, more batteries, and we could stay longer. But batteries turned out to be, for the weight involved, the thing that gave you the power. Now, the best. Now, the command module, which had to last from the moon and back 10, 12 days, then batteries would have been too heavy. So we used fuel cells there, which took hydrogen and oxygen, put them together and made electricity. So it depends on, like in a car, you wouldn't want a fuel cell now because a battery can do the job. But if you were trying to replace the engine, maybe you could use some fuel cells to drive the motors. It'd be too expensive now, but maybe someday.
What was the power of the engine that descended to the moon?
The rocket engine?
Yeah.
The rocket engine that we used to descend to the moon was a very simple rocket engine. It operated at low pressure, so that it was like running your car at 30 miles an hour, not running your car like a race car. The engines we used to launch from Earth was like running your car at race car speed, you know. So everything had to be just right. But we were interested in safety paramount right there. We didn't have last minute checks we could do. We only had one engine, it couldn't fail. So it ran at lower pressure. And when you were in it, you couldn't hear it in the vacuum of space.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belt?
No, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did.
Beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation field. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles. All except Apollo.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt. And if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And so then we build it that way.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells.
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any added radiation.
Just one moment. I want to say something. I need to correct something. Well, firstly, he doesn't even know what the Van Allen radiation. You know more about what the Van Allen radiation belts are than this guy does at the time of this interview. One other thing, I said that the cameras didn't have an internal flash, and that's true. Apparently, there was some kind, depending on the situation, they may have external flash units. Okay, fine, then how'd the flag move? I mean, like, you get into these things. Like, if one of these things is incorrect, then they're all not correct. Now, this guy's so funny. He didn't even know about the Van Allen radiation belts. Basically, like, you can tell it's new to him. He's talking about things like in a very folksy way. Well, if it were a car and all these other things. Tell me about being on the moon, dog. And then he's going to come over and then tell you all these specifics about what happened to his body from the radiation. It's like, dude, it's hilarious to me.
In 1998, the space shuttle flew
Absolutely.
to an altitude
I'm pausing it. Go ahead. Beautiful, dog. Here we go.
of 350 miles, one of its highest altitudes ever, hundreds of miles below the beginning of a field of radiation that was so severe that the astronauts inside of their shielded spacecraft and inside of their shielded spacesuits saw flashes of light with their eyes shut that they described as shooting stars, due to radiation penetrating first the shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their skulls, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. As a result, CNN issued the following report, noting NASA's unpredicted surprise. The radiation belt surrounding Earth may be more dangerous for spacewalking astronauts than previously believed. Scientists say the phenomena known as the Van Allen belts can spawn killer electrons when the Earth's magnetic field changes. These electrons that are being studied could have an important effect, not only on satellites, which has happened in the past, but could also affect the astronauts by creating large doses of radiation that could influence their health. The electrons can penetrate through various materials, including spacesuits, and can pass through, in fact, the walls of the space station, and can create high charges deep inside of these objects.
No strange occurrences.
Nothing like that.
The space shuttle.
Go ahead.
The space shuttle went to 365 miles a few years ago. Because I worked in news, I saw CNN. They said that the radiation belts surrounding Earth were more dangerous than previously believed because the astronauts saw shooting stars with their eyes closed. Just when they got within 600.
Well, we saw shooting stars, but they're not shooting stars with your eyes closed, although they look like it. If you're out in space beyond the Van Allen,
just for a moment. So he basically was like, "Yeah, we didn't even know we went through the Van Allen radiation belt." And then
now he's answering.
Now he's answering.
Now he's explaining.
Exactly. Okay, please teach me, oh astronaut. Exactly.
And probably within the Van Allen belt. And close your eyes and just pay attention. You don't notice it unless you pay attention. Then all of a sudden you'll see a little flash like a shooting star, except it's like that. There goes one this way. Then one just blossoms. And then not that fast. Maybe you wait 3 minutes or 2 minutes and one goes. And what's happening is cosmic rays hitting the back of your eye and exciting those sensors in the back of your eye. So that's what you see. And they got high enough apparently to close it. My guess is in Earth orbit, if you closed your eyes and just paid attention, that you would see them.
The first time they were seen was when they went to 365 miles.
Yes.
That's 650 miles below or away from the radiation.
Yeah, see, it's below. I guess if they just did it tonight. But see, if you're just going to sleep or close your eyes are dark, you don't notice them.
Exactly.
But if you'll
I mean, basically, they're
eyes,
saying the first time these things were ever recorded was 1998. But you're talking about it that it happened on your space flight in the early 1970s. Why didn't you report this? That's a really big thing to report.
and pay attention, which we had an experiment to do, by the way, then you see them whistling by. Not on our mission.
Now, he says, we had an experiment to do, by the way. Oh, but not on our mission. It's like, dude, this would have been recorded as like an experiment that you all did instead of discovering this in 1998.
By the way, they hadn't been discovered yet. I saw them one day on the moon. It wasn't dark. And it was kind of dark.
Hold on a second. I love that one. I saw him once on the moon. It wasn't dark. It was kind of dark. Which fucking was it?
Flash of light. And it looked like it was on the moon, but really it wasn't. It was a flash of light in my eye.
Where were you when the Apollo 1 fire happened?
Apollo 1 fire, I was in my office at the Johnson Space Center. It's about 6 in the evening. I was working late there at my desk. I got a phone call, and a voice on the other end said their name, and I said, okay. They said, I knew who it was. It was the flight director or someone down at the Cape during the test, and he said, we've lost the Apollo 1 crew. We think we've lost the Apollo 1 crew. I said, well, where are they?
Have you ever read the congressional report on that?
Sure.
They considered it at that point that it would be extremely difficult to go to the moon within 2.5 years from that point.
We did. We thought it would be. But
so what big change happened to make it possible?
Well, once again, with what we knew at that time, it looked like that would be difficult. So, but we started out on the journey anyway. And as we started on the journey, we found ways to shorten it. For example, we had a lot more flights planned prior to landing on the moon than we actually did. For example, testing the Saturn V. George Miller, one of the smart guys up there in headquarters, said, we're going to test. We've tested on the ground the S4D and the S1 and the S2 sort of. We're going to put them all together and test them all at once because we've run out of time and we want to get.
Sucks, but like the right answer is like, hey, you may not like to hear this, but that really wasn't my department. At the very least, he should know. At that point, we knew about the Van Allen radiation belt. We knew that it was a challenge we're going to have to overcome. And the shielding apparently was so good that we didn't notice it the way others seem to have recorded it.
Exactly. But he keeps talking and digging himself deeper and
He
deeper.
just won't shut the fuck up. Yeah,
Exactly.
Like, this guy, like, look at me. I came up with a solid fucking.
That makes
really
sense.
Question me.
That makes sense. If he would have said, "Hey, we improved the way that we could insulate the Saturn V rocket or the lunar module within those 2.5 years," okay. But instead,
Yeah, you know, it's like we had a lot of great teams of guys. I don't know all their names, but guys who worked on the shielding, the radiation shielding, they definitely did such
you would be like,
great job.
you would be like, well, when I first got there, the shielding was 1/8 of an inch aluminum, which is what it really ended up being. But we improved
if he was on that team, if he, you know, ultimately, if he's a thrusters guy, and, you know, like how much time does he have? Like, you have a lot of people working there, so you can't expect one guy to do everything. But he should. But the way he's answering is bad.
Right. He's answering. It reminds me of.
No matter what department he was in, he's giving a bad answer.
Right.
And he's not stopping talking either.
Exactly. It's inconsistent. Now, if you're wondering how the fuck did this Bart Sibrel get all of these astronauts to come and sit down, he had a backing of someone in the defense contractor industry who paid $250,000 to have this, the original documentary created. Like, he doesn't have, Bart Sibrel does not have the money to be able to do all this. And they paid each one of these astronauts, I believe, $10,000 to sit down with them. That's why they're sitting down, because these guys are fucking money hungry. And you'll see what happens.
Get to the moon by the end of the decade. And people thought that was a crazy idea. People said, no way, it's too many unknowns. We couldn't possibly do that. There's no way, and George Miller kept saying, if we want to get to the moon by the end of the decade, we're going to have to do this. And I can remember when that was proposed, I thought it was a real crazy idea, not very good idea. Looking back, it was a great idea. Now, Von Braun might have been in favor of it, or he might not.
To get to
but
the
I'm
moon.
sure if we asked
He's
him
saying
after it
that
was all done,
when it first happened, he didn't think that it was a good idea, but it turned out being a great idea. You know, it wasn't dark on the moon, but it was kind of dark. I mean, it was, we couldn't.
It seemed hard, like we need to get to the moon, and so to get to the moon, so and so said we've got to do this,
And then it turned out to be a great idea.
and then it was a great idea. This is a bunch of
It's nonsense. It's now of anything that I've seen that is a word salad, it is these guys.
Yeah.
done, he would have said, what a great idea. We never thought of that when it began, and that compressed maybe the flight schedule by a whole year, or maybe 8 months or something like that. We did a lot of that. We had a goal to get to the moon by the end of the decade, and we were trying to do it. That doesn't mean we were being careless, but it meant we were doing everything we possibly could to make that goal that President Kennedy set for us. And we did, in fact, make it.
Now, you mentioned the guys who thought we didn't go to the moon. This must be what you're talking about.
What?
We found that. I guess you're familiar with the Fox special.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with it. I watched it. Yes, it's a good it's a money making thing. They don't have the landing legs extended. You know why? They won't hold the lunar module up on Earth. But that's not those landing legs aren't extended. But this is some guys stand around saying, how can I make some money and make a movie? Well, I can make porno. That's good.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court.
Like, he's an astronaut. Why are you talking about making pornography? Like,
I think he was. I kind of understand, but I know what you're talking about. It was both. It's just not the right time and place.
It's exactly. It's
what he's saying, he's comparing it to pornography, and that it has no actual value to society.
I get that, but you're an astronaut, and you should be speaking.
It's really not what you should be bringing up. I cringed at it too. Homie, you need to be like a little bit better than this.
Agreed. I mean, it's literally like I grabbed some World War II veteran or Korean War veteran, and I'm just like asking them questions. Like these guys are not very articulate, and when you really see them pressed on this, it's just phenomenal.
The authenticity of the footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an ass to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys as the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the set the record straight.
Okay.
Put your left hand on the Bible.
Left hand.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
And you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future. And if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are the people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon.
But you won't
go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treason?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
That
about
isn't treason.
under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason.
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now, you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else.
No.
I know how people are. It's okay.
Well, I
take your stuff and get the fuck out.
I've asked 6 other astronauts if they would swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it. Neil Armstrong refused to do it.
He just thinks, I know that. I know they do.
Now, do you believe in God?
Do I?
Yeah.
Pretty much. I wouldn't swear on the Bible if I didn't believe it. But it doesn't make any difference. You'll change it like you want. Take your stuff and go, guys. Why don't you?
Well, I know for a fact you didn't walk on the moon.
That's fine. It's okay if you know it. Do you understand that? You can have any opinion you want. That's what's wonderful about this country. You can believe anything you want. And it's okay with me, for sure.
Right.
Get your stuff and go.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program. It's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11. Yes. And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window. Turn off the lights in the spacecraft and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're giving the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I got to a point on my 2 flights to the moon, particularly my last flight, where I actually made the moon my home for over 3 days. You know, you become detached from one planet. You become detached from Earth, which is your identity with reality. Well, we launched at night, circled the Earth about 1.5 times, and headed out to the moon for a 3-day voyage. When we got there,
So the engine is loud.
you get pardon.
Is the engine loud as you're descending?
Well, the engine is very loud. It's very difficult to tell the difference between feeling sound and hearing sound. But yes, it's loud.
What is the difference between feeling sound and hearing the sound? And you'd be like, yeah, this motherfucker was so fucking loud I couldn't fucking hear.
When you were in it, you couldn't hear it in the vacuum of space.
It's a very kinetic, very dynamic period of about 10 to.
So the one guy, Alan Bean, says you couldn't hear it.
The one guy says one thing about the sound. The other guy says it.
Exactly.
12 minutes. And you get down to 200 feet, and you go through an area where you're either going to land or you're basically going to crash.
So is the Earth, I guess, is 6 times bigger than
Earth,
the moon is from Earth?
The Earth is about 4 times bigger than a full moon looks like to us from Earth. It was very close to the horizon on Apollo 17, and that was unique for us. We didn't have to
He
look
said
up.
the Earth.
The Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon looks to us.
Yes, exactly. Which is confusing as fuck. Like we just asked, it's 1/6. That's fine if you want to. If you're off by a little bit, I understand, but it doesn't answer the question about the different sizes. He basically says the Earth, the moon is 1/4 the size of what it looks like a full. Well, let me just go back to what he said immediately.
So is the Earth, I guess, is 6 times bigger than the moon is from Earth?
The Earth is about 4 times bigger than a full moon looks like to us from Earth. It was very close to the horizon on Apollo 17, and that was unique for us. We didn't have to look.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what he may have been saying is that when you're on the moon, the Earth is 4 times what the Earth looks like when you're on. The Earth looks 4 times as big as the moon does when you're on Earth. So basically, when you look up at the moon, it's like this big. But if you were on the moon, the Earth would look 4 times bigger. Nevertheless, that's not the question you were asked. And you'll see, he fucking digs himself in more holes, just like all these other guys.
Up, like most of the other flights from most of the other landing sites were to look at the Earth. I mean, I just glanced over my shoulder, and there's Earth. It was there all the time. It was so prominent. It was almost involuntarily while you're going about your work and being a lunar geologist and exploring and driving a rover, you'd always be confronted by the Earth itself. It was, I tell you what, it was almost like a security blanket because you knew it was there. It was the warmth that accompanied your visit to another planet. For instance, our lunar module, when we lifted off the surface.
Yeah, exactly.
He has those liar tendencies. He has that practice story.
Exactly. The Earth was like a security blanket. I made the moon my home for 3 days.
It was like a friend. It was like a friend watching over me.
Exactly.
It's like keep your sappy bullshit out of here.
100%. You can tell that this is all rehearsed, and that they literally get invited to different colleges and universities to tell the same fucking story, and nobody ever asks them any deep questions on it, and then they pick up residual checks essentially from something that they did decades ago.
Surface had to burn for 7 minutes and 14 seconds. Not just light off, only one engine. We had backup valves, but only one engine, one set of propellant tanks. It had to light off and had to burn for 7 minutes and 14 seconds. If it quit earlier than 7 minutes and 7 seconds, we came back down to the moon, and there was no rescue.
So there was no strange phenomenon going through the belts of any kind. Nothing
No,
happened.
there was no great unknowns, no science fiction going to the moon. It was all science fact, although sometimes it seemed like it was science fiction.
I saw a CNN report about 3 years ago. The space shuttle went to about 365 miles. And that was the closest they got to the belts since the moon missions went through them. And they were about, I guess, 650 miles away from the belts. And they reported that it was more dangerous than previously believed. And that when they were 650 miles away, inside a shielding better than you guys used, they could see the radiation with their eyes closed going through their skulls and the retinas of their closed eyes.
Well, I don't know about the shuttle. Shuttle doesn't have the ability to go very far, 400 miles. I don't know exactly where they're going. Quiet. Hey, quiet. Yeah, the shuttle doesn't have the capability to fly very far away from Earth, maybe 300-400 miles. I don't know exactly how far out the radiation Van Allen belt is. It didn't seem to bother us very much.
Did we see shooting stars?
That's exactly right. Now, watch what he says when it comes to, like, did you see any kind of stars or whatever? Not stars, but like any kind of radiation. Now, the other guy was like, oh yeah, now that you tell me about it, yeah, we saw blossoms, and one would be every like 3 minutes and sometimes every 2 minutes, and they'd be like, psh, and all you had to do was pay attention. That's what fucking Alan Bean says. Charlie Duke over here, who went on 2 Apollo missions, has no fucking clue what they're talking about. Here we go.
Van Allen belt is. It didn't seem to bother us very much.
Did you see shooting stars?
Did
you see the shooting stars?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of noise going on.
A lot of noise.
So I don't know the results of some of the experiments they've conducted. The point is they can't get that far from here, and they're really in the protective confines of the Earth, outside the atmosphere, certainly. Now on the way to the moon, we did conduct lots. We weren't passengers away to the moon.
We're passengers.
We conducted all kinds of experiments, and one of them was an experiment where we closed our eyes and then we put some light-sensitive pads on our eyes, and we could literally, we could see traces of radiation or traces of something going through our eyes. We conducted this experiment both going to the moon and coming back to the moon.
Had to use something to experience the phenomenon of the radiation.
When these things were only discovered in 1998.
Everyone else is saying, but this is what I'm saying. So, but if it was only discovered in 1998, these guys still hadn't been able to have noted. This is all getting very confusing.
Well, it's not. Basically, these guys have never heard of the Van Allen radiation belts. And then when they're told that these things existed in 1998, they realize that they have to talk about them, because if not, it won't seem like they actually went there. And then they have to come up with a quick little story about it. Oh, yeah, we had an experiment where we would wear these things, where that is never documented in any of the Apollo record. They're having to think on their feet. And when you force them to do that, you see them come up, you see major flaws in their story.
Several times. Now, what that all meant, I don't know, but it wasn't the kind of radiation that gave us a problem of any kind. But you could see it. You could close your eyes and you could see these things shoot by. We all saw it.
Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
We did it on more than one mission.
I guess you knew Von Braun, right?
So,
oh yeah.
Let's see. Let me just make sure Alan Bean and Charlie Duke were on the same mission.
Not on our mission. Oh yeah.
Right, and it doesn't make sense. Were Alan Bean and Charlie Duke ever on the same mission? Yes, both Alan Bean and Charlie Duke were part of the same Apollo mission.
Do they know that?
Well, let's see here. They were backup the lunar module, so they include them as being on the same mission, but I don't know if they were in the same in the same lunar module. Let's see here. They didn't fly on Apollo 10. They were. Hold on a second. Apollo 12. No, wait, so you have Apollo 11, which is where we get all this footage. Guess what happened with the footage of Apollo 12?
Got corrupted.
There is no footage of it, exactly. And then Apollo 13 was the scary one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. They found a publication of his that he did prior to the goal being set to go to the moon. And in it he says, "It is commonly believed that man will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the non-stop flight from the Earth to the moon and to return. The figures speak for themselves. 3 rockets would be necessary. Each rocket ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 1,250 feet, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons. Now, the Saturn V rocket weighed 2,500 tons. Now, that's a difference of 32,000%. How do you explain that change was made within a 3-year period?
All right, is this the Bible?
Yep, absolutely.
I think this is ludicrous, and I want you to put that on film. It's ludicrous. I swear,
under penalty of perjury,
I swear under penalty of perjury,
treason, and eternal damnation.
That
I walked on the moon during Apollo 17.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 17 for 75 hours. I lived on the moon on Apollo 17 for 75 hours.
Well, 6 other astronauts did not swear in the Bible when they had the opportunity.
Well, that's fine. I probably, you know why they didn't? The same reason I almost didn't, because it's absolutely ludicrous for you to ask me that. I probably would have done what the other 6 did, because I'm just as stubborn as anybody else. And I said, I don't need to prove to you that I went to the moon. I know I went. But I did that. You can put that on tape, and it's there, and you can show it to anybody you want. You know what I do with the Hasselblad?
He left
it sitting face up to the sun without a back on it, so that somebody's going to go back and find out what kind of deterioration the lens suffered because it was facing straight up. Where's the lunar rover? It's a mile behind us. But how do you think we took the pictures of the liftoff on Apollo 17 with a television camera? How do you think we missed them on Apollo 16 because of the time delay? By the time the guy sent the signal, it was gone and the camera couldn't track fast enough. So on 17, he sent the signal a second and a half or 3/4 of a second earlier, so that the camera got the signal and we were. How do you think that happened? I've got a book telling me I didn't go to the moon. That's it. Okay? There's a book there when you can't see stars in the daytime and the shadows in the wrong. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
Now, this is a very interesting one. They do a press conference. It's the only press conference they ever did of Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins. When these guys come back, I've watched the whole thing multiple times. It's like an hour and a half. I won't make you watch it. But you would be high-fiving, you would be hugging, you would be chest bumping, you would be celebrating the fact that you fucking did something that nobody else had done. You'd be throwing your hat in the air and confetti. These guys are at their own fucking funerals. They are so scared. You hear them like when they get lumps in their throats when they know that they're being pressed. It's very interesting.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
It'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. You're like contradicting me in front of all these people. So I don't recall what stars we could see. You'd be like, dude, we didn't see any stars. You can't see any stars. Instead, which is the exact opposite. When you listen to people who have done space tourism, they say the thing that they take away more than anything is how vast the amount of stars are that are out there, because you can see them all. It's just, these guys keep contradicting themselves. Here's Michael Collins. This guy was literally on the fucking Apollo 11, and he's walking into a Ralph's or a Vaughn's or something, and you just see, like, they're real people. They're like, I don't know, they're not superhumans or anything, and you recognize that perhaps these guys were untrue with their statements.
Mr. Collins, part several, ABC Digital. How are you? Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko. Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight. Well, we're asking you to. I'm not on the record right now. Would you please go away? Well, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon. Would you please go away? Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that? Would you please go away? You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why?
And he takes his nose and puts it on the camera. And then there's like
for the truth to come
fingerprint,
out?
a nose print.
Some kind of wacko, I really do. Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
Someone I feel would be like, look, I'm trying to go to the store right now, but on Monday morning, give me the opportunity and I'll sit down with you and we can talk this out. There's none of that.
Hey, Bart with ABC Digital.
You need to get back to that signing.
One quick question. All right. I was given a classified. Okay. I was given a classified tape showing part of the Apollo mission being falsified, of lunar orbit being falsified.
Being falsified?
Correct. We've got an unedited tape from a source at the Johnson Space Center.
Totally nonsense.
We want to give you the opportunity to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon during Apollo 15.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just one last bit. If you orbited the moon, why do you have a problem swearing to God that you did so?
Sir, I don't, but I don't feel like I have to do that because data speaks for itself.
Well, we have proof that the mission was falsified.
No, you don't have to, sir.
Well, we do.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you here. Thank you.
All right. Howdy, Bart Silver, ABC Digital. I was given a classified tape from Apollo 11 showing them taking the photography of lunar orbit.
If you quote me and say it's bullshit.
Well, would you mind swearing on the Bible that you orbited the moon? If you really orbited the moon, why would you have a problem swearing to God that you did so? Mr. Anderson, can I take a picture with you real quick, sir?
Oh, we are. No more. We're through.
Okay, thank you, sir. I've got on the tape Neil Armstrong rigging part of the photography where he puts that.
That'll tell you how screwed up. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what do you have a problem? I mean, orbited the moon, why do you have a problem swearing to God that you did so?
Would you please just stay back?
Howdy, Buzz. How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my associate?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me. I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief. That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You tell him to get out of here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call the police.
We pay.
Come on in here, we'll call the police.
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this. We cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So.
Keep. All right, well, then I go through my man.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Come with me, Bud.
You really like it?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
I mean, if someone's coming up to me to do it,
Mr. Armstrong.
I don't know if I'd punch him. I understand, but he had a scheduled interview with them in the penthouse of that. To me, what's? Let's debate it. I mean, I get it, and everybody makes that claim. But what are you?
That looks like the second time that this guy is back. So, like if he was trying to trick them, it looks like. Because he already talked to him, right? So
yes.
If he'd already talked to him, and then he scheduled an interview, and it's a surprise, it's me again. I understand why the guy left.
I get that too, but not necessarily. If you did a repeat, people do repeat interviews with others.
Yeah, but if I said, Rabbi, I never want to see you again, and then I get an invite. And I get paid to go somewhere, and it's you, and you're just like, hey, it's me, and we got a camera. Maybe, but dude, I didn't want to hang out with you. You know what I mean?
Wait. Then that's what you say. Okay, then, dude, I don't want to hang out with you. And then you just go on. If you really went on the moon, which is what you're known for, you would let's sit on the stairs here. I'll tell you all about it. The moon, the lunar surface looks gray. It's like the color of, I don't know, the pavement, or it's the color of cement. It feels like sand. It's really hot during the day, but you would tell everybody about it. You couldn't shut up about it. Everybody would be like, dude, shut the fuck up about being on the moon. But it's not like that. But I understand. If anybody's calling you a coward, a liar, and a thief, I get it. I totally get it. But are you not? Are you not when you are taking money for telling a lie? Here we go.
Charlie Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
Well, let me say this too. He could have said, look, I was working for the government and my life was in danger. If I didn't do what I said I had to do, then I would have been killed. You know what? That's an honest answer, and I don't think Sibrel would have come and been so aggressive. If you would have said, look, if I didn't do this, I would have been like, just one moment, I remember the man's name. I always forget his name. Hold on. It's like got a Y in it. Hold on. Apollo 1. So, I don't want to have to look it up, but I think it will. Okay, Apollo 1. Gus Grissom. It doesn't have a Y. Gus Grissom. So Gus Grissom was the guy in Apollo 1 who died because he hung a lemon on the lunar module saying that this is a lemon, that this thing isn't going to get into orbit. And they killed him, and they killed his partners. Okay. He was honest about it. So it's not like they didn't have whistleblowers. Okay, so here's the big, not the big one. Nothing really happens, but I get it from both sides. Look, you want to get these guys swearing on the Bible so that you can use it as sworn testimony in a court. I get it. But when you're running around chasing them with the Bible, some of these guys aren't religious. It doesn't have any kind of connotation to them. And I get it. It looks a little bonkers. I get that 100%. I see it from both sides. But anybody who is innocent about it would either say, all right, I'm going to tell you everything I know about. Let's sit down. That's what I'm here for. Or, and I'll explain this footage to you. Or they would say, I can't tell you everything that I know, but you should just know that my life was in danger and I had to lie because my life was in danger. And if anybody did that, hands off, man. I get it, because they will kill you. They killed Gus Grissom. So, cool. There you go. But it's none of that. It's like, it's very defensive. Okay, here we go. Here's Neil Armstrong. First man on the moon. Should have been the biggest celebrity up until the day of his death. We should celebrate this fucker's birthday like it is fucking Martin Luther King or Abraham Lincoln. There's none of that. They never talk about him.
When you give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon, will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Seibert.
Yes. If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear you walked on the moon?
Mr. Seibert, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. I have the tape.
It'll be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Seibert doesn't need to fool up himself in front of the world. Mr. Seibert, you do not deserve answers.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
So this is Ed Mitchell.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Where's the camera reflection?
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
It's an excellent point that's been made.
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Well, I will say this about Ed Mitchell, because I think all of these guys are liars, but I empathize with them. And I would say they would have killed me if I told the truth. My life was in danger. If your life is in danger, then I understand you're doing everything that you can to get out of it. I get it. One thing, Edgar Mitchell, he's really the astronaut who is known for talking about UFOs. And I think that he did a lot for getting the word out about UFOs. So I respect that element of him. But this other stuff where they're being shown basically footage of them not doing something that they did, if they want to go along with that story, they lose their credibility. What the best thing they could have done, in my opinion, is say, I had to lie because my life was in danger. And just look at what they did to Gus Grissom. If I didn't do what they forced me to do, then I would have been dead too. What do you want me to do? And I'd be like, wow, you're a fucking American hero. You're better than the guys who fucking say that they went. Dog, your chair is amazing. I like it. All right, so here's Edgar Mitchell being shown the footage on camera. They threaten him with the CIA. You'll see. It's pretty interesting.
Podcast or something that...
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? You're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
people send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in, pop that one out.
Oh, that was not.
Yes, take it again.
Yeah, we can do this.
Just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep.
They get shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
What you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front
Now
of
I thought that was the arm of God moving
Right.
across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure
I
that out.
suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There it
About
is
like
again,
that.
130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it's pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? That's the Earth. Is that like another spacecraft?
No. But I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay.
Well, would you
I won't
affirm,
continue on this line.
would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell,
I, Edgar Mitchell,
affirm, under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but
If
you have eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as the gospel of anything except the historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
Don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press this, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No. We have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun and maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. As an independent producer,
Okay, we're heading out.
doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie. A gigantic misfortune.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you
And get the hell out of my house.
You're going to get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Okay, so you know a lot more about the missions than you did at this time yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay, now here's Bart Sabrell on the one and only Joe Rogan Experience. Now you'll know all about it. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Strap in. Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
We first met, what was it, like at least 20 years ago, right?
22 years ago.
Was it 22?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you, because this is before my podcast. I don't even...
You emailed.
Let me just really thank you for taking the time to watch that. I know it's not easy.
I'm sorry that I passed out yesterday and I was getting to sleep earlier, but as I was getting more into it, it woke me up. You know what I mean? It's not a boring topic. It's just I get relaxed with some of these people's voices.
Oh, no, totally. I get it. And it was late, and that lady has a very soothing voice, but it's just a lot of people won't even take the time to just even delve into it. But it's like, okay, now you know what the Allen radiation belts are and all this other stuff. And you'll hear Joe Rogan, who has spoken about this. He's actually been in a debate on the side of it being a hoax, and he's actually defended it. Defended it being a hoax. But he will strongman this or steelman it, essentially. But you can just tell every fucking argument breaks down. If any one of the things is fake, then they're all fake. It's like the opposite of the UFOs. If any of the UFOs can't be explained and is anomalous and isn't, from Earth or isn't swamp gas or all this other shit, then there's something there. So it's very interesting. Here we go.
Help me.
Okay, so did I email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, let's meet. And I happened to be in LA when you sent me the email.
Synchronicity.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall of your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing was real hate the most. So how did this all happen?
Well, let me start by saying a comment about what you said, theory. It's not a theory. They did fake the moon landing. That's a fact, whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it theory.
Okay, you're so
just
polite.
For fun. I'm just trying to, I'm going to steel man some of the arguments against you. Obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where it was a bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that?
3 million people, including 58,220 Americans.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's the Bay of Pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing. The moon landing. And then there's Nixon, getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant government operation too. Tucker Carlson laid that all out, and I was like, what? And then I read a bunch about it. What he's saying is totally true. This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know that is absolutely real, the space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineers and scientists. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented on people with acid. They did mind control experiments on people. What did they tell the truth about? What did they They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there, but what? We can't lie about the moon landing, guys. And everybody agreed. This one, we're going to be, this is just what it is what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything to make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin. Robert McNamara, before he died, got it off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,220 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president
if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem faking an image of the moon on television. The problem is it's a positive lie. You see, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead. It's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive lie. And people don't want to give up that candy. And I come along and say, wake up and smell the manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad, but at least we went to the moon. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have to trust is on the moon from the federal government.
Yeah.
So it was actually very easy to fake. And in answer to your first question, I was more than a supporter. I was gaga, idolizing the moon landings with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of pictures of Apollo 11. And as I moved every 2 years from house to house, there were a prominent place of glory on every bedroom wall from city to city.
What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And but was there a moment?
Yeah. Well, the first moment was so from the age of, I was asleep in bed when it happened. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10,000 times, believing they're on the moon and thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old. And I see Bill Casey, a former Rocketdyne employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance, only second to von Braun, who says, look, I edited a memo from von Braun to the Pentagon warning them they are not going to make the goal. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance they can go to the moon on the first attempt.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966, I think.
And so 3 years later, they went to the moon. Is it possible that they were able to overcome whatever challenges that got him to 10,000 to 1?
Well, no, because, I mean, so we're going to go over many proofs.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the way.
Well, here's how you can prove that's not the case.
Okay.
Okay, so the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 54-year better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000th the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1/1,000th the computing power of a cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send us today with 54-year better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right,
That's impossible.
But they haven't done a moon landing program. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is vastly superior. Right.
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. But it's taking more time.
But they're not doing it. Right. But they're not doing it. Right. Like during the Apollo.
Because they can't do it.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many employees? How many, overall? I mean, very compartmentalized, right? But how many people overall were involved in the Apollo moon landing?
Well, a couple of 100,000.
Okay. That's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel manning their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000, it says. At the peak, Apollo program employed 400,000 people and required the support of over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So Here's the argument against that it would be fake. Everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's not true. First of all, Eugene Kranz, flight director, he said out of his own mouth that a person in the command center in Houston during a launch to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and a real flight. They can't tell the difference. It's just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So if a person in the command center cannot tell a difference, then how could we as a 10-year-old watch it in our living room at home? And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person making the glove or the boot or the door handle, hey, we're really not going to the moon, be sure not to tell anybody? And then
that wouldn't be the question. The question would be that too many people would have to know, and it would get out.
No, it wouldn't. If someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center people can be fooled.
Mm-hmm.
Once the rocket is up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to it. It's actually much easier to fake than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers probably. But do they know what the CEO knows about corruption in the bank? I don't think so. You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had 1 billion or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. Only 3 people. It's much easier to fake than people realize. And then people wanted to believe it.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that lived in 1969 with an incredibly limited access to information. I think we've become incredibly spoiled by the internet and by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available that you could read today that just were not available back then. And you knew either what you learned at school or what the government or your employees told you, your employers told you. And that was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA, to think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today, there's no way they did. There's no way they didn't know about the Gulf of Tonkin then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it would happen, but they still didn't know who had done it. You know, that they had wrapped it up and said Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone without the Zapruder film, without the subsequent investigations of it, where people said, wait a minute, this guy like kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was in the mob. Like, what the fuck really happened here? Back in 1969 when the moon landings were happening, like, this was an innocent country. There's a different way. People had a much different way of looking at things.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government weren't. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the moon landing because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA and Command Center couldn't tell the difference between a simulation and a real flight.
They also had a history of faking things.
Yeah.
They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving people all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all the time.
And they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the 2 possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt, ahead of schedule, with 1 millionth the computing power of a cell phone, but today they can only send astronauts 1,000th the distance, okay? Let's say they did that, came back, whoop-de-doo. Or they lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such good liars. They printed it on stamps and coins. It's taught in university. If that's true, which it is, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually gone. One of the greatest events in human history is actually the faking of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and 1 child disappears every month for the last 30, 40 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did fake the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to Sibrel.com, watch 17 clips for free that prove it.
Have you had any debates with people that think we definitely went to the moon and what you're doing is dangerous and ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor of a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which means it's electrical light, which means they didn't go to the moon. All this proof. The footage we uncovered.
Can I stop you there? That doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. That means that photograph was fake.
Okay. Well,
Right.
why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
Well,
in any
you
case,
could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs, and so they made a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare fake any of it to be accused of that.
I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It was pretty common. I mean, you know the famous one of the Gemini 15, where you see Michael Collins in a simulation where he's doing a drill and he's attached to wires, and then they just used the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space flights before then. Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place, which was a spacewalk.
But what we have is them faking being halfway to the moon.
Right, but they do things like the spacewalk. They do things like the Space Center. So
Yes.
that's where it gets confusing.
Well,
right?
they can't leave Earth orbit.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question is the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that? Something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts?
heard that. I don't know. It's not confirmed. I don't know.
Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operations? Google that. What is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that going, they did what? They shot a nuke into space? Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. It was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962. It was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk-2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is and all that stuff is?
That's right.
Okay. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll at a yield of 1.4 megatons, the explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this? Or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind blowing up a fucking thermonuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation
That was
in
the
order
idea.
to go to the moon. They knew that the
But
radiation
was
belt.
this connected, though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way
Look
for
what it
an
says there.
astronaut to go through it.
Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 street lights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms, damaging a telephone company microwave link. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Kauai to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of the United States military ships and aircrafts were operating in support of Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area and across the nearby North Pacific region. A few military ships and aircrafts were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture Region for the test. So does it say why they were doing it, though? Yeah. I'm interested to see, like, why did you guys do that? give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what did they say they were doing? Okay, they began a response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. It began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because the moratorium was over. Aliens killed the aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up more. Well, that's all the folklore. The folklore about Fat Man and Little Boy. Then when they dropped those bombs, that's when the aliens started showing up. Like, hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as they start dropping bombs on cities. Like, Jesus Christ. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation belts possible. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly, that there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, where it's not possible to launch because of the temperatures.
That's the only way you could do it, to get through those holes?
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched in southern Florida, to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few x-rays, and that the people were shielded.
Well, go to Sabrel.com and watch a latest clip about it.
But you're right there, so I just want to give you the opportunity. I'm just saying, what they would say to you.
The clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles, is a huge band of radiation that astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he says it's dangerous, meaning deadly, and then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
Let's listen to him say that. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
Okay. All right. Jamie will find that. We'll pull that up. But that would be the argument against the moon landing being a hoax. Let's go.
Navigation and guidance for Orion. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send...
Okay. Did you just say that over and over again?
Yeah, well, he said it was on Orion, though.
Excuse me?
He said it was for Orion. You think he was talking about a different time period. He said you would have to solve it for when Orion was traveling.
When was Orion?
Well, he says you must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What was he talking about, though?
He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that...
What was this video from?
What's that?
What's this video from?
Yeah, what is it? When was he said 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was the
Orion project was to have a step toward going to the moon.
And what year was this? What was the year?
I think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project to go to the moon in 2014, just not as focused as...
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent mannequins through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space, meaning The technology
Mm-hmm.
to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been invented
Well, that's
yet.
not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters, but what he was just saying it was dangerous, and he was specifically talking about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that
Right.
would be more of a clue that they didn't go to
Well,
the moon,
it's-
so he didn't
it's-
mention that.
It would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you would open up a can of worms.
Right.
So
He says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space, meaning people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed a way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014 yet, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that is important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation,
And
it's going to be
people.
dangerous to pilots.
That's
Even
right.
if you, but I'm saying even if you don't say that, even
But
if
he
you're
said
not
people.
saying,
Yeah.
he did say people before he could send people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation would be damaged and that would be dangerous.
Well, and he also included people. Before we send people through this region
Right,
of space.
but it
Yeah.
could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous there,
I'm
Jeff.
trying to be. So what is this, Jen?
This is from Reddit. Someone says this is the full context of what he says in that.
Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space
What up,
on
Pip? How
Orion,
you living,
we have
baby?
to test all the systems. Only one way to know.
Hello. How are you, Steiner?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast.
What's the clock at your location?
I'm in the
United
United
States is big. I check it, but you know it's big. You're living at the United States, yeah?
Yeah, I'm in California. I'm in Irvine, California.
I really wonder what's the clock. Wait, California. It's nighttime, yeah?
Yeah. It's 10:37 p.m.
Yes. Yesterday I came on here and you were just like looking your phone in your bed.
That's what I do. That's what a lot of people do.
How are you living, man? If it's not special for you.
I don't understand your question.
Like everyone needs money for eating, like paying some bills, you know?
Yeah. So I'm a certified project management professional, and I have had savings that I built up having six-figure incomes with multiple Fortune 500 companies and live off that. And then whenever I need to make more money, I work on projects for different companies or different projects.
You have a work, yeah?
Correct.
You have yeah, I understand. I see you are Jewish, yeah?
Correct.
That's why I talked to you, and I see Rabbi, you know, Rabbi is mean like God, yeah?
Cool.
Yes?
Does rabbi mean like God?
Yeah, I know like this.
It means teacher. I don't know what it means in Turkish. It means like God in Turkish?
No, it's not Turkish, you know, Turks are Muslim, yeah, you know?
Right.
And Jewish and Islamic things like the same, like almost the same.
Some
and
things.
I thought Rabbi is like have mean like God. He's not Turkish. He's like Arabic or Hebrew.
It's Hebrew. It means teacher.
Yeah. Like this something. I thought you are Turkish. That's why.
Nope. I'm Jewish.
So that's what I wonder.
Very cool. Well, how was your day today, Steiner?
Same like yours.
Excellent.
My days are like you. My days are like yours.
Very well. Are you a streamer?
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm a normal person.
Okay, well, streamers are normal people as well.
Yeah, bro?
Yeah, streamers are normal people. We eat, we
But they are
drink.
streamer. Of course, they are normal people, but I'm saying that I'm successful person. So like, I have no any channel for streaming.
Right, normal. I gotcha. Right. I will. Normal. Okay. Well, have you ever thought about streaming?
What, bro?
Have you ever thought about streaming?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I told you when I was kid, but no, I don't think like this.
Okay, so you streamed when you were a kid?
I didn't stream, but I was sharing videos on YouTube.
Okay, well,
Like Minecraft videos, you know?
yeah, definitely. How did that go?
I have to write this because I can't say because you will not understand. You know, it's Turkish thing. You asking my channel name, yeah?
No. You can have that. No, just did you have success when you uploaded Minecraft
No,
videos?
I'm not.
Yeah, like nobody would watch it, right?
Only my friends.
Exactly. It's very, very hard to have people watch you. Like your friend Ilker Farhat, you know who I mean? Your kick friend Ilker Farhat?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Do you think that they have that many people watching them at a given time? Or do you,
I don't understand you.
do you think that they have a lot of robots?
Well, he don't have robots, man. No, he's not. You saying if what's watching him, yeah?
I mean, yeah, I've got him pulled up.
No, bro. His watchers are real people.
Okay.
You asking that, yeah?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. So he's got a lot of real people who watch him. Great.
You didn't ask that?
No, I did.
Yeah. I understand you.
He's very successful.
Yes.
Yeah. He's
Bro, I just came here for normal speaking, you know, normal chatting.
absolutely.
If I'm disturbing you, if I'm disturbing you, I can move on.
No. You're more than welcome, and you're a friend, and feel free to be here whenever you want. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
This blonde man, yeah.
He's bald.
Yeah, but sorry, bro.
You're okay. Yeah, so he's the biggest podcaster in the world, and we're just watching his podcast. That's all.
I saw in TikTok, but I have no so much.
That's okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. So, what does Ilker Farhat do that you like? What does he talk about?
He's just trolling old age people. Normal trolling.
I gotcha.
That's what I like.
He's very.
You understand, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. He's very popular.
Trolling. Yeah, that's true. But he really scary at real life.
He's scary in real life.
Someone recognize him. Yeah. No, not scary. He scares.
Oh, he scares people in real life.
Yeah. That's true.
Well,
He every time saying that. Because he thinks these old age people will found him and they will, I don't know, but they will kill him or something else.
I
He's
gotcha.
thinking like this, and he's saying that every time.
I gotcha. Well, he is very popular on Kick, and it's probably the most popular Turkish-speaking Kick performer, probably without a doubt. And I think he's very.
In Turkey we have 20k watchers. Biggest channel have 20k watchers.
He sometimes gets that, doesn't he?
What?
He sometimes gets 20,000 people watching him.
No. Maximum 10Ks.
Oh, okay, 10K. Well, he still does very good, very well.
Yeah, he's so glad to his watchers. He's saying I'm okay. I'm making money okay. Is everything okay? Because he was making he was streaming at YouTube and he was wanting money from his watchers, you know?
Right.
Like donation.
Did he get it?
Yeah, he was getting so much.
Well, that's good. He's very popular on Kick. I mean, especially in the morning in the United States, he's like in the top 10 every single time, if not the top 5. Sometimes he's number 1. And he's competing with a lot of people. So, do you know him personally?
No, I don't know.
That's okay. What other Turkish streamers are there that you like on Kick?
Maybe Jafrain.
Okay, let me look him up. I'll know him as J-A. How do you spell his name? Oh, I got it. Jahrein. Let me see him. Let me see what he looks like. Oh, yeah. I know who he is. Yeah, he's very good as well. He's always popular. What does he do? Does he play League of Legends?
Not League of Legends, but he playing some games and he's speaking about political things.
I gotcha. See, you have an advantage, or seemingly an advantage, since you speak different languages than generally what is spoken on Kick. You guys can talk about whatever you want, and the moderators have an idea. So you could talk about whatever you want, and you won't get banned. But when it comes to English, they get pretty strict on what you can and can't say. Though Kick is better than most, even still, because Kick doesn't have many Turkish moderators. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand you.
Excellent. Who's another? Go ahead.
They beg on Ilker to stream it Kick. Said that because they have no streamer and moderator. That's why streamer and moderator at Kick as a Turkish, you know.
Right. Who's another streamer that you like? Who's a Turkish streamer?
Maybe Eray.
How do you spell that?
E-R-A. Yeah.
Oh, okay. E-R-A-Y. Okay. Let me see this person.
Yeah.
Okay. Are they a gamer?
Yeah. Maybe Eray or Jafrain is biggest.
Yeah, they're both really big. Okay, so Arai has 304,000 followers, at least on Twitch or on Kick. Jahrein has 276,000, and Iker Ferhat has 64,000. But I still think Iker Ferhat's bigger than the other two. He's more well known, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe yes.
Very cool. So, do you ever watch any American streamers?
I didn't know. Only Mr. Beast. I'm looking on YouTube.
Okay, yeah. So, what do you like about Mr. Beast?
He making good videos, bro. Like Squid Game.
Yeah.
I watch it and I really like. He make Squid Game in real life.
Right. I like that he tries to help less than fortunate people.
Yeah, he's helping everyone. He just sharing his money.
Right. I think that's very cool. So I respect him for doing that. I saw an interview with him recently. I don't know if you saw it, but it was on the Lex Friedman podcast where he talks about all of his dreams, and he says eventually he wants to make enough money where he can give away $1 billion, which would really be something.
That's true.
Definitely. And he did something else that I think is cool. He recorded videos for the future. So like he says, like he did a video for like this was years ago, but like to be watched in 1 year, and then another one to be watched in 5 years, and then another one in 10 years, and then another one in 20 years. And so he's got like, you know, the opportunity in the future to perhaps really start to have like a time capsule, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Do you know who? Let's see. Let's talk about some other Kick streamers. If you may know him, you may not. Do you know who Aiden Ross is?
Who you said?
Aiden Ross.
Aiden Ross, I heard, but I have to look. Aiden Ross. Yeah, Jewish guy.
Yeah, he's a big streamer. I stream in his Discord. I'm the #1 streamer in his Discord all time. Do you know who Action Man is?
What?
Action Man. It's AC, the number 7, and then IONMAN. Action Man.
Yeah, I know Action. Action is like cameraman guy, yeah?
He's what?
Action Man. What's the meaning of Action Man?
That's his name. AC and then the number 7.
Yeah.
He's a big time streamer. Do you like any girl streamers? None?
Maybe Pink Sparkles, like Pink Sparkles, you know?
Let me see who that is. Pink.
Sparkles.
Okay, I see. I see Pink Sparkles. Is it Pink _Sparkles?
No.
Are they on YouTube?
No, I think they were at Twitch, but maybe it's all time.
Oh, that could be. All right. Of all of the platforms, which one do you like the most? Do you like Kick the most, Twitch the most, or YouTube the most? Or Rumble?
YouTube.
Yeah, that's where it's at. Why do you like YouTube the most?
Because if I don't want to watch like or things, I can skip it, you know.
Right. Do you use an ad blocker or perhaps the Brave browser?
No. I'm just watching ads.
Okay. I mean, if you like to do that, that's fine. I think it's a waste of time. Some alpha information, some good information is to use the Brave browser. You don't get ads that way, or far fewer.
I know, but I really like to use Google Chrome. You know, maybe just it's coming from my young years.
I gotcha.
I'm all time using Google Chrome.
Sure, I use it too. I'm talking to you on Google Chrome right now, so I absolutely understand. All right. When it comes to streamers, are there any streamers who you think should be more popular than they are?
Maybe you can, yeah.
Okay.
You can have to have more watchers, followers.
Absolutely. Do you know who Ice Poseidon is?
No, I really don't know streamers so much. I only know UK Prat and Turkish streamers. And like you're saying, Jewish guy, what was his name? Aiden Ross,
Yeah. So he owns 20% of Kick. And then the other guy who owns 80% is named Eddie Craven. Do you know who Eddie is?
Eddie?
Yeah, Eddie. He owns Kick.
I don't know, bro.
So there's a guy who owns Kick. His name is Eddie Craven. And he's a streamer, but also he runs the operation. So it's really interesting to watch his live streams because he'll
Operation
Kick. So Kick, he started it, and then he does a once a week Ask Me Anything, basically, where you can ask him about new features, about the platform, about what's going to happen each week, and it's really interesting.
I got you now.
Yeah, basically, like if there are features that people want, like, I don't know, text to speech, or some people want like an API. Some people want, like, recently they wanted a smart TV app, and they just launched a smart TV app. Like, basically all the kind of things that you want out. Like, if there's anything you want for Kick, you can ask him about it and he will answer. And I think that's really cool.
You saying he owns Kick, yeah?
He owns it, yeah. He's a billionaire who owns Kick.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Which one is bigger at United States, Kick or Twitch? I think
Twitch. Twitch is
actually dead in Turkey.
Twitch is dead in Turkey. Interesting. Twitch is very big in the United States.
Because I think every streamer on Turkey is they switch Kick with Twitch.
It seems like they did. And it could be because Kick pays better.
Yeah. They say every time pays really better.
Yeah. So that's exciting. And then if you get really, really big, then you do YouTube.
What, bro?
If you get really, really big, then you do YouTube.
But why?
Because YouTube pays better than any of them.
No. In United States, you say that.
Perhaps.
In Turkey,
Perhaps.
they're saying big YouTubers are saying we are just making money like compared to United States YouTuber only 10 to 1. In Turkey, that's.
I can see that. So perhaps you're right. In the United States, it pays better, but perhaps in other countries it does not. Well, at least people are getting paid for it, which is really great. I think that it's good that people are getting paid for their work. That's good.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
Definitely. You know this Jahrein who you named? He's a really big streamer.
Yeah.
He's always Jahrein. He's a very big streamer. Absolutely. I would say that he, like you had said, that he's perhaps the biggest Turkish streamer. That other guy, he's always up there. But the thing is, the reason why I know the what is that guy's name? No, the guy we always talk about. Itzhak Fikir. What is that guy's name? Itzhak.
What you said, man, I don't understand.
Sure, Itzhak Fikir. The guy who had the cigar.
Cigar. A profile photo.
How did you find me? What streamer was it? Itzhak Fikir, right? Yeah. He always has his face on camera, and he's always interacting with people, so it's easy for people to know who he is. When the other guys game, and so their game takes up the screen, and it's not as easy to get to know who these people are.
Oh, that's wrong.
You don't think that's right?
No, it's not right.
Okay, correct me.
Jahrein is deputy man, you know?
Well, no, he does both, so that's why I know who he is. But like,
he's political thing, you know?
Okay.
I understand, deputy, like that's something. This have to be.
I get you.
You know what's a deputy, yeah?
What's deputy?
Like minister.
Oh, okay. So he makes.
Political thing.
He talks about politics.
Yeah, parliamentarian.
I see. He's in the Turkish parliament?
He isn't in, but he was like, I have to look what's English. Yeah, applicant.
Oh, a candidate. A candidate? Yeah, that's a candidate.
No. Yeah, a candidate. Yeah.
Oh wow, very cool. And how did he do?
He just started with speaking. When he played the games, you know Erdogan?
I don't know who that is.
Turkish President Erdogan is the.
Oh yeah, no, I know who that is. I know who that is. Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, he's speaking about him when he playing the games, and people likes what he said. And now he said, "I will be a candidate for a deputy," and I think he be, but he didn't select it.
What do you think about Turkey spelling or Erdogan or whatever, changing the name of Turkey to Turkiye?
Turkey.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I think it's useless.
Okay. I understand.
I can take your sound, bro.
I know, I see. Hopefully it improves. If not, I'll have to restart my device.
Yes. Can you say again?
Sure. I think that, well, it to an English speaker, changing the name of the country helps people to differentiate what you're talking about, because sometimes people think it's the food.
That's true, but Turkey is Turkey, bro. If it's speaking about political or like normal things, you will think it's a country. But if it's talking about I'm hungry, I have to go eat turkey, you will not think we will go eat a country turkey, you know?
I agree. I mean, that same thing happens with the country of Hungary. That it's like Hungary, but it's just the way that people say it. And usually it doesn't cause any confusion. But as I understand, that's why he changed the name of it so that people wouldn't get it confused. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Exactly. The only other thing I know about him is he hates this picture of him in rainbow stuff with makeup. Have you seen this?
Like LGBT things?
Yeah.
Bro, everyone is hates on Turkey to LGBT again. Everyone is against LGBT. I think even you have to be against LGBT because you're Jewish, man.
Well, I can tell you this, that traditionally, most certainly, but I have an eye for futurism.
I have to ask that first.
Sure.
Are you traditional Jewish?
Absolutely.
Really believer Jewish? Which one?
I am traditional Orthodox Jew. That means I don tefillin every day.
So you are not.
I keep kosher. I wear a kippah.
So you are not believing 100% is real or true religion, but it's coming from your ancestors, your traditions, and you're believing for that, yeah?
Generally, yes, I believe that.
You're believing 100% is real religion, and it's true.
Do I believe that Judaism is a real religion and that it's true? No one 100% believes that.
But you're believing, yeah?
I believe as much as any other Jew out there. But if I
understand me, yeah? I thought if you are believing it because it's traditional or like you're believing it, only you believing it, you just search and you found like this something, you know?
Well, I can tell you that I believe certainly that it is the traditions of my ancestors, and I live those traditions to the best of my ability on a daily basis. But do I believe anyone on earth is 100% doing exactly what the Bible says? I don't believe so.
Yeah, that's true. That's real true.
That's true.
What do you think about in Israel and please Palestine things?
I want world peace, so I don't want anyone to die. I want all of the hostages to be released. I want everybody to put their guns down, and I want diplomatic discussions.
I saw that if one Jewish isn't living at Israel, they want peace. But if they living in Israel, they don't want peace. Why that's like that?
I think that's painting with a broad brush. Many Israelis want peace.
You think it's like propaganda thing, yeah?
Sometimes.
I got you.
In fact, I think every Israeli perhaps wants peace eventually. It's just how do we get there? That's where the differences lie.
You know what's the Steiner Felix?
Explain to me, what's the Steiner Felix?
It's not a 100%. It's not about you, or I didn't make that for want, or I want, or I'm coming here. But Steiner Felix is a German officer.
Okay. Well, you're allowed to. Felix Steiner.
Yeah, Steiner Felix is like general thing.
Okay. Well, you're entitled to make your name whatever you like, and I respect your choice.
I think it's like a little attack thing.
It's a little.
When I speak you, I really change my my view, I guess. Jews.
Well, I appreciate that.
If I had to be honest, I wasn't like Jewish people, but when I meet with you, it's changed now. Because I was thinking everyone is want to attack them. First time, this Gaza terrorist attacked Jewish people. I know everyone is know that, but Israel is going so far, you know. It's like killing everyone, man.
I recognize your concerns, and I appreciate the fact that you think that I can change your opinion on some things. You're not the only person who has told me that. And I think that we all can come together and recognize that we're never going to be able to achieve very important technological advancements like space tourism and terraforming of other planets and interstellar travel. That will never happen if we have war at home on Earth. So we need peace.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm about. Absolutely. So I'm an advocate for that, and I've been an advocate for that my entire life. I recognize that there are different paths to peace. The way that I want to see them is that no one gets hurt, no one dies, and that no one's taken hostage, all of the arms are put down, and that we sit at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and we talk things out. And not only that, I want to live stream it so the whole world can see it.
Yeah.
I think that would be very valuable.
Yeah, I'm really glad to meet with you, bro.
Hey, Steiner Felix, I'm glad to meet with you as well. Feel free to come in whenever you want, and we can chop it up. We can talk. We're going to watch a documentary, or I should say, we just watched a documentary. We're going to continue watching a podcast. Feel free to watch if you'd like. I can turn on Turkish subtitles if you really are interested. If not, just know that you always have a place to come, to talk, to discuss. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
Okay, bro, you are not discussing, you're not discussing to me, yeah?
Thank you. I'm glad I'm not disgusting to you.
If I come here and trying to talk with you, you're not discussing, yes? 100%.
I don't think I'm disgusting at all.
Okay, brother.
You take care, my friend. We'll see you soon.
Brother, but I have to say that your streams are sometimes lagging, man.
Oh, I know that.
And sometimes it's showing the same thing. Like I was looking on your camera, you was eating, and I go other one, you was sleeping.
Okay. Are you sure they were both live?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but I have like 10 different streams going at any given time. So I have a lot of different streams. So I don't know if they were all in the same. Perhaps, I mean, I'm always live. I can tell you that. I don't know if they were all synced or synchronous, but I can tell you that I am always live. If I think you have the link, but if not, I'll make sure you have it. If you want to watch all of my, yeah, you do have it. So you can watch all of my streams from 360 degrees whenever you want. Sometimes some of them may be delayed, but I never repeat or I never show reruns or anything like that. Everything is always live. And the reason why I do this is because I want world peace. I want world peace in Turkey. I want world peace in the Middle East. I want world peace in Russia and Ukraine. I want world peace in Africa, in Asia, in South America, in North America, in Australia and Oceania. I want world peace everywhere, in Europe, of course.
Yeah, I want. Everyone wants, but not for terrorists, you know?
Well, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter, so it's difficult to describe what a terrorist is. I think that when we are able to have diplomatic discussions, we are able to, and they're live streamed or at least on camera, and people can watch them. That's very beneficial. And currently, we don't have that kind of a system, and I'd like to see that kind of a system.
I don't actually understand you, but I'm not saying, like, I don't want you to understand me wrong. I'm not saying the Jewish people is, like, bad something, you know? I'm just saying Gaza terrorists, Gaza people, terrorists, Hamas, you know?
I know what you're saying. I'm
fucking terrorists, bro.
Wait, I'm saying that term to me doesn't really have a meaning, because one person may describe someone as a terrorist, another person says that they are fighting for my freedom or your freedom or someone else's freedom. So it's subjective. It's basically someone's opinion.
You're really freedomist, man.
I am definitely a freedomist. I am about free speech. I am about bringing light to darkness, and I'm about being a light to the nations. I get people in here every day who want to be mean, and then they see how I am, and they talk with me, and they see how I live my life, and they recognize that I'm a good influence and that I should perhaps continue my project to try to be a light to the world. And I want you to know I appreciate your kind words, and if there's anything that I can ever do for you, Steiner Felix, you let me know, okay?
Yeah, bro.
Excellent, my man. All right, you take care, my friend.
I'm so glad.
Absolutely.
Take care too, bro. Rappi. See you later, Rappi.
Peace, man. If you need anything, you can always come in here or send me a message, okay?
Yes, bro. Thank you so much.
Take care, my man.
Peace with you. See you.
Peace, buddy.
Oh, if we got it right, fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We're headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship, what we know about the Apollo 11, what we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental x-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. They would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half going to the moon and an hour to an hour and a half coming back.
And
So
what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of like X-rays?
it would be 100 times more than a lethal dose, according to their own reports, which are documented at Sabrel.com. All for free. You go on there and watch the videos and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that supposedly?
Well,
what was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was a land.
Yeah, there were allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we uncovered shows them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. So it proves that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Well, whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's dated 2 days into the flight, where they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. Yeah.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steel man it, what I would say is if I'm training these guys to film things and they're training all day long to do a bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is to train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to simulate that, I would say what you can do is black out all the light when you're in low Earth orbit, focus on one of those circular windows, put the transparency or whatever it is in front of the window, and practice that way.
Except
so that way we make
it's
sure that you
dated.
get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight when they're supposed to be halfway to the moon.
Damn, my steel man's not working.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's.
You're really bad.
I'm just trying. I'm just giving.
Yeah,
you have to, though,
here's
right?
something
Don't
about,
you think I have to?
No,
This
you
is an
don't.
important
No,
thing.
you don't. And here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 54
Right, but
years.
Bart, everybody hasn't. This is where you're wrong.
No, their
Because-
side of the story.
Yeah.
We've heard that the moon landings are real for 54 years.
You've heard that, but
So
you
they
have,
don't need
but
extra
It's
time.
not
The
they.
truth
It's the
needs
people
extra time.
today that are in the scientific community that believe the moon landing's real. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to debunk your debunk.
Okay, well, let me tell
But
you
let's
something else
look at
about the
footage.
radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logically could this be? The only thing that I could think of that was logically would be that they're practicing.
I'm asking though, is this the video should be showing here or not?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is one when you compare back and forth, right?
Correct. I mean, there's more.
Isn't there one of just the actual video that we can watch?
Well, you could go to Sabrel.com, click on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the Moon Man video links at Sabrel.com and pull this up smoking gun. I just gave you the time cues on the most significant part where you could do the side-by-side comparison.
And the side-by-side comparison is for?
Well, on the left, Neil Armstrong claims this is 130,000 miles out. He claims that the camera lens is at the glass, and that's the Earth floating in space. What's on the right-hand side are the outtakes that we got an unedited reel of the special effect shot by accident. And the lights come up and you see...
Okay, so this is the exact same size image.
Correct.
So roughly the same distance.
So
they were really out
on the
there.
left, he claims, and this is the part they showed to the public, that that's the Earth floating in space halfway to the moon looking back.
Okay.
And then on the right is the outtakes where the lights come up and you see that the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft, and that's part of the Earth outside of a circular window with a little crescent piece molded in front of it. And that's the take on the left-hand side. You're about to see Michael Collins break down part of the
so this is
special
where
effect.
This is what I want everybody to look at. Because
so
this
he's
is
saying-
where, okay, hold on a second. This is where it gets really weird. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
Right,
That's
so
an
now there's
astronaut-
people standing in front of we used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something there's you're filming a room, and then
That's really the window.
Right.
That's an
It's
arm.
a window.
Yeah, that's an arm getting in front of the window. That's an outtake they never showed because it shows that it's a fake shot.
Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window?
Well, I
or
mean-
do you think they put something over the window? that represent the Earth?
Another photographer believes it's like a transparency of there's a circular
Let's
window.
let this play out. Let's let this play out. So if people
that's
see
the
it,
window. The point is it's the window.
Back it up a little
They're
bit.
using the window to create a 1 foot model of the Earth.
They're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows,
and
it makes it look like it's space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the Earth is floating in space. So we have them faking being halfway to the moon, which means they cannot go halfway to the moon. And here we are 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 and 2018 they would have people orbiting the moon. They were 100% behind schedule.
Yeah, but that's politicians. They lie about everything, and they might have had grand plans and didn't get the funding. But this is shocking, weird stuff because it's hard to explain. It's hard to come up with a rational explanation of what this could be.
Well, that's
because if they are
being
saying,
halfway to the moon,
right,
that's what it is.
And but we should play the audio. So they say in the audio we're 130,000 miles away.
Right, and then they also say,
Let's play that.
which is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. Meaning, the lens would have to be right up against the window to see that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights off.
Let's play
You're
that.
seeing part of the Earth outside the window. It's very ingenious.
Let's play that so we can hear the words. Okay, we can hear them say that because it's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, you go, "What could they possibly be doing here?"
Go to the moon. If they're faking being
This is you.
Yeah.
Where can we find the raw video?
The raw video is that a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Go to Sabrel.com. It's on the homepage.
That's this YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's not my film. That's another. No, that's
No,
not
go
it.
to Sabrel.com. It's got links up there.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA. I said, I'm a journalist. Can I talk to the guy? No, we don't allow him to talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you sent up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation belt, which they should have had 50 years ago anyway.
Right.
And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they said this, Joe. They said it's a classified military secret. I said, oh, wait a minute. When you sent probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun isn't a military secret. When you sent probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount of helium isn't a military secret. So why would the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth and the radiation belt that most people don't know about, why would that amount of radiation be a secret? Because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't go through it to the moon.
Or we spent a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important if there's manned warfare in space. Like we have a space force now. There's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space wars, right? This is a real thought. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization.
Is
You've
it?
acquired, yeah, it really is. I have a T-shirt. Tim Dillon gave me.
Oh, that must prove that it's real.
It's real. I have a T-shirt, an actual T-shirt.
You
So,
convinced
but
me.
no, there is a space force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know that you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You want them to spend your own money, bitch. You can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around through, but they don't know how to get through the radiation belts, but we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage.
They've sent probes to the moon, so they would probably have Geiger counters on there.
Right, but as
And
time
they
goes
would know,
on,
they would know the radiation readings.
but they
already.
sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that the data they could get now, we would both agree, right, would be way better data than you got in 1963.
That's the argument people are making about now, is that the instrumentation now is more susceptible than it was then because the transistors are
Makes
smaller
sense.
and
Yeah, makes sense.
the molecules.
Makes Yeah, it's more complex.
You can start the clip if you want.
That does make sense about the radiation belts when they were talking about instrumentation.
Start at 34.
But my point is, don't we recognize that the amount of instrumentation that would be dangerous to radiation would also be dangerous to biological human beings?
Well, of course. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon instead of people.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why if you've ever seen those horrific images of people that used to test X-ray machines back in the day, when they would first started using X-ray machines at doctors' offices, the technician would put his hand under it and X-ray it, and they didn't know that you were fucking your hand up really bad. They had horrible cancer all over their hands,
and that's from 1/24th of a second, not something that's 100 times more lethal going on continuously for 90 minutes.
The point is, regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the instrumentation, that was their primary concern, which could be accurate, especially since the first one was unmanned. It's also that kind of radiation is probably bad for people. It's not, unless you're the Fantastic Four, right? You go through it and you get superpowers, right? Isn't that what happened to them?
Well, yeah. I mean, let's get back to the technology issue.
Yes.
I mean, when they first exploded the first atomic bomb, 1945, just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1/1,000,000th the computing power of a cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there would be bases all over the moon.
It's the only interesting one of the facts that there's no technology from 1969 that's not easier, cheaper, and faster to reproduce today.
Except going to the moon.
Except
because it was a bluff, like in poker.
Okay, so let's play the video where you get to hear the audio. So the audio is really strange. So this audio is this is Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away, and they're talking to NASA.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before you hit play. So basically, if they are, which they are not, halfway to the moon, they estimated with radio delay and going through the analog computers, it would be 2 seconds out for them to hear the transmission and 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered, the unedited reel of this special effects shot of them faking being halfway to the moon, there's a third track of audio, who I believe is the CIA. So first you'll hear...
Why do you believe it's the CIA?
Well, it's whoever's helping them fake the moon mission.
And you think it was the CIA?
I would presume it would be.
Okay.
And so
just
NASA says the TV picture looks great. The person who he has an earpiece in counts off 4 seconds, 1001, 2, 3, 4. Then we hear a third track of audio. Not NASA, not the astronauts, which has this kind of walkie-talkie, radio type of sound.
Mm-hmm.
He says, talk. And then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating a fake 4-second radio delay to make it appear they're beyond Earth orbit, which they're really not.
Okay, let's play it.
Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're saying. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft.
Right. Let it talk to it.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in from the into the spacecraft, so it's looking through a number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in
from about 130 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Yeah. See white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded.
Keep going.
Much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July.
Okay.
Yeah,
So here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right. The Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon on a full moon is fairly bright. I mean, you could walk around outside in the dark. I mean, it's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's a full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, and it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. It probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras that they had back then would be to do it that way, to block out everything in the room and to film through that circular window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft,
Right.
and that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that
out
small.
window.
No,
I
but
mean,
it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, and the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. What
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
wait
to
a
you,
minute. I
but
just want to know what you
because
think. What do you think?
I'm going to go at this. And I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. You wouldn't, the difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who, for a living, our job is to make fake scenes look real.
Uh-huh.
And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to pretend.
But is there
to
an
be
image
halfway
of
to
that
the moon.
mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all
Well, you saw
see
them
is-
fiddle around in the window.
You
right
definitely
at the
see
end.
them fiddle around in the window, but I can't.
And the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. Obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that
Well, they
illusion.
said they said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part
Mhm.
they didn't intend on showing, and the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. But it's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the Earth is outside of a circular window, and it looks cleverly like the Earth floating in space, but that's really the window from Earth orbit.
Jamie, go ahead.
In the video, it says that this line here, which is like the Terminator line, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
It's
that
created with tape.
No,
well,
like
that-
a transparency or something.
that's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent insert they put into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between night and day. I think it looks very
The
good.
video said tape multiple times, and then said they removed the tape. Could have been a transparency, I suppose, but that line is very. That's a very nice gradient, which was what it would look like if it was like the sunset, not tape or.
Well,
yeah, it's less clear, right? It's less clear than like the top edge.
And like if it was a transparency sitting on a glass or something, that line would be moving. Would have to be hard set.
Well, I mean,
to
just
the
go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around
Wow,
with the window,
yeah,
breaking
They
down
only,
the model.
but Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. I was if that's what I thought it was, I would. Why not just recreate the fake scene? I guess with a giant picture of the Earth outside of it.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in orbit. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like where, what part of the Earth was dark at what point in the flight, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they had to have known. And they knew
But with the public,
calculations.
with the public,
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're going to
not
fake
necessarily. They made lots of mistakes.
it. Yeah, okay.
So yeah.
Well,
man.
this one's a weird one. And to me, this is like the only thing that I could say if I was going to steelman it would be what I said, was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. What he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window. And if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way to film it correctly would be to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window because it is covering the window. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window. It's looking out the window. You blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright because it's 4 times bigger than the moon and twice as close because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong lies and says he's 130,000 miles out, we see a little blue Earth with a bunch of black space around it,
Mhm.
right? But That's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside of it. That's what it is. The lights come up and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness is space, that's deceptive. But
well, that's what they are saying.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
Well, why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really
because
130,000 miles out?
If they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which it seems that they did, even though they did that, I'm just steel manning them. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake, right?
Well, if I
I was trying to understand, so that it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the shot.
Yes,
they're doing it. They're faking being halfway,
which
to
is
the
why
moon
it's
from
so
Earth orbit.
bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
That doesn't. I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces because like that, I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that.
They did go to
Jamie,
space.
you need to catch the fuck up on Reddit.
Well, look at this part here.
It makes sense to me to begin with.
Keep playing this part, Jamie, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the work light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or it's a giant UFO, right?
No, it's obviously work light.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effect shot using the window. You're going to see them.
But let's be honest about what we're saying. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's right. That's the window of the spacecraft.
That's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claimed a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking being
right.
halfway
But
to
I have
the
to
moon.
stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of a transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's that
you see him moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving
Well, the
in front
point
of
is
that
that's
thing.
the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm agreeing with you
wait a
that
minute,
some of the deception.
Stop there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space,
Correct.
Which they claim, which means they're
Correct.
faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never
Not
do if they
necessarily.
really went halfway to
Not
the moon.
necessarily. It could mean that
So
they're
they
just
went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway?
They're faking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. And they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. And we'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they removed the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space they're working in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not, it's in a giant room. It's just a few feet from the window.
There are three
filming the
spacecrafts
Earth.
coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but
And
it's
a
still
straight
it's still
line.
not that big where
Well,
they are.
it's
But where they
about
are
8
right,
to 10 feet away from the window.
that's pretty small.
Yeah.
This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where our screen is that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in
The
space.
blacked out environment. If they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't
wait a minute.
mean that they're not
So
100.
one thing at a time. So we've concluded
Yes.
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No. That's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming.
That's why I'm confused.
But hold on, Jamie. Hold on, Jamie. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly, if they're saying that blackness is space and that circular image is the Earth looking at the Earth through space, that's clearly deception.
Okay,
Based
so the
on this
Apollo
footage.
11 is being deceptive with their photography.
With
Why
this.
would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, the Steel Man. I mean, I know this is annoying
You
to
mean
people.
Steel Man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's
Why?
position.
Why?
Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get through where the camera is and how big the camera is, how small the window is, the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window. We'll black out everything. It'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles out.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talk about shooting a fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe the moon landings are real, as long as you do. If you believe that they're communing with aliens with a secret crew, or Neil Armstrong does it, they don't care. This the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it, because they showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right, but if they really went to the moon,
they wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare
complicated.
fake. They wouldn't dare fake any of it, because there were people at the time already saying it was fake. They wouldn't dare fake any of it if it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden, you see that black and white.
They wouldn't
image of
dare
it.
fake it if it was real. See, this is where we disagree, because I think if it's very difficult to go there, it's even more difficult to go there and document it, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment, if you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fucks up your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it fuck up your film?
Well,
but doesn't it? Isn't that correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in.
I know, but
in
listen,
3 years. They drove cars on the moon, played golf on the moon.
But that's not what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason, today they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon.
Listen, we're in agreement on this. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is because the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that, because many filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup, and some of that footage got leaked into the real footage? They showed so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent, instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stable and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. As you know from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968. And
yeah, but I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, if the guy wasn't here,
his son corroborates it. We have a video of that we can show. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying, about to meet his maker, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, is that he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, who you can go to Sabrell.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, "Who did you kill?" He said, "I killed a coworker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security." The military police came in and they interrogated him as he's dying, wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. "Who did you kill?" "Such and such a person, a fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. "Why did you kill him?" We both eyewitnessed the filming of the fake moon landing, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to tell a reporter, and I killed him to cover it up. His son confirmed, chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. He lived right across the street from it. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first of 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there, who were allowed in the VIP entrance to eyewitness it. Neil Armstrong's on the list, Buzz Aldrin is on the list, and several people I never heard of. We got that list. We published it in my book. And this is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming it, his house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago, threatened to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again about his father's participation in the moon landing fraud. The White House was involved in investigating this. The FBI was, and the United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated this. And that man, And those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon.
And we should explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did that got people very angry. He hung a lemon.
That's right.
Yeah, explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was at least 10 years away. And still we can't even go now, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told me were confiscated from his house by CIA agents before they even informed her that he was dead, he had died a few minutes earlier. She told me, I interviewed her for 4 hours. This is the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the press corps. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining up the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything because the higher-ups knew they weren't going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it and therefore hadn't told the astronauts yet. And that's why they weren't fixing
This
anything.
is your belief.
Well, that's, her conclusion as well.
Right.
And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited in a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on a coat hanger. He said, this thing is a lemon, a piece of junk, made the evening news. And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: Hun, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I wonder why they're here inspecting the equipment. Never seen him here before. He's dead the very next day from faulty equipment. His widow told me he was murdered by the CIA, the man who was going to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, 747 pilot, said the same thing, who I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I kind of, admire their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And the first,
what 3 guards?
Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. But that's not the case, you see. And I know the type of person you are and the type of guests you have on your show. We're true patriots. And patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, it's to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman to be in some other country where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans in high office, right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Where, according to Betty Grissom, they took away his life. They take a third of our income. They deceive us through a moon landing, and then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who killed Gus Grissom and 2 of his friends.
Let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set intentionally.
I understand that she says that. I understand that, and I understand that why she would believe that. That makes sense.
Well, if her husband says CIA agents are messing around with the equipment the day before,
Mhm.
and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground test of pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel will become flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. It took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. And then they found a pile of oily rags under his seat so that they would do a spark. And then I got the Apollo one report. We bought it for $10,000 from Roger Chaffee's widow from his estate. And there was a dip in power right before the fire because the CIA had something clamped in there to start the fire. They ignited it. It caused a dip in power, and then the fire began.
So where's this evidence that there was a dip in power?
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
That there was a dip in power.
Right before the fire, because something was tapped into there that the CIA rigged the previous day, and that's what killed them.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so they would make sure not be able to get out. It would take more time to get out.
But is that?
They would kill them.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of an improvement in design
they could say
use
they
in
were
space?
just testing something new, right? That's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire was started?
Just faulty wiring.
And what was the evidence that the oxygen had been increased in the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew not to do that. It caused fatalities.
Where did you hear
before.
this fact?
Well, she told me, and it's in the Apollo 1 report. Which
So
I read.
in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen by how much?
Well, they did 100% oxygen in the cabin.
And did they say why?
They was just testing it, something to test, an experiment, right?
And so that then a fire ignites.
That's right. They rigged it with the oily rags under there, with reversing it. They did everything they could to make sure those guys burned alive, to get rid of the guy. Because Gus Grissom, had they asked him to fake the moon landing, he would have said no way, and then he would have gone to the reporters.
Okay.
The same reason my source, Cyrus Eugene Akers, killed his coworker, because his coworker witnessed Apollo 11 being filmed at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, said this is wrong for the government to do this, and was going to tell a reporter, and he was killed for the very same reason.
Yeah, I would love to see the video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son
But there's
talking
also
about this.
Yeah.
You have it queued up there.
How
Jamie.
people get old, and when they get old, they say crazy things.
I don't think it's that crazy to say we verified he was the chief of security.
Right,
at
but
Cannon Air
I don't know
Force
what his
Base.
mental state was when he was dying. I don't know if he had dementia. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like people could, but I'm not
Are
saying
you
that
sure
it
you
didn't
didn't
happen.
work for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly, first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's memories
You just
are
said
awful.
that earlier. You forgot.
The memories are terrible?
Yeah, you just said it a second ago.
Yeah. Most people's memory's not that good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised and maybe you have full-blown dementia and maybe you imagine things, that's also possible. I mean,
That's an odd thing to
a deathbed
think.
confession,
I
I
killed
would like-
somebody to cover up the moon landing fraud.
I know.
What are the
Sounds
odds of that being
not,
dementia?
not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their name. They don't know their kids. When people are dying, and they're dying, usually there's a lot of stuff going on. It's
Well,
not
you
just your body
articulated a
failing.
lot of details.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
And could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession. Like, didn't E. Howard Hunt have a deathbed confession about the JFK assassination?
Well, one of the videos, if you have it queued up, Jamie, is his son giving his deathbed confession, right? As he's dying of cancer, of what he saw his father say. He says, I lived right across from Cannon Air Force Base. My father was chief of security. He shows us a picture of his badge and his uniform. He was there.
Yeah.
And what Bill Casing said, I had to look up from my own library. Bill Casing said the whole moon landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of Cannon Air Force Base. It's tiny. Few eyewitnesses. And then every department of the military has their Special Ops Intelligence Division headquarters. It's headquartered at Cannon Air Force Base. And so that's where it was filmed. And I even confirmed that several people were there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert Emenegger. Never heard of the guy. A science fiction writer who promotes UFOs, which is another reason to doubt UFOs. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real has been his whole life saying the moon landings are real. You see that? Same thing with the astronauts. Stephen Greer's number one source that UFOs are real, and I have a book coming out about this as well at my website. He says his number one source that UFOs are real is the Apollo astronauts said so. You see that? And
Which one? Edgar Mitchell?
Well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others. And
let's come back to that. I got to take a leak. Let's come back to that, and this is great. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope you don't mind me being annoying, but I have to cover this. We'll get into more.
You don't have to.
I do.
No, you don't.
It's the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me. Okay. We'll take a leak. We'll be right back. So, we were at Gus Grisham died in a fire. There's another guy who NASA had hired to make a report, and he had this 500-page report. I think it was like 500 pages about how badly mismanaged the whole Apollo program was, and that he saw so many flaws in it that he thought it was never going to get off the ground. And then
Thomas Barron.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barron, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
with his family.
CIA hits kind of go through fads, and there was a big fad period where a lot of people's cars stalled at train crossings. I think back then this was before DNA evidence, and it would get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Mena, Arkansas, that found the cocaine. That was the whole part of that Tom Cruise movie, the true story behind the Tom Cruise movie with what was that guy's name again? Barry Seals, who was smuggling drugs and dropping them off into Mena, Arkansas, while Bill Clinton was the governor. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
Here's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, two of them. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landings.
Well, he said it in a very coy way.
Right, but that's what he's saying.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969. He was saying how amazing it is that these guys, these people, they landed on the moon. And the carpenter said, no, those TV fellows can get you to believe anything. I don't believe a thing they say. And then he said, back then I thought the old guy was a crank. I'm paraphrasing. But now, after 8 years in the White House, I think he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing. I think that was word for word, Joe.
Yeah.
Good memory. Well, here's the second point that's relevant.
Quite word for word, I'm sure.
But here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally, after denying it 20 times, admitted that he had an affair, a reporter asked him, why did you do it? And you know what he said, why?
What?
Because I could. Meaning because I could get away with it. That's what people need to see. They did fake the moon landing, and why did they do it? Because they could. And these people are still in power. It's a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this Cold War with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory, right?
Well, that could be their excuse.
So here's another question.
You murder Americans to do that?
Allegedly murder Americans.
Well,
we assume. Yeah, but we don't really know. The Thomas Ronald Barron one is a wild one because that report was buried, correct? After that?
That's right.
And in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
Well, basically, he said what Gus Grissom said. They were a decade or more away from going to the moon. And that was after the Apollo 1 fire, the Barron report. And of course, he died right before he was to testify to Congress. Right? What a coincidence.
Yeah.
About how NASA was so far behind schedule. Now, NASA has never kept a schedule a single time in their entire history, except the most complicated mission of all time. They were ahead of schedule. And do you realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, whatever, that ever worked on the first decade, not even the Wright brothers plane, and a 747 after millions of aircraft had already been built, 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rocket. It took 168 attempts to get off the ground. And yet, for the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated one of all time. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings in terms of getting biological living human beings to survive this 2-week journey to land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, from setting the goal to doing it, it took only 8.5 years.
But the actual launch.
Since then, they're talking about it taking 15 years to quote, return to the moon, even though they have 54 years better technology. It's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with 5 decades better technology.
But again, isn't that you'd also say because it's not as focused an effort? It's not like
Well,
the
it
Apollo
is a
project.
focus effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years, right?
Yeah, they all say that.
You had Bush Sr. say it, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, and
Bush
Obama
W.
said it, and Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They've all said
Trump
we're
said
going to
we're going to the
return.
moon?
Yeah, he said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock.
Yeah, we got a couple months left.
Well, they said they were going to have people orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 we will have people orbiting the moon. In 2018, 100% behind schedule.
My point
and
was,
they only have mannequins orbiting them.
So my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting into low Earth orbit, and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to another planet, landing, taking off, coming back. Like that's much more difficult. And the only time that was ever accomplished was between 1969 and 1972. 7 attempts, 6 successful.
Allegedly accomplished.
Allegedly accomplished. But let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying. It seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there, and it seems very strange that no other missions.
That's right. It's the
beings.
only technological achievement in the entire history of the world that no one from any nation could repeat 50 years later.
Now, to steal their position, like it took so much money and so many resources that we don't have that would be better served going to other things, and that's why they haven't been back. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand they can prove they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at, and they will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
Well, that's not an argument either, because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors thereon. So all they had to do was choose a landing site that had reflective surfaces. Additionally, Russia put an unmanned probe on the moon with laser reflectors.
Yes.
So that doesn't prove anything.
I was going to use that. But that's the argument.
Well, you're welcome. I did it for you.
Thank you. That is the argument, though, right?
Yeah.
So the argument is the laser reflectors prove. Another, like one of the goofiest ones, was when they used the reconnaissance imagery. And they showed, look, we can see the landing site. Like, what are you pointing at?
You have to understand, they already faked a full body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which was filmed in Clovis, New Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay? So you're asking the Fox for further proof that they didn't steal a chicken?
Yeah.
You're saying after faking a full body image that was shot in Air Force Base and pretending it's on the moon.
My client, Mr. Fox, is an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
Well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from an alleged lunar satellite that says this is, part of the lunar lander.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah.
Another bit of weirdness that is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics to explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze.
I'm just checking this.
So, yeah.
The moon landing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This photo was taken by a guy in Ireland or something. I think.
Nice. What does it show?
He's just a guy.
No, what does it show, the image?
The landing site.
What do you see? I could just tell you any one of those spots is a landing site. And what are you going to say? I mean, you don't see much. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitely a lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor it doesn't prove or disprove those images, in my opinion.
Well, here's another interesting proof. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, put it in his pocket, and saved it for the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Who he gave to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box.
Yeah.
The curator saw my film, says, "Oh, I wonder about that." He, in the middle of the night, they expected no one would open it up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's petrified wood, kind of this eerie, out of the world looking.
That's a fact.
So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story. It says moon rock proves to be fake that Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered. but no reporter asks. So if the moon rocks are fake, what about the moon mission?
Okay, to steelman that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this prime minister?
He brought it to him. He personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up off the surface of the moon. This is the rock.
Right.
I remember it. Here you go. They put it in a box. That's not much chain of command to get messed up.
The thing is, like, who's got it after that? And is it possible someone stole it, swapped it out with another rock that looked like that was bullshit? Possible. You have to think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. But you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and some guy said, hey, man, I'll give you $100,000.
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they're allegedly going to the moon for the very first time, somehow with that deadline, von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's a fun
where
one.
he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so there's not much to cover them up. Right. And maybe the orbit being the South Pole, it's more prone to lunar meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in Antarctica, and a lot of them they can conclusively prove come from the moon. Correct? This is all true? Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe he did.
There's one picture of him,
in a cast,
right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. And I was just talking.
Oh, it's right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica that he had
No.
a broken arm.
No, it was, he's in his Nazi uniform. And it's right after he got captured and brought over in Operation Paperclip. I always wondered how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got bombed and got pulled out of rubble. One of the two.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much he fainted when he found out.
Or maybe he got carpal tunnel syndrome from doing the salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is a thing that I know a lot of people have denied. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Apollo program. Werner von Braun was one of them. The Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
That's right.
He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest workers, the 5 slowest Jews in their rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging there. And this is eyewitness accounts from people who were in that rocket factory. This is not disputed stuff that he did that. And, you could say he was just a rocket maker. He had nothing to do with it. He was a Nazi. And
in charge of the moon faking.
Not just one of them. But
he also said before he died that the government is planning on faking an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing.
He said that?
He said that. That the next...
What's the evidence of that he says that?
Well, his secretary said so.
Oh, that bitch might be crazy. You never know. She might be doing coke, making stories up. She might be a scammer.
She seems sincere to me.
She might be trying to...
He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next, followed by a fake alien invasion.
That's what he said.
And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts who spent their whole life lying, saying the moon landings are real, are also the key people who are saying UFOs are real. And so is
Robert, key people, but Edgar Mitchell was one of them.
And Robert Emmenegger made films, propaganda films to plant the seed that UFOs are real. And he was at Cannon Air Force Base when they faked the moon landing.
Okay, can I assume that then, by what you're saying, that you don't think UFOs are real at all?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, but what about the ones that Kenneth Arnold saw in the 1950s?
I don't know about those.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real, but they're not from outer space, according to the top 2 UFO research. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time of this podcast, Aliens from Planet X, that talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top 2 UFO researchers after decades-long research. So go to Sabrel.com and
So where do they
it's
think
up
they're
there in
from if
time.
they're not from outer space?
They're interdimensional and potentially fallen angels, disguising themselves because they're liars of something, like you said, can't be proven or disproven. I'm from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of what Tucker Carlson thinks. He thinks there's a spiritual element to it. He thinks they've always been here, and he thinks that this is what's kind of documented in the Bible as like good and evil. And
That's it, exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top 2 UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number 1. Number 2, they're not from outer space. And number 3, they're demonic. And that's what I talk about. Where it talks about fallen angels interbreeding with humans, it's talked about in Genesis 6, and creating a race called Nephilim, who were men of renown, world leaders.
Could you interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans? Now, imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence, or I should say, instead of artificial is a word that it's got a lot attached to it already. Maybe digital intelligence, or human created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy who was paralyzed can now utilize a computer and manipulate everything with his mind. He can move a cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront, where people are realizing the power that it has and how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, it's kind of confusing people. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing that the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms on complicated planets, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people will start to do it initially, and those people will have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have. And then it'll be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. And in case, over time, what would that look like? Well, it would probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it doesn't have a soul. Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has like, it has plans for the universe and for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, wouldn't one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past? All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program, or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to the moon landing. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Right.
It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to boast we have the tallest building. And then we show the Titanic that says the ship that God himself could not sink. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made one voyage. And then Richard Nixon, when he knew they were not on the moon, said putting a man on the moon is the greatest event since creation itself. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment, you see, and the world-leading country is putting a man on the moon. And how ironic. When I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized they really did fake the moon landing.
So that was the first one that really cemented it.
Absolutely. I gave them the benefit of the doubt as long as possible.
Okay, I want to go to the flag because the flag is a piece of contentious debate. The flag waving on the surface of the moon. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct?
Right.
Okay, and it has 1/6 Earth's gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly, it doesn't have any wind, or definitely doesn't the kind of wind that blows around a flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain it away and see if you can find a video of the flag waving.
Yeah, there's one.
So here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth's gravity. So things definitely in a 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to like independently be moving in the breeze.
Well, it's my opinion they had a lot of air conditioning pumped in there because the backpacks had the cooling units removed so they wouldn't fall over backwards. So it was very hot in there, and they had lots of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon at Chaparral.com. There's a clip of the flag blowing in the wind. We showed that a couple of times.
Here's another thing to take into consideration. What you're looking at is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organizations. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen there. So they took the footage, right? They put it on a big screen. You got to understand 1969 projection technology, very low resolution.
Looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film the monitor.
Right.
So it's deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally degrading the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave them fourth generation instead.
But this is important to know. Like that wasn't. I mean, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage. In terms of
Gilligan's Island
but hold on.
went to
in
color
terms of what we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right? I mean, this is
well, even if they don't have color. Let's just say it's easier to do it in black and white. Let's just say that. If they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations and to television. There's no reason to be filming it on a monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is, to cover up the fact that it's done in a TV studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allowing people to have clear access, clear footage of what this thing is instead of fourth generation stuff, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA can afford a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high-resolution color camera? They didn't, because it might show that it's a fake scene, which it was. That's why they degraded the signal by fourth generations.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's some, and a funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through.
They filmed in color the next one on Apollo 12.
Okay, let's see that one.
I was trying to find that.
Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
Well, if you Google it, it may not want to show it. So it's in my movie.
If you put it on YouTube as a YouTube search, it'll show it.
Which one? Those are different.
There's one, Apollo 5. That's me.
This one's pretty good.
Click that one, Apollo 15.
Yeah.
Click on that one, Jamie. Apollo 15. No, Jamie. Back. Where it says Apollo. No, I said the one that says Apollo 15. Right there. That's it. Yeah. Okay. So this one, this is color. He plants it. It still looks shitty, but he plants it. And let's get a look at when he gets out of the way and see it moving around. So this is it. So this thing is kind of just waving on its own. No one's even touching it. And it looks like it's waving in a breeze. It's so it stops moving and then it starts moving again. Now, again,
There's
one
footage that
sixth
shows it
Earth
even more so
gravity.
than that.
Yeah.
Like an astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze, and then the flag blows without him touching it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further does this go, Jamie?
4-minute video, 3-minute video.
So scoot ahead. I think this is actually the one where the guy walks by it and then it starts going in the breeze. Here it goes. Does it show it where he walks by it? There it is. It's back there because you see his image.
Right there.
Where? There he is, right there. Okay, watch. There it is. See that?
Yeah, there you
So
go.
watch that again, Jamie. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the breeze makes the flag blow.
Because he's in an air environment. He's not on the moon.
Right. That is a weird one. Do it again. Look at this. As he hops by, he doesn't touch the flag.
Now, can I do
but the
devil's
flag blows.
advocate? What do you call it? Steel what?
Steel man.
Okay, the reason why it's doing that, and really on the moon, is because there's micrometeorites hitting him, and they're bouncing off of him and hitting the flag.
What?
How about, is that a pretty good one?
Is that real?
No.
Oh, well, I thought they were trying.
I was trying to come up with an excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
That is a good one. Micrometeorites will mess you
Well,
up.
actually, Von Braun, we found publications of his. Mind you, my film cost $1 million. It was financed by a board member of an aerospace company who builds rockets for NASA, who knows it's fake, who gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. We found documentation from Von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeorite. So they were there 3 days. They were 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeorite. Grain of sand traveling through space at 25,000 miles an hour. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave once you landed. They never did that. He also said in writing, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. You need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons each, in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. We have that in writing.
That was from his book, right? And what year was that?
I think that came out in 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to, quote, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to ferry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what Von Braun said in one of my clips at Sabrel.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to a space station, and then from there you can go. Elon Musk said the same thing. But how did they do it with a rocket that contained 1/30,000th% of the amount of fuel Von Braun said it would take?
One of my favorite films is the film of the lunar module leaving the moon. When it leaves, when the camera pans, and let's show it. Let's show what year was that? Which
I think that was one of the last missions, and I think you're talking about where the camera perfectly tilts up, with the little model going up.
Yes,
and of course with the delay, how could you synchronize that? Of course you couldn't.
Well, you could, because it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves.
Well, but it'd probably be more than that going through all the analog equipment.
Right, but you could time it. You could have a 5-second delay. So this is it. So this is launching off the. Watch this.
It's perfectly tilting up with it in real time.
It's just
with the remote control from NASA with the radio delay that I suspect would be more like 12 seconds.
But also
because today, if you say to someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, hey, how's it going? 1, 2, 3. Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just on halfway around the world.
You can say the panning is interesting, but you could put a timer on it. The thing looking so goofy is so crazy. Like that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth gravity and fly like that. How? What's it doing? It looks so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But you had a guess, if you showed this to me and said, hey, do you think this is real or fake? And you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, what is this? This cheap science fiction movie? What is this? And then here it goes, like, that's leaving a planet? How's it leaving? Is that some new space technology? Where's the fire coming out of the bottom of it? How's it doing that? I mean, it just looks fake. It might be real. It might be one of those things that is real but looks fake.
All right, see, so then
right?
This is where it gets weird, because it doesn't say the timer. It said somebody in Houston had to anticipate the timing, ignition, liftoff, which I guess he could have guessed it was going to be in 5 seconds and just lifted the remote control.
Could he have guessed?
I have no idea what he was using. I have to look that up.
I guess you could guess if you say, I'm going to launch in 5, and so then you count 10, because he's going to, you got like a 5-second delay. So when he gets to, like, if he counts down from 10, if he gets to 5, you hit it.
Well, there's a 3-second delay today, halfway around the world with modern equipment, talking from like Atlanta to Iraq.
Right.
3-second delay.
We also could have fucked it up.
Only halfway around the world with modern equipment.
He has to say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, I'm launching now, and he has to wait 5 seconds.
It would be at least a 12-second delay, I think, and possibly more than that. The delay itself with the radio, light waves there and back, plus all that analog equipment.
But it is not impossible to do a 12-second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you had a stopwatch and you counted it and you had a far enough vision where you could see the base of the lunar module, you could see it detach, and then you kind of got it as long as you got enough of a field of view in the footage. But boy, it looks fake. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, Jimmy. Because it's moving up like it's being pulled by strings.
Well, it looks fake because it is fake.
But most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. Now watch how this pulls up. Here it goes. It detaches. It's like... What is that? Now here's the question. Did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things? Or could
I don't think they
because
did.
They
practiced landing.
But here's the question. They couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity is so much stronger. So that thing wouldn't have been operational on Earth, right?
Well, they had a lunar lander simulator that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks beforehand. He couldn't fly it on Earth in the safety of a tried and true environment. And that was 6 weeks.
Right, but also, again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of the moon.
Well, they took that into account. It was supposed to be a simulation of it. But
so it was more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity in comparison. Yeah, but so then you're dealing with a totally different machine, and you're dealing with totally different factors. Maybe it would be easy with 1/6 Earth's gravity. Maybe easy, like wee, boom, it lands, and
apparently it was.
But 1/6, I would like to know, like, how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the moon? If it's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off of Earth, like what are those calculations, and how is that amount of force being generated by that thing, and is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you could do that, like how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electronics, all the diagrams of the equipment. Because you could later prove that the lunar module, they claimed that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of car batteries and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to a comfortable 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you try that at home, with your car batteries.
Also, batteries of today, like my Tesla only goes 350 miles if I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning off much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row, against 250 degree outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams, all the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him the moon landings were fake. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA, said, give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD and project it at 120 feet wide. They said, give us a couple of days. And in those days, they lost every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. But if you perpetrated a fraud, that's exactly what you would do.
So what is this, Jimmy? So is this landing? Is that, there's Neil Armstrong? So this is the one that he was practicing on that he almost died in? Look at that thing. Wow, that's crazy.
There's also an article I found about how they filmed it. They tried on Apollo 15 and 16 and failed for different reasons, and then they finally got it right on 17.
So it was a timing thing. So several second delay. Here goes. The cameras were very successful capturing the images of numerous EVAs, but while they could be controlled from Houston, it was felt that several second delay between Earth and the moon would make capturing the module's ascent impossible. So the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope that NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendel, got his timing just right. On Apollo 15, the tilt mechanism malfunctioned, meaning the camera was never panned upwards, and thus the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards and out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place. While the cameras worked perfectly, it was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, it accelerated swiftly out of picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. What is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news reports. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting I Dream of Jeannie.
I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's what it was. I Love Lucy. Yeah.
Well, that's from Wikipedia that continually defends the fake moon landings. In fact, if you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending, the supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so how did they defend?
If I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, it was really Mickey Mouse, do you think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure people that George Washington was the first president and not Mickey Mouse? But there's 1,000 videos out there that took tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours to produce to defend the moon landings. If it's so obvious, they should speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported because it's made out of straw. That's why.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? If it was the first time they ever pulled that off, the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used a simulation.
But did they do that on the moon?
Well, they couldn't practice. They had to do it for the first time. They did it flawlessly every single time.
Did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not, right? So if they did, if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, and that time they did it was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon.
So they, every time flawlessly.
With a person in it, with two people in it. Three. No, two. Two people in it, one person in the lunar orbiter.
10 were launched into space. Of those, 6 landed by humans onto the moon. First 2 were flown tests in low Earth orbit without a crew at Apollo, though.
Let's talk about the AI discovery. Yeah. You know about that, right?
But hold on, before we get going. So the first 2 were in America?
Dress rehearsal for the landing was Apollo 10 and then conducted on Apollo 11.
And so is there footage of them trying that thing?
Apollo 10?
No, just having it launch on Earth. I'd be fascinated to see what it looks like. How that thing gets into the air. Because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in, that thing that looked very different than the ones that were on the moon. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has over the moon, what does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have? And where is the engine? Where is the rockets that propel that thing into space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. And so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth.
Well, how did they do it with 1/30,000% of the fuel that von Braun said they had to? Why is it today, to quote, return to the moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips to be able to go to the moon and return, but somehow they did it in 1 trip.
I'm looking on YouTube for a video of it, but there's like some people, Smarter Every Day, recreated the lunar lander and tested it.
Oh, okay. Let's see what they did. So this is one they did on Earth?
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I don't know if this worked in space, obviously, because they couldn't get it there, but
right.
They made their own. I'm trying to find out how successful it was.
So you certainly could make some. Well, that obviously no person in that. Right. That's small. That's different.
That's why I think that video I showed you a second ago of the test footage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I don't know. Again, I'm trying to find the official.
Let's
test.
talk about the AI's latest discovery. That's the latest breaking news.
Okay.
They had an AI conference in November. You know, they have all these conferences, video equipment conferences, shoe conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you can try out a car driving around the track that gets 150 miles a gallon that somehow never makes the market. Well, Google had its most advanced AI, a bunch of AIs hooked up together called the neural network. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony, one group had it write a novel, another group tested its deep fake detection program, which has never been wrong. It can tell you in 1 second of video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deep fake. It's never been wrong. First, they fed it pictures from the moon's surface from the unmanned Chinese probes from a few years ago. It said they're real. And then they fed it, in comparison, pictures from the Apollo missions. And it said absolutely fake for multiple reasons. Fake background, fake foreground. They even pointed out that one picture was not even a real astronaut. It was a miniature of the astronaut because the AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human normally walked. It was they were stamped in there with a miniature. And that the entire set wasn't even real. It was a miniature of the set so they could show a vast
Where's
background.
this AI conclusion? Where can someone see that?
Go to Sabrel.com. I wrote an article about it, and there's a video of it of Putin himself being shown the results that the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. And then when I tried to track down the original article, it warned you if you click to proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and you'll be associated with child pornography.
It says that?
I have go to Sabrel.com. There's a clip of it. I did a screenshot. It says that. That's how desperate they are because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think that story is on RT? Their president was there. It's nowhere to be found.
Does the latest AI look at that Apollo 17 lunar module taken off?
Well, I don't know that they showed it that footage, but they showed it still pictures from the Apollo mission, and they showed it still pictures from the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes. It said the Chinese probe pictures are real, the Apollo pictures are fake. The smartest AI in the world with a deep fake detection program that's never been wrong.
How is that not public? How is that not major news?
Exactly, right? Why is it that Fox News cancels their #1 program if they're in the business to make money? You know, we had the former director of the Russian Space Agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News calls me up the next day. They said, Bart, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the moon landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And irregardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the moon missions are real. The point is to reassure the public. And then during that hour-long program, which I saw after the fact, they had a quote from one scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations. And therefore they said, see, the Russians think it's real. And I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't mention that. You think RT is
Who
out?
said it was fake? Which guy?
Well, the former director of the Russian Space Agency.
Who is he?
His name is Dmitry Rogozin. And he said that the Apollo missions are fake. And Fox News calls me up. They had to put out that fire. You see that? And they said, we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. Even if your book and movie proved that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real.
Of course, it's Fox.
And then
your network.
Well, yeah. And then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there.
It doesn't say Google, though. This is
it's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. Meanwhile, back it up again. It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. That's the moon landing thing. So meanwhile, it raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar rover. So this is someone explaining this to Putin, and they're looking at it. It believes this one is fake. He's pointing to the Apollo. Yes. Look at the red. This is what Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. It's surprising, but it does believe so. The neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light and dark contrast, etc. And then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
Now, he's not surprised. So he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese Space Agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows that the Apollo missions are fake.
So why don't they publicly broadcast?
Let me tell you exactly why. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to the own federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China not blowing the whistle. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out and the Chinese would have found out and would have blown the whistle. That's just not true. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute. I could upload it to the internet and take them down, and then that would be it. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what I have a source in the command center of the space station at China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own Espionage Act. You see that? Mm-hmm. Russia knows. The guy's not surprised at all. In fact, my interpretation of his emotion, he's afraid. He looks afraid that the truth is going to come out. Now, you see, and then RT doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT. So I went in the comments section, and I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year in there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I leave a comment, hey guys, why didn't you cover that the latest AI, where Putin was there, says that the moon missions are fake? They took down the comment. They won't let you go to the original link. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to a news director at NBC. He practically fainted. He says it absolutely proves they didn't go to the moon. I said, when are you going to broadcast it? He says, I can't. I don't want to go down in history as the man who caused the next civil war. He says this will outrage the public. 10 years later, a new director at NBC News sees the footage. They say it proves we didn't go to the moon. They fly me to New York. They put me up in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They pay me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license to that footage. And they said, Bart, I'm sorry to tell you this. You can keep the money, but we're going to have to cancel the program. I'm like, well, why is that? He says, well, we got a call from someone in the federal government threatening us. And we backed down. You see? So people see that footage. It convinced me. And I was a big moon fan. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he said even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he would still think they're real. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong, and humility is the willingness to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. They did fake the moon landing. Our government is that corrupt.
Okay, let's go over stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows that are moving at different angles. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people that are photographic experts. They've looked at this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles, even with natural sunlight. It's debatable though. So let's talk about it. So
okay, so here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last mission to the moon. You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself.
Right.
Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claimed was taken in sunlight. After all, there's no atmosphere. It's 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing you need is an electrical light. And the astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock, and a rock 5 feet away, the shadow's going at 9 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection, proving that that was taken with an electrical light that's really close, and it's probably behind the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of law. Take a jury out, they'll see the picture on the left. Turn out the lights in the courtroom, bring in a spotlight, and you will prove in a court of law that that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why these shadows move in different directions? When people try to debunk it, and I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it, what is their take on it?
I've never heard it debunked, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from Mechanical Magazine, Popular Mechanics, interviewed me, and they said I can't explain that. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage we showed. He was doing a story about, isn't it interesting, on the 30th anniversary, some people doubt the moon landing. And I said, well, what about that footage? And he says, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why don't you do a story about that? He says, if I did that, I would be fired. That's the Washington Post.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts?
Just out of the gate.
Yeah.
Looking at this photo, I go, sun's behind them.
Well, what about the one side by side? What's your opinion of that one, Jamie?
This photo is not as interesting. That's one.
Go to the side by side one. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Well, why does it have to be electrical lighting? There's lots of things that make light.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image, Jim.
I'm trying to pull it back up, but that's
my book, which is interactive, has 17 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute my film. And what they did was, and you can find that clip, it's under Sabrel.com, Moonmine Video Clips, and they go to a desert at night. They dress up an actor in an astronaut costume. They bring out a spotlight, and they have people stand next to the astronaut, and the shadows intersect. And you know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. And I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why didn't you go out to a desert during the day, during sunlight? You see, they brought in a spotlight, the shadows diverged, and they said it proves that the moon landings are real.
But that's a light that's a close source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved that the moon missions were taken with an electrical light.
If you take
because
photos during the day, it's going to be brighter everywhere.
What's that?
If you take photos in the desert during the day, the entire sky is bright. You have to block out a lot of light.
What does it matter? The shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter.
It does matter, because that's what I was trying to get up before I got cut off. Is that from this photo here, which is very similar to the other photo, it looks like the sun is probably behind it. It's probably the brightest source that they have around them.
Mm-hmm.
You've already admitted that without adding extra laser reflectors, that the moon surface is reflective.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be reflection off of that. And you're going to probably have the Earth, which is also now a second source of light, coming from a different angle that the sun is, to create potentially, without knowing exactly everything, because I'm not a math scientist to know where the sun is, or the sun and Earth are at this particular time of day. They could create different shadows.
Well, not really, because the sun.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you why. Okay. Because the sun is 1,000,000 times bigger in volume than the Earth. And that would be like on a bright, sunny day at noon, shining a flashlight on the ground, do you think you're going to see?
I can take pictures in
you
here
think-
with multiple light sources though, and they're going to look different.
Right,
Wait
but
a-
Jamie,
wait a
the
minute.
difference in the
This-
amount of light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
100%.
Right, that would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on a cloudless day. You're not going to see the beam of the sunlight.
The thing is, though,
and
Jamie,
the surface, take it from a filmmaker, that's called reflective light. It's not gonna cast a distinctive shadow.
yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right-hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger.
All right, that's why this is the reason I wanted to go with the different photo, because that's the one he sent and has other stuff on it. I wanted to try a different photo.
Well, this one is not nearly as convincing.
It has shadows going in different directions all over the place.
And that's because it's taken with an electrical light.
Well, it does seem that they're going in different directions.
From Apollo 11.
Right. Well, Apollo 11, they're saying was taken with electrical light, Jamie. What are you saying?
No, he's saying it's from electrical light. My point here right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left, shadow coming to the right, over here on the right.
But who says it's sunlight?
Right,
That's
Jamie,
that's
if
your
you had
assumption.
if you had electrical light,
If it were
above,
sunlight, the shadows would be parallel. You're actually proving it's an electrical light because sunlight is parallel.
yeah, it's
All right,
but
I'm
no,
gonna stop.
but hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
But you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like
we're not fighting
But you're
against
assuming
anything.
you're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal. It has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander
Probably
though in
behind
relation?
him.
Maybe
We don't
know,
what I'm
but that's
saying.
part
I
of the
don't know
problem.
where all the light sources are. I wasn't there.
Right, that's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow that's
So
coming
here's
from the person.
one in the bottom right there that shows shadows at 2 different angles.
That's kind of crazy.
That means an electrical light. That's what
Why?
it means.
Well,
Why? Because I just showed you what a picture looked like
I just
in
wanted it
sunlight.
to be an electrical light. There's lots of light sources.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
It's true,
I mean,
but there's also a hot spot.
they
that's-
either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's where
If it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light, which means they're actually on Earth, and they're trying to fake it
So
out.
what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have like suspended, and so these are going to cast light in different directions, and it's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution of light.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights, they'd run in different directions.
Right.
Or if there's one light, because it's close. The sun is 93 million miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast a shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast a shadow straight ahead. And if you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle and the light in a different angle and the shadow in a different angle.
And okay, and so this one is just normal.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. This is the most famous picture. Get the original off of eBay. They've color corrected this. The soil and the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures from the Chinese probes that the AI said was real. It was a caramel brown color. And they had the background grayish blue. And they said, oops, we can see the fake background too easily. So they color corrected them. Go to eBay, go to your library, find a publication from 1970, and you'll see, and all the lunar pictures, the originals from, there's one there. There's the brown one there. Go back. There was one picture of the original print of the soil being brown right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil that color, including the famous one of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil is caramel brown because that's the color it really is.
Right,
They
but
color
if you
corrected
landed, a probe in the desert in California versus you landed a probe in the middle of Austin rainy season, you're going to get different color ground, right? wouldn't we assume that the moon, when we look at the moon, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? That's the man on the moon. There's like,
Well, and all the NASA pictures and the original prints, they're all the same shade.
Right,
brown.
because they're in that spot where it's that color.
But you have to see there's a before and after of that same picture.
Okay, that I want to say.
The original picture, well, you have to find it on eBay or whatever. The original picture.
Don't you think it's online?
Could be, but you'd have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11.
Well, everybody
photographs.
knows eBay is the most trusted source of information. There's no way
what we need is the original prints that came out in 1969. And those, and those, the soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture, they've color corrected it.
Now, why do you think they did that? Why do you think
because the soil was brown and the background was grayish blue, and they didn't match. And you could see the fake backdrop so much easier.
Now, there's another point of contention that the same background was used in different photographs that were supposed to be nowhere near each other.
That's true. That is true.
Okay, and what's the instances of that you could show?
Well, I don't have them queued up, but that proves that they're.
You must know what they are, though, right?
Well, I've seen them before. Other people have put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in two different locations, but the backgrounds line up exactly on top of one another. So
yeah, it's supposedly many miles apart, but yet the backgrounds look the same.
Yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background was a miniature. It wasn't even a real astronaut.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. And that was it actually Google's AI that did that?
It was Google's neural network.
And
the most advanced. So either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or the moon landings were fake. You see? Which do you think is true?
Well, or the photographs are fake. This brings me back to the thing that I was saying earlier, that if they did look, the Hasselblad cameras that they use to photograph things on the moon, one of the things that people would always say is, oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things. They could operate under the incredible temperature of the moon. But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras.
Right. Someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a picture, a family picture there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that he left on the surface of the moon. And then someone said, okay, at what temperature does photographic print paper, Kodak paper from that time, at what temperature is it destroyed? Something like 145 degrees. Well, it's 100 degrees hotter than that on the moon, and the picture looks perfectly fine.
Right, but how long does it take before the image?
Oh, it's to be immediately. Yeah. And so the AI said that. And then it says, okay, well, is this a picture of Kodak film on the moon? It says, yes, it's supposed to be. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it would cause it to destroy it?
What was different about the cameras that were used on the moon, and what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperature?
Nothing. When my film came out, and that's about you and I met for the first time.
Here it goes. Hasselblad engineers gave it a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint and removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronauts' checklist while they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rise knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult simply because there wasn't much accurate information available about it.
So that's getting more into this recreation of the camera.
Right.
Okay, but the most significant part about this, when my film came out, Fox was going to air it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers freaked out and said, well, we didn't show the other side of the story. It's my argument with you during the break. We've heard their side of the story for decades. We don't need equal time. Give us equal time.
Yeah, but
first. Well, wait a minute. Let me say. So they made a special where they interviewed me. It was Conspiracy Theory, Did We Go to the Moon? Aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interview the representative from Hasselblad cameras. They show him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight. And he's embarrassed. He says, I don't know why it looks like that. Looks like he's standing under an electrical spotlight to me.
And it's also because of the hot spot, right? It's created
That's
by
right.
the spotlight.
So the guy who made the camera says that pretty much that the pictures are fake. He doesn't know why. It looks like an electrical light is lighting it, not the sun.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those photos, to create those photos.
Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1969 television pictures. You know, they didn't have that much actual footage. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, destroyed the pictures. All we have is a TV image.
It is really, really crazy. If they destroyed all the original footage.
If I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission that really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we got to put in fake pictures, I'm like, no way. Because people are already saying the moon missions are fake. I would never allow fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize the credibility of it. They would never do it.
If you had to say. But also you have to take into consideration that people that back then, there was no VCRs. They would air this once, and in their mind, that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated the internet. No one anticipated a podcast. No one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and determine that they're fake.
I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet, Joe, for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 billion investment.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
No, they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally.
That's
if there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb after World War II. We used it to end the war. Now let's just destroy it all.
Yeah, but can't do that because then other people are going to have it.
Well, the point is,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
10 years later, it's 1,000 times more powerful.
Right.
So why would they destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks of a fraud?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are a moron. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that only have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it would be to actually go.
Well, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
you know what I'm saying? When 1969 technology.
That saying, Occam's razor, that the simplest Occam's razor is the simplest explanation is true. But they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done in a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake something.
Well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret all these years.
But they did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flight and a fake one. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage. They have complete control.
Everything's compartmentalized.
Yeah. So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past than in the future, right? We have the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which can only be done with an electrical light. And we have an eyewitness of Cyrus Eugene Akers. And then there's another clip. I think it's clip 7, Jamie. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up film, Astronauts Gone Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned beet red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Started cursing at me, kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone on him. And in the commotion, my camera operator forgot to hit stop record. So while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car in the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, do you want to call the CIA and have him whacked? They're talking about me. Now, if they really went to the moon and I'm some idiot who thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA care? And why would a civilian Apollo astronaut have the CIA in his Rolodex? Do you see? That's indirect proof that they didn't go to the moon, because why would they be talking about having me killed by the CIA if they really went and I'm some silly person who thinks they faked it? You see?
Let's hear that. You have that recording?
Yeah. I gave them the time code there.
Okay.
And then so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So here's you climbing into the car.
And there it is.
So that's the son saying that.
That's right.
Okay. How old is his son at the time?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but 23-year-olds are retarded.
Well,
you get a 23-year-old kid, they're dumbass, they're mad, their dad just got punked. You know, the whole thing's happening. Your dad kicks this guy, fuck this guy, want to call the CIA, have him whack?
I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called "The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN." Okay, when I found that tape of them faking part of the moon mission in my home studio and just quietly wept, oh my gosh, they really did fake it. I freaked out. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have proof that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate and a toddler son. I'm panicking. I call up Bill Casey. I'm like, Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, well, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't go. He's like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this screech. Eee! I can't hear him. He can't hear me. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say, drive like a bat out of hell to CNN. I already made a copy of it and put it in safe houses. As I'm leaving church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that had been closed for 3 hours since sundown. Pulls out immediately when I go by. I'm like, that guy was waiting for me. I pull over to the side of the road. I said, I'm not going anywhere until this guy's in front of me. I got all night. Finally, he realizes he got caught. He passes me. I follow him. Know the enemy. He gets on the parkway going toward town. I get in the parkway going toward town. I'm like, I want to see this guy. Who is this guy waiting to follow me the day I find the secret footage? I look at him in the eye. He looks like a great white shark who would kill me and go home and have a great dinner and not think about me tomorrow. And as soon as we connect, my car shuts off. The electrical engine, everything shuts off. He meets up with another.
What year is this?
This is 1999.
What kind of car do you have at the time?
I had a Toyota van. And he meets up with another car on the other side. They start literally looping around as I'm running from side to side being chased by these people. I flag down a cab who takes me to CNN in Atlanta, where I have a friend who works there. And I'm literally trying to give them the tape through the back door. This is all in my book. Maybe it'll make a great movie someday. And I'm abducted by government agents in an unmarked white van who handcuffed me. And I can hear them behind me say, well, where's the thing? I thought you had the thing. Well, he's got the thing. They're all wearing rubber gloves. They put something on my wrist that looks like something you get when you go into a hospital. And within 1 minute, I feel like I'm on LSD to the point where I'm throwing up. That's what the thing was, you see. They put me in a van. They started interrogating me. I escaped their custody.
How'd you do that?
Well, you got to read the book. It's a long story. Make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I say, I got him. I'm going to show my news director at NBC that I've been drugged by this exotic true serum drug, because I told them everything they wanted to know. You don't have to waterboard anybody. Okay? And I take it to a lab. I give it to a friend to put in the lab in his name, right? Because I don't trying to outwit the CIA, right?
Right.
I check back with him a few days later. Says, Bart, well, there was a problem at the lab. And I'm like, well, what problem? He says, well, they had a break-in over the weekend. And I'm like, yes, so what? He says, well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was a urine sample. And the people at the lab are like, we don't know who you are, but take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before because I'm already trying to convince people of this very difficult truth. They really did fake the moon landing.
And how do you know these folks that abducted you were government agents?
Well, they're the ones who monitored my phones, who followed me from church, who followed me to CNN, who stopped me from getting the tape there, who drugged me with something so severe I'm throwing up and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged, they break into the lab, in the middle of the night and take. Only thing stolen was my urine sample, gone the next day.
And again, what year was this?
That was 1999.
I'm the sneeze. Sorry, allergies.
Yes. Truth, you're allergic to truth?
No, I'm allergic to whatever's in the air in Austin. We were talking about it before the show. I made fun of people that have allergies.
Alfalfa tablets, help me out a lot. Got to take like 4 or 5 a day.
Okay. So this is 1999.
Yep.
And this is when you first get a hold of that footage that we watched earlier. And did they ask you where you got it? Do you remember anything that they asked you?
I remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of my son. I always think, what would I do if I were them?
Right.
And so I was concerned they would kidnap him and say, we'll give you him if you give us the tape.
Right.
So the very first question out of their mouth, I remember, where's your son? Very first question. Can you imagine that?
Mm.
And then the next question, something about copies of the tape, and I don't even remember. It's a blur.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm literally in the middle of the night running away from these people, X-Files type of things that, we'll make a movie someday about. And just unreal what I went through. And they really did go. They're still keeping up with it. You got to remember, what's his name? Ralph Nader. He wrote that book, was it Deadly at Any Speed? And all it was is GM simply didn't want to spend $200 per car to put in an airbag. So you know what they did when Ralph Nader was trying to get them to put? They sick FBI agents on him to hound him, to entrap him with prostitutes and drugs, to discredit him, only to not put $200 airbags in car. Imagine the harassment to a reporter who has proof that they faked the moon landing. And now, in my book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them fake the moon landing at Cannon Air Force Base and even admitted to killing a coworker to cover it up.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people would say to try to debunk some of these claims. And let's go over specifically the Van Allen radiation belt. So what is the explanation, the official explanation as to how the astronauts were able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt safely? Because I know that people have disputed this, and it is something that people talk about all the time because it's the number one thing that people say.
They're contradicting themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith, who said the field of radiation is dangerous, that we need to develop shielding before we send people through this region of space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014.
So they meant the shielding for the instruments, so they don't.
No, he said people.
No.
We must develop this technology before we send people
I
through the
was agreeing with that, but so the instruments don't break, so that the ship doesn't.
Well, that too,
which will then harm the people.
Right, but that was what we were talking about earlier.
Regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
No, we found that out that in the full quote he said that they had it.
No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right.
So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and then that technology was lost, and they have to recreate it, and they haven't done that yet.
Really, they invented the automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they're having to reinvent the automobile.
I'm just, like I said, devil's advocate.
Yeah, but the point is that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense that they destroyed the information.
You said you were going to share your opinion about what you think about it. What do you think?
Well, there's no way I know, right? We're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline between 1969 and 2024, and the amount of progress that has taken place in actual outside of Earth's orbit space travel. It's non-existent by human beings. Another question is, did they ever manage to get anything alive through the Van Allen radiation belts and have it come back to Earth before they tried it out with people? Did they do it with a monkey? Did they do it with a chicken? Did they send anything into space and have it come back alive?
Not officially. They may have done it unofficially and not reported it
Just to
because
see.
the outcome was not good.
Right. When they did Operation Starfish Prime and they blew that thing up, didn't it make the Van Allen radiation belts worse in that spot?
That's what I heard, that it added to the radiation there.
Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed in the radiation belts. According to the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Agency, OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300 rads in 1 hour. What is your answer to the moon landing hoax believers? Okay. Total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad in 68.1 minutes because 68.1 minutes is equal to 1.13 hours. His is equal to a dosage of 16 rad in 1.13 hours equals 14 rad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 rads in 1 hour that is considered to be lethal. Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft during the transit through the belts. The radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down the 14 rads per hour exposure so that it's completely harmless.
Well, I have a clip at Sabrel.com where they talk about it's a show from the 1950s where they set up probes with Geiger counters, and they say it's 100 times the lethal dose. It broke the Geiger counter because it vibrated so much.
So where are they
again, these numbers of the amount of radiation in the Van Allen radiation belts are from the people who faked the moon landing.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of proof is that?
So this is their saying that the total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad.
That's correct.
Okay.
How do we know that? Because the people who faked the moon landing said so.
What is the source of this? NASA.
What I'll find another source if you'd like of what the Van Allen radiation.
Yeah, but
let's do that. Let's find out a source.
How would you?
Yeah, that's a good question.
There's no one else.
Why don't you Google how lethal are the Van Allen radiation belts?
There's a clip. There's a clip from my book.
Try another one.
I'm just saying, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Yeah, deadly Van Allen belts.
NASA is the only one that's been there, really, right?
Right.
There's a clip from my book at Sabrel.com that has a scientist showing the radiation levels and talking about how it's a barrier between deep space travel. He says so.
What is causing that radiation?
Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collects over however old the Earth is, all those years, radiation that goes nowhere. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It also shields us from cosmic and solar and galactic radiation and from people not getting cancer. So you have to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically, it also prevents you from leaving the Earth.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiples of the Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at about 4.0. The distance of 2.2, there's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimum. So there's a gap in between the two belts, and says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle on this scale orbit very near the edge of the blue Earth disk in the figure, so are well below the Van Allen radiation belt. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles, one of its highest altitudes. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously believed. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts that allegedly went through it to the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. Of course, he said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. Why not do it the way that worked so well on the Apollo missions?
So what kind of protection how thick was the aluminum shielding?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much protection would 1/8 of inch of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray, lead vest, or less than that.
But they would experience much more radiation than that.
That's right.
Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal, is there anything that disputes that? Is there anything that you can point to that shows that the Van Allen radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you said was from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's in the film. Belts. That's in the film. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Right, I've read that.
Just look for that part in the film that shows the animation of the Van Allen radiation belt, and then those book clips that I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from I think it's called Scientific American, from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times a lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips description. 100 times a lethal dose. It says so. It talks about the rad, the lethal dose and so forth, and how much is in the Van Allen radiation belt based on probes they sent up in the late 50s in which the Geiger counters broke because they vibrated so much. They said it was 100 times a lethal dose back when von Braun said you would need 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff was buried, and now they're rewriting history to falsify the moon landings.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield a craft to get through the Van Allen radiation belts and to fuel it adequately to get to the moon, to pursue that and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the danger, because of the measurements that we have, because we did send the Orion up there, we did send different probes up there to figure out how much radiation is. That would throw into question whether or not the original Apollo missions were true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today somewhat. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talk about with the UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown and the football. Like, you always think you're going to get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this, if they do want to actually go to the moon and go to Mars, and if we have the technology, they're going to have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from the radiation if they're being accurate and honest about it.
Well, yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but he said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented yet. So if it's not been invented yet as of 2014, and it's not been invented yet as of today, it certainly wasn't around in 1969. And this explains that footage of why they're faking being halfway to the moon, because they can't even go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit. And what a surprise, 54 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon, because of the deadly radiation. That's why.
Well, also because it's cheaper to send mannequins. You have to keep them alive.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now 100% behind schedule, they can only send mannequins. So if they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't means they can't, which means it's lethal radiation. That's what it means.
Well, that seems to be the most logical impediment, right? That and micrometeors.
Well, and the fuel.
And the fuel.
Because Elon Musk, he's a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 fuel trips in order to have.
See if you can
fuel.
find him saying that, Jamie.
8.
8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8. 8
So
fuel trips.
Pull up him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
So
now
what
it's
do
only
people
8.
that are confronted by this information that want to refute it, what do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a confession from Buzz Aldrin that the moon missions were fake wouldn't dissuade him from the glorious moon landings. He would still think they were real
Elon
anyway.
Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a single moon trip. Elon Musk isn't entirely sure how many starships it will take.
I would just for that's without creating a new rocket to create a new payload to create the amount of fuel they have to take. That's just what they already have.
He said the moon landings were his historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place to have had greater technology in the past and in the future. I believe he knows that the moon missions are fake, but he needs cooperation with NASA to fulfill his dreams, and he's playing ball. I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah. That makes sense. This is one of those subjects, and this is why so many people are reluctant to take it on. But if you even talk about the moon landing being fake or entertain a person like yourself that says this, you're automatically put in the category of being a fool.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
Not just that, it's self-policed. And it's policed by a large percentage of the population that will certainly attack you after this video and say, why did I have you on? This guy's a crank rather. What has anyone ever tried to sit down and debunk you? Because I'm inviting someone to do that if they want to do that with you. Because once this comes out, I know there's going to be a lot of people that are outraged. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail why you're wrong. And has anybody ever done that?
I've never debated anybody about whether it was real or not.
Nobody ever wanted to?
No one ever asked me to debate them. I know that they were fake. I used to not only believe they were real, I worshipped them. And if I can
you
go
were
from
a child, right?
Well, through a teenager, and admitted that I was wrong. And still, when I had all this evidence indicating the fraud, I still gave him the benefit of the doubt. That $1 million film that was financed by someone who builds rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, okay, that took 7 years just to edit that movie. That's 45 minutes long. Took me 4,000 hours.
What is this?
And
debate in 2002 on MSNBC with him and someone.
Oh yeah, that's Phil Plait.
Yeah, I mean that's not a real debate. It's like a 1-minute interview. But that film took 7 years to produce. 3.5 years into it, I popped in the tape. It says don't show to the public. I hit fast forward. It's the same shot over and over again. The blue Earth allegedly bouncing around. I'm like, well, let me listen to that from the top. We never played the talk, by the way.
Right.
I hear a third track of audio prompting them to fake a 4-second radio delay. And I'm like, that's not the window, is it? That's not the window. The lights come up. And then it dawned on me, they really did fake the moon landing.
So before that, you were on the fence?
Well, originally, I thought they went and thought it was the greatest thing. I worshipped it by having pictures in my room for many years.
And it was just Bill Casey coming out?
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker. I'd become a filmmaker whose job is to make fake scenes look real. And I could tell they were fake backgrounds. I could tell that the shadows intersected. I said, still, that's not enough proof for me to say such a thing as they faked it. But when I found that footage of them faking being halfway to the moon right in front of your eyes with the third track of audio of the CIA telling them to fake a 4-second radio delay, that's it. The two NBC News directors agreed it proves they didn't go to the moon. And the weird thing is, Joe, this is the linchpin. This is the finger out of the dike. You know, the JFK witness list, they say it's 200 people they knocked off to keep that a secret. 9/11, 3,000. Maybe they killed 20 people to cover it up. Even though it killed the fewest number of people, it's the one that will enrage the public the most if they find out. Because they waved their flags, they got down on their knees and prayed and they cried. They gave them medals of honor. They printed it on stamps and coins, and they taught it in school. The glorious moon landing. If the public, this is what the NBC News director tried to get me to understand, which I didn't understand until recently. If the truth comes out, it will bring down the corruption. It's the linchpin. The moon landing fraud coming out has to happen, or we will never have honest government ever again.
Let's look at the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference, because this is a weird one. Because these guys just returned from the moon, and they look like they're in a hostage video.
Well, they look like they're at the funeral of their mother.
It does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the moon. Scooch ahead a little bit. Here we go. So look how nervous they look. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. And obviously you would be nervous. You're addressing all these people. But it's the tone in which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre. Yeah, go to him talking. This is right about
It's developing and unfolding.
Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit so you can hear.
An adventure.
Here we go.
It was our pleasure to have participated in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the month of July, but rather one that took place in the last decade. We all here and the people listening in today had the opportunity to share that adventure over its developing and unfolding in the past months and years. It's our privilege today to share with you some of the details of that final month of July that was certainly the highlight for the three of us of that decade. We're going to divert a little bit from the format of past press conferences and talk about the things that interested us most, in particular the things that occurred on and about the moon. We will use a number of films and slides, which most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that we observed on the spot, which may not be obvious to those of you who are looking at them here from the surface of Earth. The slide, as you know, started promptly.
Yeah, what's going on, Adam? How you living, Pam?
Of all the events of the flight, the Saturn gave us one magnificent ride, both into Earth orbit and on a trajectory to the moon. Our memory of that actually differs little from the reports that you have all heard from those previous Saturn V flights, and the previous flights served us well in preparation for this flight in the boost as well as the subsequent phases. We would like to skip directly to the translunar coast phase and remind ourselves of the long chain of events that actually permitted the landing, starting with the undockings, the transposition and docking sequence.
This is going to go on for a long time.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note there, you see the two teleprompters there at the desk? These are the only guys on Earth who know what it was like to walk on the moon, and yet they're being prompted on how to answer the questions.
They just look very odd. It looks very odd. Another odd thing was that Michael Collins said that he couldn't see stars, but yet he wrote in his 1994 book about how magnificent the stars looked. And also, he never left the lunar orbiter.
That's right. And also, when he's asked about stars, Neil Armstrong says, I don't recall. And then Michael Collins, to fill in for him, to help him out, says, I don't remember seeing any.
Yeah.
Which he wasn't there. They were all three orbiting the Earth, so they had the same experience, but he forgot. So if you get the written transcript of that, the I don't remember seeing any, they change it to Buzz saying it. You see, lightning strikes twice in the same place. What a coincidence. First a typo that says Buzz said it instead of Michael Collins, and then in the video, Michael Collins answered a question he should know nothing about, having not been on the moon.
And it gets attributed to Buzz Aldrin because it's not convenient. But if you
well,
watch the
because
video-
they didn't have YouTube videos back then, people got the transcript. They said, we need to correct that.
Right.
Michael Collins wasn't there.
Right.
So they said Buzz said it. So,
Yeah.
so they're covering for it.
Let's play the 25th. Play the 25th anniversary speech, because here's one of the craziest things. Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, doesn't give interviews, doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to appear publicly, becomes kind of a recluse. And you would imagine that a guy who didn't want fame and all of a sudden he's thrust into the public light, like that would be a real problem. He probably didn't like it, didn't enjoy it, didn't enjoy being the center of attention, and said, you know what, I was on the moon, but I'm just going to just lay back. You could look at it that way. Or you could look at it like, if you have a guy from a public relations perspective, he's one of the most valuable people to interview of all time. He's the first man to walk on another planet. He walked on the moon. The first man we sent him to another planet. He landed on our moon and he walked around. We got video footage of it. That guy would be a hero. He would be everywhere. They would interview him constantly. From a PR standpoint, you would kind of force that guy to do some interviews and talk about it, because it's the most incredible accomplishment in human history. As far as what human beings have been able to do, it's the most significant technological breakthrough ever. Put a person on another fucking planet, right? But he doesn't do that. He doesn't talk to anybody. And then he gives a speech. So this is a speech at the 25th anniversary of NASA, and he's giving a speech to is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, like some of the best, brightest high school kids?
When Clinton was president.
Yeah, and so this speech is so bizarre. I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation as to what the hell he is saying, other than he's trying to tell you that something is bullshit. So listen to the speech.
In 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we've only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean?
I think he's trying to say something. You know,
that is one of the most cryptic things I've ever heard anybody say publicly.
You can also notice that he was looking down, except that part he had memorized. Perhaps someday you'll be able to remove one of truth's protective layers. About the moon landing. How about that?
Bizarre.
As he's holding back tears, in my opinion. You know how many pictures there are of him on the surface of the moon, you know, posing as the first man on the moon? A still picture. 0. I went to the archives personally, a vault. I had the employees that said, find me a picture of Neil Armstrong on the surface of the moon, a still picture. They went in and out, scratching their heads. He refused to have his picture taken. He refuses to give interviews unless the president asks him to. You see, not a single picture, because he didn't want to have anything to do with it. It disgusted him. I believe they asked him to participate in the fraud, and at that point he was a noble man. He said, no, thank you. Then they said, you don't want to end up like Apollo 1 crew, do you? The guy's a test pilot. I don't think threatening his life, man.
Or you could say, if you do this, it's for national security. There's a reason to do this. We're involved in a Cold War. It's a very important thing that we achieve military superiority over the Soviet Union.
I think he would have resigned, and they wouldn't allow that. That would bring suspicion. So I think they had to threaten. I think they would have had to threaten.
This is all speculation, though.
That's right. It's my speculation
but
from
this-
years of research.
This video is not speculation.
That's right.
And the
I
video
think-
is crazy.
I think they
Most
threatened-
people, again, are not aware of that video.
I think they threatened his family's life to get him to participate.
Perhaps, but we're just speculating.
Yeah.
Right. But the video, again, that's not speculation. Has
Yeah.
anybody ever gone over that video and go, well, it's real simple?
Yeah.
Anybody ever Neil deGrasse Tyson it? Like, that's simple. It's just very simple. It's like, we went. Another thing was that you could track the trip the entire way, and that people were tracking it from Earth.
Well, that's not true. The only people who had the capability of tracking it were the American government and the Soviets, who were blackmailing us for knowing that it was fraudulent. So
that's just speculation too, though, right? It's like, how were they blackmailing people? Is there any evidence that they were blackmailing people?
Well, they obviously know that the moon missions are fake. Putin was not surprised. It was around that time that we sold grain to the Soviet Union before cost, even though they're supposed to be our enemy. And around the same time, after Richard Nixon said communist China is an enemy, that he went to China, which is generally the inferior person visits the superior person, you see? And so he went, because I think they know. I think they found out and blackmailed him too. And we know they are blackmailing NASA for technology in exchange for not blowing the whistle.
You know that for a fact.
Yeah, I interviewed a guy who works for the Chinese Space Agency. It's on my YouTube channel.
Right, but that's just him saying that. That's
Well,
not
that's
necessarily.
his eyewitness testimony.
I understand.
From talking to people who work there.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but it's still like, it's a guy saying it.
A guy who works in the Chinese Space Agency.
But if you're gonna he might not be telling the truth. Like, we don't have proof. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to judge. I mean, people are convicted and sent to death row based on the testimony of people all the time.
Right, but this is
So-
one guy saying something extraordinary, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's not that extraordinary that China would find out about the moon landing fraud and instead of blowing the whistle would blackmail as a more valuable tool of the information. I think that's what the Soviets are doing too. We're being blackmailed. It's another good reason for the truth to come out, so we won't be blackmailed by China and Russia anymore.
What do you think would happen if definitive proof came out, if Trump opened up all the files, if everybody started talking about it, and definitive proof was we got to a point technologically where we are ready to travel to other planets? We realize, hey, this is impediment, and this impediment could not have possibly been traversed by the Apollo astronauts.
Well, if the truth came out, acknowledged by the government, it would be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful moment in history, because the faking of the moon landing is so much more significant than if they had actually gone. It shows the sad fallen state of mankind. It would be like throwing a glass of water in the public's face. They wake up, they realize they've been sleepwalking, and they look down, and they're 1 foot away from a cliff. It would be dead silence. Oh my gosh, that's who we are. Not just as a nation, but as a species. We can't even tell the truth about such a thing.
But wouldn't the problem then be we would have to revamp the entirety of government? If that's the case, the intelligence agencies have done this. They really did kill Kennedy, if they really did fake the moon landing, if they really did all the things that we think they did, like no one would have faith in them anymore.
That's right. And maybe that'll happen. And so be it. You know, the stock market could crash. The dollar could crash. It could ruin the reputation of the United States of America. But we have a gangrene limb. William Benny, you know, worked for the NSA for 30 years. He says the CIA, the NSA, they're spying on the private cell phone conversations of Supreme Court justices to get dirt on them, to blackmail them into voting the way the CIA and NSA tell them. That's a dangerous situation for a country to be in. There needs to be a major, major house cleaning. I'm not even sure what would happen if, let's say, all the federal government ran on electricity and you could unplug it all with one plug. I'm not sure what would happen to you and me and everyone else's life if we unplug the federal government. I don't know why we can't just have the independent states of America and manage your own affairs. They are so corrupt. They're killing their own president. They're starting war after war based on lies and fabrications, right? We have so many murders of people that they have done themselves. The federal government is killing their own people, and we're funding it. It's wrong. What they're doing is morally wrong. Our leaders are gangsters.
What are we missing? Like, what have we not covered? We've basically done this right now. We're at like 3 hours plus. We've been talking about this. What have we left out? Anything?
Well, I think we've covered most of it. We have the fact that shadows can't intersect unless it's electrical light. We have footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have the deathbed testimony of an eyewitness who saw them filming Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base. And we have the fact that you can't travel 1,000 times further into space in 1969 on the first attempt with 1 minute the computing power of a cell phone than you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the past and in the future. That proves it. If it weren't a sweet lie that people loved and don't want to give up, people would see the truth for what it is.
That's an interesting thing too, that you said it's a positive lie.
It is.
Yeah, it's not a lie like that got us to a war that wound up killing innocent civilians that we know happens.
JFK is dead, and all the people in 9/11 are dead, and regardless of who did it and why. This is different. This is taking candy away from people and giving them manure. They're defending the candy.
Okay. Would you be willing to debate somebody? If I get someone to come on here and prepare and talk to you and refute all this stuff.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll put that out there because I would like to see that. I would like to see how someone describes that away.
Okay.
And what they think about this. Because I'm sure there's eyeballs rolling and fingers hitting keyboards right now. People are getting very outraged at this conversation. But I don't think the right way to handle this is to not talk about it or to silence someone. I think if you're wrong, the right way is to let you lay out your best argument and have someone refute that best argument. So I hope that at least is attempted.
Okay.
And you've been at this a long time, Bart. You look tired of talking about the moon landing?
Well,
how long have you been at this for?
It's a historic importance because the faking of the moon landing for mankind is more significant than if they'd actually gone. That they lied to the world, embezzled money, murdered their own people to cover it up. And to not know that truth is like having cancer and not knowing. We have to know. We can have a great awakening about everything else, but if we still are deceived about the greatest accomplishment of mankind, you see, then there is no great awakening. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle between truth. It's ironic. You know, there was a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a memorial to their folly. And if the truth comes out, that will happen.
Do you think that this is a subject that even intelligent people that get this information of a resonance, it resonates with them, that they're going to try to ignore?
Well, yeah,
because it's so controversial that you instantly get labeled a kook if you believe this.
The problem with intelligence is people can be smart, but only within a narrow field. Like I asked my doctor, get this, what do you know about natural medicine? You know what they said? Virtually word for word. All I know is what pill to prescribe for this illness that I was taught in university. That's all I know. They're intelligent within that narrow field, but they can't critically think. And universities are universal thinking. I was forbidden by the University of Pittsburgh after having a contract to speak to a student body group about the moon landing fraud. They forbid it. And the free speech, free expression, case of America. You see, this is a major problem. People are emotional about this. They have to be willing to be wrong. And people are so arrogant. I mean, a college professor teaching aerospace who says if Buzz Aldrin confessed on national TV that it was fake, filmed at Cannon Air Force Base, just like Bart said, he would still think he walked on the moon anyway. That's what we're up against. This is a god to them. The god of science is putting a man on the moon when it's really just propaganda.
All right, Bart. I think you've eloquently stated your case, and I think you've been at this, like I said, for a long time. So I'm really hoping that someone will sit down and talk to you about this, and we can get further to the bottom of it, because the arguments are very compelling. The actual raw facts are very puzzling. The whole thing is very odd. It's
Well,
a very odd case.
all this stuff people can investigate for themselves. Just go to Sabrel.com. There's 17 clips they can watch for free and then decide for themselves.
Okay. Thank you, Bart. Appreciate you, man.
No problem.
Bye, everybody.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour, October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum.
What's happened, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here with fucking Lily Leland. We're back. The church, the New Testament, I don't even know what it is no more. It don't matter. I'm just happy that we're back. Let's get this party started now. It's Tuesday, the 19th of November. The church New Testament is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, you never know how full you'll feel after a turkey dinner. Bring along some Blue Chew this Thanksgiving, just in case you bump into whoever made the turkey. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost in a chewable tablet. And it tastes tremendous. You bump into somebody, you want to get the party started, boom, you pop it out of your wallet, and within 30 minutes, there you are, bouncing up and down like a savage. Signing up is easy, too. Just head to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription within days. Me, I love Blue Chew. I'll pop one of those things and I'm ready to do backflips. You know what I'm saying? So, Blue Chew wants men rock hard, not like these other non-testosterone eating little skinny guys with brown shoes and black jeans on. Now with them. Blue Chew wants you to be a savage at all times. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the Church New Testament. You ready? Try Blue Chew free when you press and code Diaz at checkout. That's right, I said free. It's a Tuesday. Just pay $5 of shipping when you use promo code Diaz, D-I-A-Z at checkout. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Diaz to receive your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information.
Turn off your TVs, run for your lives. It's over. They didn't put you on this planet just to give up. If Uncle Joey could do it, I can rule the world. That's what you got to be thinking.
Welcome back to church!
What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, November the 19th. What up, dog?
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. We're here. I was thinking about it when you walked in. When we were closing up the old office, I had no ever idea of us coming back.
Never. I thought the chapter was done, but you know what, man? I'm happy to be back. Listen, this is the first week. The studio's still a little bad. We got it up. We told you last week was the last Zoom. and we stuck to our fucking word, and that's all that matters. We're ready to rock here. We're already fucking tuned up and ready to go. Let's talk about a few fucking things. What? I don't even know how to get this thing started now.
Isn't crazy? It's crazy doing it in person again.
It's crazy. It's great to see this little guy. For the last couple of weeks, we've been trying to put this together, and I've been taking him to all my old haunts, from fucking Hiram's to get a hot dog.
Oh,
you.
I gained 6 pounds in 2 weeks.
We ain't fucking around here. You understand me? You got to work out every day in this fucking neighborhood.
So
you got to go for a walk. You got to do something.
Explain what Hiram's, they deep fry their hot dogs. And not only do they deep fry their hot dogs, they're ready in about 6 seconds. Because every time we get a hot, like you order 2, but then you want another one. And the chili's amazing.
Everything.
And then they have steak fries and onion rings. And then
it's a little shack.
Yeah.
Like I went there when I was up in the 8th grade the first time. And then about 200 times after that. That's how you become a fat fuck.
And then tell them, this is my favorite thing that I just found. I learned milkshakes last week, and this week I learned you have like a rotation of restaurants you call to find out what the specials are every day.
Every day. First of all, I like soup, man. I'm a fucking soup dude. And there's 2 restaurants that make the kind of soup I like. Rudy's up here and the Brass Rail in Manalapan. They got the best soup ever. So I call around. If I'm going to come up here, before I make the trip, I don't want to walk into Rudy's and for it to be a fucking surprise. I'm like, God damn it. So if they tell me they got Rhode Island, I get fucking excited. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm cutting people off a little bit. Now I'm trying to beat the fucking the waves.
Like the waves.
Yeah, the waves will give you a time. I'm always beating that fucking wave. Except tonight, they hit me with that. Go through here and we'll cut the time off by 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But then they put me behind some old lady. I guess the fucking, the computer didn't see it or whatever. She was doing 30 and a fucking 90.
Oh, I love being on the phone with you because every once in a while you'll just start screaming at traffic. Because I think, was it yesterday you were pissed? You're like,
every day. Listen, the ride up here is magnificent. You just cannot do it with traffic. It's an hour up here. My brother George comes down. He always tells me it's a long ride, especially at night. Especially if you're smoking reefer. The fucking lights start, blinking. You step on, that New Jersey Turnpike. If you go on it 10 times, you're gonna get a flat one time.
I did it already, yeah.
Yeah, it's you're gonna get a fucking flat one time. So it's been great living in Jersey. It's been 4 years now. Lee's been out of LA for 4 years now. Everybody went back. The 20 people we left with, I think we and the guys in Austin are the only ones that held out. Everybody already went back, but they go back every 3 weeks because Hollywood's calling. Hollywood ain't calling nobody, Jack. Things are bad all fucking over. You understand me? I haven't worked all year. First year since 1997 that it's November 18th, 19th, and I have not fucking worked.
What does that mean to you?
That means I'm getting older and uglier. Or listen, this year had a lot of people didn't have fucking work. Because I talk to different people.
Right.
And they'll tell me, we haven't even auditioned. I did have auditions, but I have eaten dick on all of them. Like I bombed on all. I had an audition for one fucking line. One word. You know what the word was? Go fuck yourself. To Steve Martin and that little fucking dude he ended up with. Martin Short. I fucking said the fuck you. He was a New Yorker, grufty, rough. Fuck you. I thought I was already cashing the bank. I was already fucking, I got this. They didn't even call me back for a callback. I did a bunch of one word auditions this year. When you do one word and you don't book the audition, that's fucking pain in your heart, Jack.
Do you think they could think you're overqualified for something like that?
No. The problem is that the strike killed production. As you guys are seeing, they ain't shit on TV. You sit there every night looking around, telling me I'm watching a new show on net. Listen, the show sucks.
It does.
The show fucking sucks. You sit there. The only thing we live on is the one about the prison with the fucking dude that got run over by the snowplow. Hurt Locker, whatever that dude's name is. That's a great fucking show.
I haven't seen it yet.
If you have not watched that show, that is a great fucking show. Oh, it's about a dude who goes to prison and comes out and gets a job as whatever for the prison. Like between the guards and the
liaison or something
on the street. So he runs the prison because he talks to the black dude, he talks to the Spanish dude, he speaks to the people with black people and Mexicans, the fucking triple Z's, those dudes. He talks to all of them. I forget the name of the fucking show. I watched Tulsa King this year.
I haven't seen that yet. Was the second season
Yeah,
good?
some really good episodes. Dominic Lombardozzi was great. I feel bad they shot him off. Sylvester Stallone is looking rougher and rougher. Last week they were shooting from behind. You can see like they go, listen to Sylvester. We're not gonna put hair on there. We can't find a fucking bear. All right, we're just gonna spray paint it a little bit. They don't show a lot of the back of his head, but he's fucking hanging in there. What else? I already watched the show you recommended on Netflix. That was brilliant with the kid from Office Space, and Loudermilk was fucking brilliant.
I haven't seen it.
But besides that, I sit there every night with my wife, waiting for the fucking world to end. That's why I fucking go out. That's why I eat mushrooms at night, because you just fucking sit there like, okay. So I try to get out of the house till about 8:30. I take my ride. I fucking see what's going on at Carvel, what's going on at my favorite pizza joint. You know what I'm saying? I take a piss, and then I go home waiting that maybe something good's gonna be on there. Ain't shit on it. I caught Bullet the other night. I caught the Hot Rock. It was back to back. The Hot Rock was 1972. I was 9 when that movie came out, and I saw it in the fucking movie theater in the Bronx. Robert Redford is in that fucking movie. A dude robs a fucking place, and he steals a big diamond. He's in prison, so he shits it in the pipe. So they have to break into the jail to steal the pipe with the shit in it before it goes into the fucking New York Hudson River. Tremendous. Jesus. We're back, cocksuckers. What?
I love it.
We got a little cave between you guys. It's beautiful. It's got no heat though. So in the winter, we're gonna do this like my little fucking igloo I built for that girl in sophomore year when she didn't show up. My little fucking igloo.
I forgot about your fucking glue. Do you ever think about that? If you're just like making out with somebody, like this used to be so much cooler and like harder to do.
What?
Making out, just even making out.
Making out?
Yeah.
Swap and spit?
Yeah. You don't swap and spit anymore?
No, I don't ever want. I haven't swapped spit with nobody in 30 years because I don't want to hit it with a shot of bad breath. You know what I'm saying? It's either going to eat my monkey or that's it. At least after you eat that monkey, like, you can breathe whatever's on your breath. You know what I'm saying? Pickles. Oh, I'm in.
Dude, people are doing great. Like, one of the last girls I hooked up with, I went down on her and she licked my face.
All right, we're going to have to erase that show because only you would meet a woman that would lick your fucking face. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
But Lee's in Harlem now, and he's doing quite well. He's got the 4 floors, which is, he never wants to go home.
I'm surprised. No, I
called
don't.
this motherfucker 18 times yesterday. He's like, man, I ain't ready to go home yet.
Yeah, it's here till like 10 o'clock.
He just goes over there and he knows when I go in, I ain't coming back out. He don't want to make no mistake. There's 4 floors, there's 4 floors. I told him. Everybody says, oh yeah, 4 floors suck dick, okay? I don't care how much you spend in rent. I don't care what your apartment looks like. Because when you get there, after you check the mail, you always got to look up those stairs and go, oh, God damn it. And God forbid you got groceries.
What about as a suitcase? I've been traveling somewhere. That's the worst. The fucking suitcase. That's the only part that kills me. Everything else has been cool. But New York's been pretty fun. Not last. Like, you did great. I haven't bought. I had the worst show I had in 2 years. I felt like the only way I could describe it was, remember when Cowboy Cerrone fought McGregor and he got knocked out by his shoulder? It just wasn't his night.
Yeah.
That was how I felt. I just was getting knocked out by his shoulder. Cause I couldn't blame anything. It was just the worst.
Lee, sometimes you just blow people's minds. You have that effect. You walk in, they're like, what the fuck?
Oh, I guess.
New York's been listening, Lee. Anybody who's been following this fucking show was just starting. We've been talking about stand-up for 10 years. And this motherfucker moved to New York to do stand-up comedy. I mean, it's still like a dream to me that this fucking guy that used to sit in the room with all of us, from Theo to Ralphie to, that he picked up little things. He used to go to this 4-wall place. Mm-hmm. He'd give him $5 every night to sit there. Tremendous. I would go there too with him and fucking flick his ears.
Oh yeah, you would do that.
There were some retarded fucking people there.
Yeah.
And then we moved back and he continued to do it. And he goes on the road with Josh Wolf. And this is what a comic does. And they have to pick a place. He picked New York, which was great for me because I'm down an hour from here.
Right.
There's no way I'm coming here every fucking day. But even tonight, now I got the option if I want to go into the city real quick and go over to the stand, I go and come back. As long as you get on that, you got to beat the Lincoln Tunnel. Closes at 12 or something like that. You got to beat the Holland Tunnel. Something crazy. So
and the ferry closes.
The ferry shuts down. So if not, I got to take an Uber, whatever. But I don't know. We'll see how we feel after the fucking show. We got a couple things in us. Let's see how they kick in and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for getting a comfortable chair. I appreciate it.
This is tremendous.
Oh, man.
And I even got like a little thing here. There's like a psychiatrist chair. Like if you get too high, we'll just sit you down here and we'll talk to you. What's going on with your life? Nothing. I played the piano in the 3rd grade. Whatever the fuck you want to tell me. Right there. We got the little psychiatrist chair. We got the couch. We have me and Lee. It's these two. If we get a fucking guest, I'll sit here. The guest will sit there. And we got another beautiful fucking couch over there. And like I said, guys, we just set this up just to get the party started for tonight. I don't know who hated Zoom more. You motherfuckers or me, okay? I fucking hate it. I couldn't do it anymore.
Why do you hate Zoom so much?
Because it just got old. Because then everybody wanted to fucking Zoom. It was like everybody was Zooming. People go, hey, what are you doing? Let's Zoom. I don't want to fucking Zoom, okay? With my luck, I go on there and I hit the wrong thing. I wanted to Zoom as least as possible. And then the last year, they've been Zooming auditions.
Right.
They've been Zooming auditions. So if the person likes you, they'll say, set up a Zoom for 4:30. And he reads for me. You know how fucking awful? I'm reading into my fucking phone, guys, because they don't want to bring us in. Listen, all that shit's done with. People are breathing on each other all the fucking time. Look at the Mike Tyson fight the other night. If anybody was going to get COVID, it's poor fucking Mike. He had 80,000 people breathing on him, all going down saliva. You don't see Mike with a fucking mask on until they get on a fucking plane. Listen, man, everybody had shit to talk about that night. I watched the fight. It was not on my agenda. I was not going to bet it on DraftKings, none of that shit. I just, I was curious. I had eaten some mushrooms. And I said, what the fuck? And I get home about 10:15. I had to go to CVS and pick up prescriptions. And that's the night I went for a little donkey talk. I smoked a little number. My little eek. And I get home. We put it on. And it's the Spanish girls, with the Spanish girl against the Irish girl. Then I switched it for a minute, and I came back, and they were still talking. I didn't know you had to press live. So I sat there for like a fucking hour and saying, why are these people talking so much? Why are they fucking, what are they talking about? Look, I'm getting old. Shit's out. Listen, my wife wants some fucking, everybody has those little portable vacuums now.
Oh, the robot vacuum?
The robot vacuum, the little tiny one that goes around. So she got one by the fireplace. I don't know this shit. She don't tell me nothing. Right? Nobody knows nothing. I walk in the house. She's like, I got to go. Where you going? I got to go here, there. My wife is constantly fucking food shopping. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never met a woman that every fucking day, raspberries, blueberry,
Welcome. How are you?
Well, it's me and my daughter, so.
What happened with the vacuum?
Okay. So, I get home and I go, it was Sunday. My daughter slept out.
Just chilling, dog.
And we picked her up about
We're watching
10.
Joey Diaz.
And my wife said, I'm just going to take her home and make her breakfast. And, all right, I'm going to go to the gym. And then I call my wife after the gym and I go, listen, what's going on? She's like, I'm waiting for you because I got to go food shop. We got to get this, that. You put a list out. I did. Okay. I go, what time you want to go food shop? She goes, 1 o'clock. I go, you got bats in your head. I'm going to go to the gym and watch the football game for a little while. But then I went to eat something because after the gym I was hungry. I went to get something real quick and there was a line. I said, fuck it. And I drove home and just made a protein shake. Now it's 10 after 1. I go, fuck it. Let me watch. You know what? Go fucking shopping. I'll watch my daughter and watch the football game. My daughter's upstairs just laying there fucking doing homework. I go downstairs. You know me, my wife is out of the house. And I can kick off my sneakers. Nobody's going to bother me. Nobody's got a question. My daughter's not going to come down unless she's hungry or whatever. So I'm sitting there. I go out to the garage. I bang out a couple fucking, I put a little mushroom gummy under my thing. I already had a couple mushrooms in me, so I was already feeling it. And I'm on the fucking chair just reading because I didn't want to watch TV. And I hear boom, boom, boom. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Is somebody trying to break into my fucking house? And I'm like, nah, it's daylight. It's fucking 1 o'clock. Who would rob a house? I never robbed the house at 1 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? That's maybe like 10, 9:30. That's a good time to rob a house. But 1 o'clock, this neighbors. So I keep hearing this shit. And finally I go, is somebody breaking into my daughter's fucking thing? So I just went and got a mallet and a knife. I got this big fucking Rambo knife. Jesus, I got the mallet and the knife. And I walk up the stairs slowly. And I go and boom. And then my daughter's like, what's going on? Why do you have a knife? I go, do you hear that? And she goes, no. I got the earphones on. I'm playing Fortnite, whatever the fuck they play. And I'm like, thank you. Another idiot. You're in the house and you got fucking earphones on. That's what I need in my life. So I keep hearing boom, boom, boom. And it's coming from the fucking fireplace. And I go, that's brilliant. They're trying to break into a fireplace. When I know a guy comes once a month to spray around for mosquitoes or mice, whatever the fuck is out there, the town sends a guy and they fucking. So I'm like, this motherfucker came on a Sunday? I'm like, wait a second, let me go outside and get this guy. I was going to go through the kitchen. I have a thing that I could see who's down there and I'm going to just throw the mallet on him. And dial 911 or the knife, whatever the fuck I was in the mood for to throw. So I go, there ain't nobody out there. I'm like, these fucking mushroom strips are getting out of control because I go back downstairs, boom, 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 boom. I go upstairs, there it is, a little fucking circle that's stuck and it keeps hitting the fucking wall back and forth. It was supposed to make like a U-turn, but it got stuck on a shoe or some shit.
How fast was this thing going that you thought it was someone breaking into your house?
Boom, 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 because it was stuck. It kept going boom, boom. So after a while, you're going, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, God. Have you ever had someone break into your house while you're there?
No.
I did. I was a kid. It was crazy.
Maybe it was me.
I didn't know you worked in Massachusetts.
Nah, I never worked in Massachusetts.
He was drunk and he tried. He ripped the screens off of the porch, and he took a piss, and then he gave up. That was like he said. Like he tried the garage, and my dad was crazy. He had those floodlights on, so as soon as you stepped, like you could see the whole yard.
The whole yard, yeah.
And like that's what I woke up to, is him ripping the screens off of the screen. And he, like his excuse was he thought it was his house. So I don't know why he was ripping the screen off of the.
Did they arrest him?
Yeah.
Good. They give him time, or they gave him like probation.
I didn't follow it. I was like 6.
He should have got on the court. He scared me. I was playing with Mickey Mouse. And
I was fucking passed out.
That's fucked up if something like that happens. It's happening a lot in the areas where people are getting home invasions.
Yeah.
Speaking of home invasions, yesterday was 36 years since I home invaded that poor bastard. He's probably getting flashbacks from yesterday. I feel bad for that dude. I still call him. I still call Ken. I'm thinking of calling him tonight, saying, hey, bro, how you doing? House or something like that. So he's not in Tucson no more.
Do you think about it as it leads up to it?
Every year. Like I said it on stage somewhere. November is like my bad luck month. My mother died. I quit doing coke. And I kidnapped Bella. I have like 3 anniversaries on fucking November. The 8th, the 15th, and the 18th. And then I'm done till next year. I don't think of shit till next year.
That is fucked up how they merged it. It's over now.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
36 goddamn years. Isn't that what they were originally offering you, 36 years? Or they threatened you with?
No, they hit me with a charge that's called crime of violence. And crime of violence, if you take it to trial, crime of violence means ×2. So whatever the jury gives you, you automatically got ×2. That's why I didn't consider going to fucking trial, because I would have just been getting out. I would have started a podcast in there called How to Cook on the Fucking Iron. How to Take a Shower in Your Sink.
They have people doing that on Instagram. Have you seen that?
What?
Like just in prison. They show you what the food is that day. They show you their little setups. Some of them have some good setups.
They got great setups. They're like the Cubans. Cubans could fucking.
But who do you have to pay off to leave? Like they have like a like rugs, a whole TV. Like they have a flat, like a TV, not like a prison one you can see inside.
Not the black and whites no more for $29 a month. No, you could bring them into your cell. Now they have those medium prisons. Here's what happens. Okay, I get 22 years. Right? You got 8 years. You come in. You got money. You buy a chair. You get some of your Arabian friends to send over a carpet to you. When you get out, who do you think you give the carpet to?
Right.
Me, because I'm a long term. So everybody gives me shit. After 10 years, what happened?
I have to go click something. Keep going.
After 10 fucking years, you have a ton of shit in your apartment. Especially if you go like 40 years, you got everything. Ukuleles, bongos. You got everybody leaves you something. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to remember that. Who wants to remember that shit in prison? Nobody. Like, that's the bongo I had in prison. I don't want to see that motherfucker. I think I threw away everything I brought home. Socks, underwear. That's bad luck.
I don't blame you.
I didn't bring, and that's what people do. They leave everything, except the Bible beaters. They leave with the Bible, like God, and all of a sudden you see them walk the fence, and they see a liquor store, and they throw the Bible up in the air. It's over. That's how quick religion works in the prisons. So all those muchachs that come out of them, the Lord said, listen, the Lord didn't save you. All you need is a cocktail, and you'll be right back doing what you were doing, cocksucker. Don't be lying to me.
I can't imagine 36 years later. That's crazy. To think, like...
Think of those people that do 20 fucking years.
No.
Think of those people that do 20 years, and they come out, and everything's different. Your wife, your kids, you come out. You don't even know how to use a computer. You don't even know what an ATM
What's
machine
going on,
is.
pimp? How you living? What's good? It's the middle of the night, man.
Yeah, I just woke up to that. See what's up.
All right. Well, Joey Diaz has a new podcast. He's got 5 of them. We're going to plow through these bitches. And nothing really major. I mean, we just talked like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
So enjoy, my man. Get some more sleep. So no need to
Yeah, I'm sure.
delay you on that. You're a good snorer.
Am I really?
No, yeah.
I must have been pretty tired. I usually don't snore unless I'm exhausted.
Yeah, that can happen.
I always think of this one kid that got arrested the night I won the comedy tournament in Boulder. He was dear friends with the people I was hanging out with. He robbed a suitcase from a Kentucky Fried Chicken, thinking there was a bunch of money in there. And there was about $500 in there. And they came and took him. That was December 18th of 1991. That motherfucker just got out 4 years ago. He would get out for 6 months and get another 8 years. Think about that. From 91 to like 2000, they let him out during COVID. So think about it. 91 to 2020. That kid spent his whole life in, that's 29 years in the system.
Right.
30 years in the system with answering to somebody. They come to your house and you're still, last thing I heard, he's working, even though he did 29 years, that motherfucker got like 6 kids.
What?
He's got like 6 kids. I don't know how the fuck he did it. Don't ask me. I couldn't tell you, because I still talk to his nephew. Me and his nephew, he calls me Uncle Joey. We used to fight. I knocked his tooth out. The kid was playing football in the yard. He tried to he was like 10. He would play football. He's a tough motherfucker. But I would always hit the ball from his hand. And I go, fumble. And he'd yell, you cheated, you cheated, you cheated. So even today, when I talk to him, I go, you cheated. Fuck you, motherfucker. I never cheated.
And how did he knock his tooth out? You just wagged it by accident?
His tooth was loose.
Okay.
And he came into like my fucking stomach or something, and everything fucking fell out. One tooth. His dad was laughing. His dad was there. We were fucking dying.
6 fucking kids.
6 kids, and he was in jail for 29 fucking years. Because every time he got out, he spermed up some chick. And then he went right back in there, like, fuck child support. And they would call me, bring the kid on visitation day. Fucking every month, 2 different bitches would come. Bring them Nutter Butters, maybe a carpet. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. That. If you get tired, and there's women that like that shit. There's women that don't mind you going to prison. They don't got to deal with you. They'll fuck some old guy for money and then send you $20 and they're happy. They show up with their hair done, their nails done. The husband's like, what's going on in there? You looking good, bitch. Yeah, I got a job. You got no fucking job. You're sucking somebody's pipe. And he had, dog, I went to jail with a dude that was filthy rich and he had 7 women. He had 7 kids with 7 different women. How old was I when I got locked up? 26. He was 26. He was a fucking stone cold crip. And they brought coke into Colorado from LA and shit. And he got nailed. That dude had 7 motherfucking women because he bought them all cars. And they all had kids. Before they got a car, you got to give me a kid. You know what I'm saying? That's the way this works. There ain't no ring in my relationship. I'll fuck you. I'll get you a car. And then that's it. There ain't no ring. But he would buy him tremendous. He would buy him like Subaru, like the fucking sports car that Subaru made in 88, this SX or some shit like that. The other one had like a Mercedes convertible. This guy was banking.
Did you ever have anyone, were you in there long enough to have like anyone hit you up on the prison pen pal stuff?
No.
What do you mean? No, they have a whole thing.
Well, yeah, I know. With a bunch of chubby women that fucking haven't seen a dick in 22,000 years.
Is it only women? There's no guys who just want to hang out? Like,
yeah, that's what I want. Letters from you telling me how exciting your podcast is. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on 1 second. Let's take a minute here. DraftKings wants to talk to you about Pick 6. We'll be right back. What up, beautiful people? DraftKings is back at it. You ready? I know you love watching the NBA. So do I. But if you want to get even more into the action, you got to try Pick 6 from DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA. Pick 6 lets you select 2 or more players, then choose if they'll have more or less of a certain stat during the game. It's that easy. You can bet on things like points, rebounds, 3-pointers, and more. Then watch the game and see if you still got it. Get ready to have a blast this NBA season with the Pick 6.
Yo, Doug, if you have a second and you're bored, not necessarily now, look at Dane Cook's Instagram. He posted some amazing footage of the drones in Beverly Hills.
Oh, really?
Yeah. When I've been taking a look at least once a night just to see if I see anything, and it's just like there's a street lamp that kind of distorts everything and makes everything look pretty light. But I kind of still, with some kind of hope that I might see something, but he got really clear footage. Take a look at it. And it's hilarious because it's Dane Cook. So it's like he's doing like commentary in the background.
And for the first time, Pick 6 players, check this out. New customers pay a fin $5 and get 50 in Pick 6 credits. Again, new players, $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use promo code Joey. That's code Joey for new customers. Play 5 and get 50 in plus 6 draft picks. Only on DraftKings Pick 6, where the crown is yours. Now go have a good time.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 30 days. Limited time offer. See terms at Pick 6.
Some guys in, or one guy, I shouldn't say some guys. One guy in the Music Biz Marty Discord is trying to pick fights with me, which it's fine. I'm ready for it. I don't know. Some guy who has that Cyrax as his PFP. His name is Big Rag Daddy. He's from Norway, apparently, or something. He's very proud to be Norwegian. Anyway, he says, "Yeah, I'm."
I remember correctly. I think he's not emotional. He doesn't have like out unless I.
That's okay. I want him to.
I don't think he's anybody as well. So
I want him to, especially in there because Music Biz Marty has only been just extremely nice to me. He allows me to stream in there, which is super cool. And I even asked him, "Hey, do you mind if I post a link to all my YouTube streams just so people know where they can find me?" He's like, "You post whatever link you want." I was like, "Oh, wow, that was really nice of you." Most people are like, "Fuck no, get the fuck out of here. You suck dick." And so I'm like, bring it on to this. Yeah, and he's known me for like more than a year, so he knows that I do the same shit like all the time. This isn't anything new.
exactly.
Like of anyone who's been as consistent as possible on the internet, I have for the last 3.5 years. And so this Ragnar guy goes, he says, "Rabbi Rothschild, yeah, I'm calling you out. You are a weirdo. I should have recorded that." I don't even know what he's talking about. Like literally, it's not like I did it. Because I ate ramen? I don't know, man. He says, "Bro's just sitting all gimped up with a projector in the back. What the fuck? What the fuck is this?" He says, "Please don't whip your cock out to anyone that joins. Good night, fellas." Like, I don't do that. Okay, so then the Hamburglar, who's amazing, I didn't even see he said this. He's the greatest and most streamed person of all time. Shout out to the Hamburglar. You're amazing, dog. And then Ragnar says, "Bro is gimped up. I called him out like, what the fuck is this?" And the cam went off, which I don't think it should have, but okay, fine. To be fair, I'd do the same. Man seems to be onto something. Maybe, just maybe. Anyway, you distracted me. I'm out. So I just tell him, "Cool story, bro," because like what? What are you even saying? Okay, and then I just told him, "Watch me from all my streams, my G," and but like little by little, I start to build a little bit just friends there, which is super cool and really nice of Hamburger. There's this guy. So I really judge on how good my strategy is with just being in a bunch of Discords by when I go to sleep and I awake, how many new friend requests have people sent me? And if I get 2 to 3 is average. If I get 5 or more, that's good. Something happened, or maybe I joined a new Discord or whatever. This one guy sends me a really nice message. He's in the Wall Street Bets one. And he says, "Hey, sup, dude. You don't know me by this username, but I'm part of the VC crew on the server you were on today. Saw you were there and wanted to add you while I had the chance. Hope everything is well with you. We don't use that server anymore, but the group is still very active." And I know they don't use the server anymore because the people are fucking toxic. Like, I don't really like using that word, but I don't know how else to describe it. They're being like assholes, I guess is the old school way to say it. So what they do is just like as they say, a few bad apples can ruin the whole bunch, and then nobody wants to be in your Discord anymore. And the Wall Street Bets ones are just incredibly toxic of people. I mean, I read you that one long paragraph a few days ago of some guy who just kept calling me like homophobic slurs and all these other things. It's like, dog, you don't even know me. Like, you have no idea what I do. And I'm the last person on earth to whom you want to do this, because here, I'll talk about it and everyone will fucking know about it from now until the end of time. And they know your username and everything. So, anyway, my little bot, I was really surprised when I awoke this evening that it was still fucking streaming in there, like 100% as much as I wanted it to. So that's good. I've been banned in 2 other Discords, which is no shit happens. It's just what happens to me. It's almost better when they, because then I just move on to another one and then stir up and shit in another one. The one was yeah. Well, so I messaged him back. Thank you so much They can be very mean in there. I would love to be friends with you. What server do you and your friends usually use now? So if he tells me, that's great. If not, it just tells me that not obviously, and I know not everybody's bad, but it's just a few bad apples ruining the whole bunch. And I can tell because I was in this Discord like maybe 2 years ago, and then again like a year ago, and they would get a ton of people in there for real financial shit. When the markets would open, everybody would go in there and they would talk about markets, which is what you're supposed to do. And I don't have much to add to that because, frankly, I think the whole thing is rigged, so I don't really get too much into it. But what I can do is stream the market so you know if it's up and down and all that other shit. That to me adds value. So, but they used to get like, there would be no one in there for most of the day. And then when the markets would open, they'd get 30, 40, 50 people in there, and they'd all watch the markets and do all that, you know, interesting stuff. And but now I notice it's not the same. The only people who are in there are these two same toxic guys. And I kind of feel like a lot of people were just like, look, we can find better options than what we've got if these guys are going to just be such douches. The one guy, I really asked him straight up, why don't you like me? And he's like, I don't like LGBTQ plus people. I'm like, dog, I don't suck dick, man. I fucking rail chicks. If anything, I consider myself the plus because of transhumanism. And if I live for like 1,000,000 years, I don't want to say that I'm not going to have sex with like a billion years. And I've had sex with every chick on Earth. I would perhaps experiment with an extraterrestrial. I'd perhaps experiment with an animal if I had its consent using telepathy. Like, I'm talking about shit that like nobody else is talking about. And then perhaps, I don't know, it's like if there were someone who was like, I don't know, they're born with both chromosomes or whatever, they're like XXY, and they were super hot. In 1,000,000 years, yeah, I might consider it if I fucked every other chick on Earth and I get bored. I mean, basically, that's kind of my theory. And people may say, well, that's not realistic.
You don't want to close yourself off to anything.
Exactly. And in reality, I'm an advocate for transhumanism, not transgenderism, not cutting off the genitalia of children. All of that should be done by consenting people, in my opinion. And like, frankly, according to the law, you shouldn't be able to consent until you're of the age of maturity. But once you're there, if you want to have a circumcision, you can do that. If you want to have female genital mutilation, you can do that. Male on yourself, do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not going to get in the way. But until you can, but that's only until you. If you cannot, or that's only if you can consent. If you can't consent, then I don't want bestiality. I don't want male genital mutilation. I don't want female genital mutilation. And I want to end some of these practices. But anyway, I tried to explain to this guy, dog, I am of anything the plus. I don't identify, certainly not as gay. I've never fucking been fucked. I've never fucking fucked a dude. I'm not bi. I'm not attracted to dudes at all. At all. Like, they're disgusting to me. Chicks, yeah, I'm cool with that. Okay, so lesbians are cool, fine, whatever, you do what you want to do. And okay, so LGBT, which is generally like trans people, which I don't even know what that is. And then Q, I don't even know what that is. I mean, it's just like people who dip their toe in. I don't fucking know. And then there's plus, and no one has fucking defined plus. So I define plus as transhumanism. It's really the idea that we are in a breakaway civilization, moving away from Homo sapiens into perhaps a new type of organism that doesn't die. That's what really separates everything. It's not about your genitalia. It's not about the what you think about. You know, whether you like to wear nail polish or fucking skirts, it's not about that. All of those are just choices of humans. What it is about to me is when you start to not die. If you start to not die, then you're a different kind of species, in my opinion, scientifically, looking at it from a biological standpoint. And when that happens, then you have to open yourself up to all of the different options that are out there. And, you know, in the future, there's maybe the possibility where a lot more options exist. So I don't want to close myself off to anything necessarily. Well, because of that, you know, I get labeled all these things, and it's like, okay, I get it. But just because one guy doesn't, well, two guys, I should say, don't like me, you know, I have to put up with that shit. But I get just the biggest fucking kick out of them having to take time out of their day to kick me out of a VC, and then it's just a fucking robot that brings me back. So I'm not even paying attention to it, and they're fucking like thinking that they're causing harm to me. It's literally like not even.
Sorry, I just came up with a joke. I want to preface it by telling you it's a joke.
Okay, let's hear.
I should have just cut you off and said, sounds like a lot of words for trying to say you want to suck a dick. Anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, I already like started with that. Like that's not my thing.
I know you don't, but I was just trying to make like a cross joke.
Yeah.
It just popped in my mind. Like sounds like a lot of words to make an excuse.
Wait, but let me counter that. Let me counter that. You're absolutely right. I do want to suck a dick. I do badly. I have a goal that once we rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, the Temple of Jerusalem, the Temple of Solomon, then I want to start humanity working on. Just one moment. Hold on. What is the word? Hold on. Autofellatio, where you suck your own dick. Wait. Wait, I don't have to do that. Basically, yeah, I can get flexible and stuff, but using human growth hormone and stem cells, I'll be able to have an 18-inch dick someday if I want, or if, you know, science continues to improve. And
you don't even have to bend over.
Exactly. So, like, I counter that. I do. I want to suck a dick badly. I want to see what it's like. Now, from all of my own, I don't want to suck another dude's dick. But, so I even counter that. Yeah, I do want to suck a dick, my own. Autofellatio, which is like, you know, decades into the future, but it is a plan of mine that.
I love it. I love when you always have these answers. It makes me laugh.
Absolutely. So, but yeah, I mean, it is a lot of words to say you want to suck a dick, but yeah, but not another dude's dick, my own dick. And the people from whom I've absolutely, and from the people who I have with whom I've interacted, which is not a lot of them, and it happened to be in Amaranth, if you know that streamer. It was in her Discord. It was live in a call. I had the opportunity to talk to a guy who was able to do it and did it on camera or did it on OnlyFans and stuff. It's not that great. It's like work. It's a lot of work. There's a Bill. Yeah, there's a Bill Hicks joke. Shout out to Bill Hicks, R.I.P. Where he says, "Ladies, I'm just gonna make it very clear to you all. There's only one reason and one reason only that there is a man next to you. And that reason is that that man cannot suck his own dick. If he could, I would be in a manless theater here, and I wouldn't even be here. It would just be a bunch of women in here because we would all be at home sucking our own dicks." And
that's fucking hilarious.
There's some brilliance to that. But yeah, I mean, I really do envision a day where autofellatio is a thing, and I want to suck my own dick. My own dick, yeah. And if you, I don't know, I hope so too. I mean, it's good to have plans. Hey, the only difference between a dream and a goal is a plan. And yes, yoga does get involved in that, but it's much easier to just take a needle, stick it in your dick, and have it grow bigger at a certain point, somehow, some way. But within the next 30 years or so, that will be a reality, most likely. And hey, let me just say, I would love to be the Neil Armstrong of that project.
Picks.draftkings.com/
I would love to. Hopefully, it doesn't wave.
Promos.
We're back, bitches. Oh my God. Don't forget, Pick 6 DraftKings. Ooh, I forgot what I was talking about there for a second. I just got hit with one of these jokey fucking little pens. What are they called?
Joke and toke.
Joke and toke, a gram of weed in the fucking thing. You light it. If you're sick of smoking, you put the cork back on. It's like having a hemorrhoid. You know what I'm saying? You can stop shitting whenever you want. You stop yawning.
You
cunt.
should-
He
what
eats
do you
a
mean
half a
having a
mushroom and he's yawning like Zombo over here.
What do you think is my joints? You think I want to walk around at a normal, just yawning, looking fucked up?
Can you believe this?
What do you mean? Can I?
This is what I live with. This is
Who
what I
can
live
stop yawning?
Who can stop yawning? You just go, I'm not going to yawn no more.
That's
Open
not
up your eyes.
how that works.
And that's it. Wake
I'm
up.
not tired.
Like when
It's
you
not
go
a
to
tired
yeah,
thing.
remember? Yeah. Say that to yourself. Yeah.
Who says yaw to
Just
themselves?
say that. That's how you wake up. Bro, the Chinese say it all the time.
No, they don't. I mean, one Chinese person who's ever said yaw ever in their
Bruce
life.
Lee. That's how you got up in the morning. Yeah. And that fucking, that gets you excited about the day. Speaking about excitement, man. We were going to talk about it before, but somewhere we got a little disconnected, discombobulated here. It's the first podcast together in a room since we did it at my fucking living room with the cat. But for a guy my age, the Tyson thing was really interesting. I mean, people were talking shit after the fight online, Jake Paul. It wasn't really about Jake Paul. It was really about Mike Tyson and what this guy's fucking been through his whole life. And how he got robbed and fucking, you know, everybody robbed this poor bastard. Hold on. Ooh, the couch is not a virgin no more.
Thank
you know what I'm saying? It ain't a party. Somebody farts on the couch. It's an empty fart, though. There's nothing in there. It was a protein shake. So, but,
How do you know?
Because that's all I had. I had a bean and rice and cheese burrito after boxing
Yeah, that sounds like you're gonna smell.
with salsa. That's it. No meat, no nothing. But anyway, you interrupted.
I'm so sorry, Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. So think about that man's been through. You know, I don't know if you people even know or remember. A couple of years ago, he lost a child on a treadmill.
Oh, I know.
A child on a treadmill, you know? And then we were lucky enough to meet him, do his podcast, go down there a few times, and he's a sweetheart of a fucking man. But there were times during the fight that I felt really bad. Like when he was walking in, I don't think he knew where he was. I really don't.
At the end?
No, in the beginning.
At
He
the
was walking
beginning?
in like, it's like something like somebody said, Mike, you know, I think you could fight 3 rounds. And he's like, yeah, I think so. You know, it's like talking to me. Hey, you have any interest in going to Europe? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, good. And all of a sudden, those motherfuckers call you 2 days later and go, hey, you were talking about I could get a fight going and get Netflix to come on or whatever. And then it just kept. And then he got sick in June. That's why they called it off.
Right.
And what knows the reason? I know he was in the hospital and he was very sick or something. And then now November, whatever, he fights, you know. And people are talking shit, but then it's like anything else anymore. You know, you show somebody a dollar bill and instead of going, oh, that's a dollar bill, they go, oh, it's dirty. It's got Coke on it. You didn't get the fucking point. It's like when Bruce Lee smacked that little kid in the beginning of Enter the Dragon. And he's telling him, throw a kick at me. And he goes, what did you feel? And he goes, let me think. He goes, you shouldn't fucking think about it. It should just come to you naturally. And he says something in there. He goes, something about looking. It's weird what people look at anymore. We're all looking to tear down people. Like it's, you go online. I mean, my wife said to me, she goes, if you go online right now, they're tearing up this fucking The Buffer thing. It was Netflix's first time for doing a live thing like that. I mean, that's fucking sports. That's a lot of people in a lot of fucking houses. How many fucking people saw that? It was the second biggest Netflix show, right?
Has to be millions.
Compared to the roast. So,
and you can rewind it. Like for Netflix to be doing any of this stuff is crazy.
That's where it's going. Netflix took a chance. They flew Charlize Theron in there. They had Shaq there. They had every fucking celebrity in the world down there. That costs money, guys, or they said they're going to give them a special or something. Yeah, who the fuck knows? Who knows, you know? But I got to see this guy, you know, like I go to jiu-jitsu, and I get pissed off the second time I roll because I can't finish a 5-minute round. And that's me fucking jumping up and down and lifting weights. and I saw him at the end of the 8 rounds, I thought he was going to fucking die. And I know that feeling. You just start getting tingles in your body. You don't even want to move.
Yeah.
You're like, this is it. This heart's going to blow up, man. You know, my fucking Whoop watch is going, ah! That means you're over the fucking threshold of 150, your heart rate. Like, I'm supposed to be at 125, but then 150 is where you should work out at. I don't know. I'm no heart specialist. But just all those things. That guy took a hell of a fucking chance. And he got punched. He got punched a couple of times. I mean, somebody said, well, 16 minutes, I could do that stand on my head. You know what, man? Not when you got Jake Paul in front of you.
Right.
Your heart is beating.
In front of how many? Where was it?
No, forget about in front of fucking 80,000 people.
Right, that's what I mean, yeah.
I'm talking about in front of a 27-year-old, roided up fucking kid that is strong. If he hits you with a fucking left hook, you're going to see pigeons. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know, he's a strong fucking kid.
Yeah.
He hit Tyson a few times. And if you watch the replay when he would hit him, Tyson would get hit and then block. Guys, when you're fucking after 45, you're taking a big chance because your reaction time is slower. I mean, I don't know. Anybody see Aaron Rodgers play football lately? He's not the same guy that we saw in Green Bay, moving, dodging. You know, you could actually start to see the aging. Nothing bad about it. This is all balls. Most guys would just go home. Okay? For you and your... Look at fucking Brady. Brady looked fucking great. And look at this kid with the fucking kid that plays on his team now, LeBron.
Oh, yeah?
LeBron spends $8 million a year on his fucking body. And it works. And you see it. You fucking see it. That's what you need to be a high caliber athlete. Well, Mike Tyson's 58, and he's in L.A. He was trained by Rafael Cordero, and he's in the land of fucking supplements and sun. Nothing could have helped him go. He was probably on testosterone, if that helps, you know, with the human growth. I don't know what he was on, but he had to be on something to recuperate.
Oh, my God. But you think that was he not going super hard or just, you know, at 58, 8 rounds is a fucking long time.
2-minute rounds with a 2-minute break. Yeah, you can do that with a punching bag. I can do that standing on my head with a punching bag. 2 minutes, take a breather, take a hit off the joint. But you got a monster in front of you. Right. And every time he hits the body, that takes away from your breathing. Every time they hit your head, but you could see, if you see when he would connect with him, he would, like, the hand would be here. They'd go, it was too late. He already got hit. You know, I'm not laughing.
No, I'm not laughing.
What happens after for you guys right now? Because I've seen a bunch of old guys play shadow box at the gym. I went to the gym today. It was like 3 dudes shadow box. Too many of these old guys watching Mike Tyson fight. There's gonna be a.
Yeah, dog. I'm live in his Discord right now. It's just discord.gg/music is Marty. Okay. I don't know why that's true, but just one moment. Just one moment. You're making me do work. I get it. No, dude, that's a lot of work. Just one moment. For anyone else, I tell them go fuck themselves. But for you, Jake, check your inbox. You should have it. Why did you ask me if I know who Music Biz Marty is?
Because he likes to angle it.
Yeah, I mean, how do you know who he is? Did you find out about me from him or no?
No, I don't talk to that man personally. What he does for content.
I understand. I understand. Yeah. Actually, Caspian C found me through Music Biz Marty, as some other people. So, yeah, you should just know that that's kind of crazy. I'm pretty well known in there. Yeah, it seems that way. That's really cool. The reason why I say that's really cool is you just like normally people will ask me. This happens 100 times.
There's gonna be a
out
bunch
of
of old guys
100.
getting their ass kicked pretty soon. Every day,
Just
some
a
old guy
moment.
gets knocked out the Bronx. He's gonna go out there with his little fucking shorts on that he had when he boxed in 1920.
Generally, if you ask me 100 different streamers, I get
And
asked
he's gonna
maybe-
challenge somebody to knock him the fuck out.
I get asked 100 different streamers, and I don't know any of them because I don't really watch streamers. I only watch myself. Well, so you know all about them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know all about them very well. Well, yeah. Did you get my invite? Big Dog, did you get my invite?
Yeah, I got your invite, so I was talking about it.
You're good. Is your friend on Discord?
No.
All right. Very. All right. Well, enjoy, my man.
God, trust me. Take a ride this week to your local parks. Not in Colorado. It's snowing like a motherfucker. But take a ride to your local parks. You're going to see one old guy fucking shadow. I saw 3 of them in the gym today. I'm not fucking kidding you.
Have they ever asked you to ever do one of those celebrity ones?
No. And I would never fucking do it. Why would I do it? I know who I am. First, I got a bum fucking knee.
Right.
I got a fake fucking knee. I got a whatever. You see me here. When I go for the court, I fucking almost tumble over with this fucking thing. I go to fucking Pilates once a week to learn how to stand on one leg. You know, I do it all. But I know I don't have my lung, they're done. 30 years of cocaine, 50 years of smoking dope. Something's got to fucking, some tube in there ain't working like it used to. Because every time I get excited, you see I got to go pee. I pee 80 times a day, dog. I landed and I had to pee. I pee right outside. I don't even have time to walk down the stairs. It'll blow out of me at this age.
Really?
Yeah, it'll blow out of me. I got paper towels. I got water in the car. I got Lysol wipes. You know how many times my dick blows up on the turnpike? I can't even take it no more, dog. I pull over to pee, and I don't even give a fuck. I just make sure I'm not close to a school or a girls' school or something. Like I'm close to like a factory. Because they'll get you for that perversion shit, for that showing your dick to kids.
Yeah.
Just because you're peeing in the park that nobody's around. There ain't nobody around except the tree. If the tree's not fucking 18, what the fuck?
Do you ever ask the tree?
No, but you know, if you cut the fucking tree, every line in the tree is how old the tree is. If you read,
right?
You didn't know that.
I knew that.
No, you don't. Israeli people don't know that shit. They don't know. Indians know that shit.
I haven't run into that. I've almost shit my pants a couple of times.
You ever pee the bed?
I peed the bed. I was
How
talking
many
about this
times
today.
as a
Dude,
kid?
a million. I peed the bed
Okay,
until I was
remember
12.
what your mattress looked like? That's
Yeah.
one circle.
No,
they
got
the inside of a fucking tree, okay? All little circles. And then as you get old, you get the cum ones. It's just a little puddle. You can see there's a little fucking leaf growing out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, your cum leaves them stain?
Lately.
I don't know.
These are jokes.
What do you mean you leave this as jokes?
These are jokes.
I was still thinking about that. I peed the bed till I was 12. And I didn't, after the first time I had the rubber mattress thing. Like the
Surprised you
cover.
don't have a rubber mattress now. You know
I haven't
what?
peed in the bed in a long time.
Remember they used to make excuses for fucking periods? It's like, oh,
Well, yeah, we didn't want to pee. We were
watched
asleep.
He must have saw a fire before he went to bed. Really, he saw a fire every fucking night. You know, they always had it. You know, he drank too much water. I used to, I peed the bed a month ago. But I didn't pee the bed. Listen to what I did. I went to get up, but I fell asleep sideways. So I just peed. I didn't even know. I had no idea. My wife goes, "Can I talk to you about something?" What? She goes, "Look at the side of the bed." And the pee came out of the side. My dog, I'm telling you, I take so many pees at night. I get up. Some nights I kick the cat. Fuck, it's brutal. So I pee, dog. This is what it is to be 61. I fucking pee and I drink. I drink a lot of shit throughout the day. So it's got to come out.
Holy shit! I'm beside us. So you like passed out and you just kept peeing?
I guess. I don't know. There was a comedian that got so coked up in Vegas. He went on stage and he pissed himself.
Oh.
And till this day, he said he didn't even feel it, the pee coming out. How much coke do you have to do not to feel the pee coming out of your fucking dick in front of 200 people? And they're like, what the fuck is going on?
I feel so much better now.
Why do
He
you feel
pissed
so much
himself
better now?
because I've never peed myself on stage.
Thank God.
Holy shit! Who was the guy I was thinking about him? Who like laid down and started doing his material? Like he was on coke or something. I don't know. I just have this image of this guy lying down.
There was a couple guys that lived down, but I don't fucking know now. I'm all confused. I got my own problem. You know what I'm saying? I can't even do 45 minutes. Shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm too old. I did 40 last week. I did like 37, 38. It wasn't my best show, guys. But guess what? I'm coming back. My mind is starting to come back, and that's all that fucking matters. And I've been writing a lot lately.
Yeah.
And it's not funny. I know it. I can tell you right off the bat. That ain't funny. But I also know that that's time. That's time served.
Right.
That's what I know after doing comedy for so long. I'm going to have 10 of those pages with nothing. And then I also write in the fucking journal. So I'm going to have 10 or 12 of those pages, but then one day it's going to come out.
Yeah.
One fucking day, one thing, and I'm going to grow with that. And that's what happens. You just got to stick to that. You got to get the muscles back. If you don't write every fucking day, and I always write something in my head, you know that, but I'm always thinking, cracking jokes to myself. But to write a joke and to space them and put them together and where you want, that's a different fucking animal.
And you can tell on paper if it's funny?
I could, listen, if I'm writing at that level, I'm also getting fucking stoned.
Right.
And I got to make myself laugh. Like, that's the whole thing. You have to put the fucking pen down and go, oh my God, what will they say when they hear that? I get thrown out of the club. And then you start adding things by yourself. But it's usually you've been sitting there for an hour. That's why I tell people when you sit there with a notebook, it's not the first half hour. You're not going to get dick.
Really?
It's like watching a movie in your house. People are going to text you, oh, I need a peanut butter cup. You know, whatever the fuck you do to kill time.
Right.
And then the last 5 minutes, you come up with 2 good things that could grow on, and then on stage, what are those things? But I know for a fact that, listen, you got to hit that notebook every day, even with stupid shit. I say stupid shit, you know. But you got to put it all together. And then you have to see what's going on in your life. People want to hear what the fuck is going on with your life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is really the nuts and bolts of your life? Well, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, dude, you were teasing me a little bit last night, but I've watched the last couple of nights. I've watched 2 of Tom Papa's latest specials, and he does a fantastic job.
Writer.
Oh yeah, that's
He's
why I
a
watched.
great writer, and his delivery is so deadpan and so.
And he repeats stuff. I just watch this stuff now to try to learn a little. But he has a special. I think it's 4 years ago, and it's talking about like you're doing okay. And his whole thing is like, you know, like you're doing fine, but like you're a piece of shit. And just the way he did it was I don't know. I that's one of the few spots. Like that's how I know a special is good when I can rewatch it. Is I don't rewatch many specials.
You know, I started watching the special the other day. The girl, Ippolito or something like that Ari produced from Louis C.
Oh yeah, Adrienne Palucci.
Adrienne Palucci. It was pretty good.
I haven't seen the special.
I've never seen it live, but it was pretty fucking damn good. The first 20 minutes that I saw, and then again, something happens.
Yeah.
Somebody fucking bothers you with a question. When you're zoomed in, that's why we were discussing the movie theaters till this day. I'm a theater guy, you know.
I just went.
And my wife is one of those motherfuckers that once she tells you, like the other day, she comes downstairs, she goes, I'm going to go for a walk. In the morning, she always leaves at 7. Once we put Mercy on the bus at 7:15, my wife goes after her. And she walks the neighborhood. She used to walk the park, put the deer out. That's why I got chased by the fucking fox. I got chased. I don't even go up there unless I'm You think I'm kidding you, bro? I used to walk in the softball field up there. And one day I saw a little fucking deer, whatever, a doe, whatever they fucking call them.
Oh,
no,
okay.
fox,
Deer,
little
okay.
deer. He was all skinny. And next thing you know, I didn't say nothing to this little motherfucker. I just was sitting there looking at him. He was like 60 yards away. I saw them jump the fence and come towards me. Like she thought I was gonna fucking shoot him with a bow and arrow. I had nothing on me. I had nothing. I had no guns. I had nothing.
And she attacked you?
The mother went to attack me. I had to fucking run through the fence, but she was in the fenced area. I just happened, the fence was like 20 feet from where I was standing. She was running towards me. Jesus, so I don't go up there no more. I say, fuck it, but my wife walks up there. But now that it's cold, you know, she walks the neighborhood and shit. So what we thought, how did we get there?
I don't know.
So, you know, she'll tell me, like, I'm going to go for a walk.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Then she'll go up and down the stairs 3 times. I'm like, what's the story? How many times are you going to go up and down? Fucking down. I'm trying to
need something.
That's what I live with. Like, I'm writing a joke at fucking 7:15 in the morning, 7:20. I'm in. I already did 3 bong hits. I took a shit. I fucking drank water. I did everything. I drank a fucking
liquid IV.
Liquid IV. You know, I've done everything. I'm ready to go. I already put $25 in DraftKings and $1 bills to see if I hit the slots in the morning. That's the best time to hit the slots in the fucking morning and late at night. Or when a big sporting event is on. I think I won like $82 the other day playing fucking while Mike Tyson was getting beat up. Because when there's a good event on, the casino's empty. So they're like, we need you to stay for a little while. So I just go on fucking DraftKings Casino. You don't know how many fucking times I go, voila, I'm home for the day. I take my shoes off. I take 3 hits off the pipe. I pee. I wash my hands. Now she's upstairs. I can hear her, my daughter upstairs. The minute I put DraftKings in the $25, I can hear her starting to make her way down. But as soon as I hit the jackpot, the 3 things, she's right there standing behind me like a fucking kiss of death. Focus. So I always don't get the 3 red ones. I always get a red one, a yellow, and a blue. And I'm like, I always get a blue when you're around. When you're not here, you know how to get 2 reds and a fucking yellow. I know how to get the most out of DraftKings. She's got that type of luck. Like she always comes down at the wrong fucking time. There's times I'm getting hot and sticky with a joke and I'm giggling and I'm putting YouTube on. I'm fucking around. All of a sudden, she's coming down and she's doing laundry. I'm like, why are you doing laundry? I started to wash my ass. Now when I go in the fucking shower, I get 2 minutes of heat and then cold water, which has never happened. But you don't want to have the laundry on in the morning. Why? You want that water to be hot. You know what I'm saying? Right. You're killing me with this shit. And she's like, I didn't know. You didn't fucking know. And then she'll go upstairs. Then she'll come back down. Listen, there's no apples. Do you mind the listen, I don't give a fuck. You got a pineapple, an apple? I'll eat whatever you got. Then she'll come down again. Breakfast is ready. You couldn't yell from upstairs. You can't see I'm laser focused in. When she gets up, she gets her coffee and goes right into her office. I've never hit that door because I don't want to hear her in the morning. That's the last motherfucker I want to hear. I don't even look at the phone anymore. Like, you ever look at the phone in the morning? I don't even do that. Because I always wake up to some stupid text message from somebody I don't even know. Or, hey, I found this on Instagram at 2 in the morning. Give me a fucking break. I don't even sleep with the phone in my room. It stays on the Whoop. I charge it, and I put the Whoop sleep, so I know what the fuck I'm doing if I'm falling asleep, if I'm breathing heavy.
But this affect, like, it really affects, like, it seems like it affects you a lot.
The what?
Like, just people walking by you.
No, because you're focused on something.
Right.
You ever try to work on something and somebody keeps coming in at the wrong time? You're right there trying to figure out that mathematical fucking question. You're like 60 times 5. And all of a sudden somebody comes in and goes, hey, I'm picking up at 2:15. Fuck. Now you threw me the fuck off now. I'm trying to figure out 300. Now you come in with 2:15. You can't come in here and tell me fucking God bless you. No. You have to come down here and hit me with a number. Now I got my ear all fucked up. I gotta go get fucking. They're gonna go. They took a fucking fat ball out of the lobe the other day. They took it out and it was on the fucking hook. It just sat there like a little Papa Rieta. It looked like a little fucking potato ball bug. I don't know what's in my fucking ear no more. Look at this poor bastard. Here we go. Hey Joey, this is what I wake up to. Hey, Joey, I was wondering if we could be willing to do a Skype and say a few words from my comedy roast December 23rd, December 27th. You don't have to go anywhere. You could do it. I'm like, guy, it's the 27th. You couldn't have a roast on April 8th like every other fucking moron. The 27th of December. I got things to do. I got the Jewel Lodge. You know what I'm saying? I'm at fucking Steak Shack. Has anybody had the Jewel Lodge chocolate shake at Steak Shack or Shake Shack? Whatever the fuck.
No, Steak and Shake?
My daughter bought it the other day. She got braces now, that fucking animal. I made her a fucking, she had braces like that. I'm hungry. I go, I'll make you a milkshake. This is the first day she got the braces. I made her a chocolate. I made vanilla, and I looked in, dope it up. And I got chocolate chips, so I put them in there. Those beauty ones. An hour later, she's like, Dad, I got chocolate chip in my braces. I know. I thought the blender took care of them. So she's been on fucking milkshakes for 3 days. So the other day she brought that home. It was fucking delicious. I'm like, you didn't bring a whole one for me? It's got to be 3,001 calories.
Oh, yeah. But I love it. What is it? You said Yule log?
Chocolate with like a white cream on top. A bunch of sprinkles and shit. I just got a little fucking, and I was like, God damn, that chocolate's good. Sometimes you need a good chocolate shake.
Yeah, they had Mr. Softy in Harlem today. No, I couldn't.
You didn't chase it?
I thought about it. Dude, I feel like you do that. Whenever I'm trying to be good, I feel like you have like it in with certain restaurants. So you'll just tell them, come up with stuff like McDonald's comes up with stuff that I've always wanted to try. You don't think I want to try a chicken Big Mac?
Oh.
You don't think
But why?
Why not?
Because
I'm high and it's there and it's gonna taste good if it's hot.
It's not. You're not gonna taste good. You're gonna feel really shitty about yourself, and you're gonna feel shit the next day. You're gonna either shit blood
that's
or
tomorrow's
bone,
problem.
Or that's tomorrow's problem. Why would you do this? Like
I'm not going to eat it. I'm not eating it.
This fucking guy goes to a diner. He never knows before. We got 22 diners in the area. Not my brother. He's got to go to a diner. I don't know. I stopped over there. Why would you stop over there? We grew up at the fucking diner on Bergen Boulevard. Grew up in it. I still remember in the 80s going in there for the toasted fucking corn muffin. But this genius,
he wants to broaden his horizons.
Yeah, to get a cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? I can see if you want to go out there for chicken marsala. I got a cheese. Oh, I shit my pants. That's what you get. Is that what you want to do at your age? Shit your pants with little chicken McDonald's sandwiches? Be my fucking guest. We live in America. Why do you think RFK became fucking president? Whatever the fuck they did. The czar. To fucking help us.
So
We're
that's
in bad
how
shape.
good they're gonna get now. The McDonald's.
The what?
It'll be healthy.
No. The best they can do is close that motherfucker down.
That's true.
But
I
they'll
haven't
never
been
do
in
it because
years.
Mickey D, the father, will give fucking Trump $2 million, and they goes, you keep putting sugar in the French fries. See, that's the problem you have. So then you have to decide what you want to fucking do.
Oh right, but they.
Oh right, what?
I don't know where it started. I just know that it always feels like when I'm trying to do something, they come up with shit, and I feel like it's you. Like, oh, that's how it was with the Mr. Softy. No, I can't stop at Mr. Softy at 11 in the morning.
Yeah, but I call Mr. Softy.
I feel like you do call Mr.
Sit
Softy
outside your house and fucking ring his bell.
Yeah.
You got some fucking wild imagination.
You would do
Jesus
that.
Christ. I could see if you said, Joey, somebody stealing the underwears and selling them to old people for the small $10 to sniff them.
I have been missing underwear. Is that you?
No.
I swear to God. You wait to old people?
I don't fucking know. I'm just saying. I could see me coming up on the radar.
Right.
But what would I have to do with that? That means I have to give Mr. Softy $20 to go to your fucking neighborhood.
And I feel like you would do that.
And stand outside. Yeah. If he was selling poison, if he was putting poison in
you.
the
I thought it was just
give
trying
him
to.
the small 50, go over there and don't leave till Lee comes out. Hit him with the Jerry Jones mix, the Jones, the guy in Guyana.
Oh my God. Fuck you.
This poor bastard.
Who knows?
That's what I live with. You understand?
What do you mean? What I do? This is what you create.
4 years without a podcast, and we sound like fucking, freaking frack over here. We're supposed to bring joy.
I'm very happy.
And I can see you're sitting there half retarded again for the 80th time. And then we didn't even go heavy.
What do you mean we didn't go heavy?
How many milligrams did you
200 milligrams of ABX
I ate
and
200
3 grams of
milligrams.
mushroom.
Drive with one eye closed?
Yeah, but no one does that.
That's why, because you got to keep training.
No one can
But
train
you
to
don't
that
train
level.
no more. You forgot all about this shit. And this is why I'm happy you're back. You're back to training the Israeli way. This is Krav
Not
Maga
even
edibles.
Israelis do this.
This is the Krav Maga way to do it. You think the Krav Maga people just go in there and they fight people? No, they make them do different things. They spray them with mace.
Right.
That's what makes you the Krav Maga guy. That's what makes Krav Maga so special. So one of those fucking Tuesdays when Aaron goes, they fucking give them edibles. They drink that water. It's from Israel. And they drink the water all fucked up and you got to fight people. You got to fucking make all those noises and fucking,
I had no idea that Krav Maga was so serious.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say to you. It's as serious as you make it.
Right,
you
but
just don't stop training. It's all fucked up. But now that you're here, we got you again.
Well, not everyone has access. Dude, you try to go to a dispensary anywhere in the world and find anything like that.
What?
What? 800 milligrams. Dude, I would be eating gummies all day to take 200 milligrams.
Yeah, but we don't even show up with those.
I know you don't,
We're
but
still
I
showing up
wasn't
with
here
the
for a while.
ABXs. I showed up with hash. I got all the goodies for tonight.
I know you.
Chocolate bar from fucking Funk Factory Farms, that was good. The salted chocolate caramel. Did you taste it? Fucking delicious. And we had the fucking gummy, not the gummies, the
under the tongue
bread strips. You know, even didn't hit you yet. And we've been smoking.
It did better hit me. What the fuck didn't hit?
Can you believe this poor bastard yelling and screaming like Kennedy's son over there? The fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know. You wouldn't. Were they yelling?
I don't know. But RFK is going to change all this shit. And you can't just eat whatever they fucking want no more. And like bagels used to be good. Like, can't eat them no more. They got a bunch of shit in them. Don't digest right in your stomach. Me, I don't give a fuck. I'm still going to eat a good Staten Island bagel. That doesn't deter me from anything. But I'm not going to eat them every day, is what my point is.
No. And I don't think those are the bagels they're putting shit in. Like the Staten Island ones I would trust.
Oh, the ones that you get at the supermarket and actually take them home like you do.
I don't buy them.
Sara Lee fucking bagels. I went to his house once. Yeah,
you never went there and saw Sara Lee bagels?
Sara Lee bagels and fucking rice patties.
Rice cakes.
Papillon ain't better than that. Fucking Papillon ain't better than that. Who eats fucking rice patties?
Papillon?
Papillon is Steve McQueen. He was in the movie. They threw him in a prison. He was eating cockroaches and shit there.
He would love a rice cake. Are you kidding me?
Listen, Papillon.
I stand by rice cakes.
Papillon was in solitary confinement for a year. He would never break down for a rice cake. He'd spit it back at the people. He was eating the highest protein. He was eating roaches and lizards.
And you think he would say no to a caramel rice cake?
Fuck yeah, that's for pussies. I got time.
Well, that's a different
carbs.
story.
I got no time for carbs in prison. We got no light. You're doing push-ups.
I think you'd fucking love it.
What do you got this week, cocksucker?
This week, I'm at Parks Casino on Thursday.
Oh, shit.
And Friday and Saturday, I'm with Josh Wolf in Des Moines.
Oh, shit. Des Moines, Iowa. City of excitement. All right, what else?
They have a pizza place with they put Chinese food on the pizza. I was going to make it a surprise for you. What do you think about that? They have like an orange chicken one and a crab rangoon one.
Man, go down there and knock yourself out. Don't come crying to me with a crab rangoon stuck in your asshole. Cream cheese and mozzarella pizza. Who does that? That thing's going to get wedged in your ass. That little fucking wonton is going to be sticking like that. You're going to have 3 black dudes in Iowa trying to pull it out of your asshole.
How do you think it's going to get in my asshole?
Because it's not going to come out of your intestines.
Why am I eating this wonton whole?
Because how are you going to eat the wonton?
I'm going to chew. It's called like Mr. Fong's.
Okay, you go hang out with Mr. Fong. I'll be right here eating fucking nice Chinese food. Fucking, you're gonna get Chinese food in Iowa. You don't listen. Those are the leftover
It's not Chinese food, it's pizza.
The only Chinese people that left in Iowa are the ones that left over from doing the tracks.
Well, those probably make good food.
And you remember they used to throw them over the ledge with the stick of dynamite.
What?
Chino, come here. Throw them over the ledge with the stick of dynamite. Boom. That's the reason why there's Chinese people in Colorado and fucking Iowa, because they did the trains and they're part of a Nungu network that brings heroin into the country. That's why all those little cities have fucking heroin.
I didn't know.
You didn't know that shit. See, Uncle Joey here to fucking break it down. You think you're goofing on them, going ha ha ha.
Well, how are you?
Soup. This mother.
You're fine?
I'm great. Yeah. How are you?
I'm kind of sick.
Oh no.
I yesterday stayed at 7 hours.
Wow. Bravo, girl. That's very good.
Wow. You were streaming for 3 hours every day, yeah?
Yep. More. From like 10 different cameras.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it's a start. Good on you. So, if you would just bear with me one moment. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay.
I'm back. So, did you have a lot of people come and watch you?
Kind of.
How many do you know?
How many I know before?
No, how many people came in and watched you?
I think that. People come watch.
How many?
I think 10.
Okay. Are you streaming in Polish?
Yeah, in Polish, sometimes when somebody comes from other country, I'm trying to speak it. I'm trying to.
I think that your English is good enough that you could stream in English.
Oh, that's interesting. In Polish, I am learning about that. For example, yesterday I was learning about time dilation. That's
Time dilation? Time dilation? Time dilation?
yes, dilation time and other physics, for example, exercise like that. That's hard in English, but I can try. It will be the kids me, I think.
Yeah, well, so I just wanted you to have more viewers. So you have something going for you as a streamer that is a huge advantage. You're a girl, and there aren't that many girls who stream in comparison to the amount of boys who stream. So when you go and stream, people are going to be interested in what you do more so than if it's just a dude. And so if you're looking for more than 10 people, I would recommend perhaps English streams. But if you do that, just know that there are a lot more English speakers. But like, for instance, I would have never seen your stream, nor would a lot of people, unless you have the settings as Polish. But I get what you're saying. Do you know what language reactor is?
That's what a language reactor
Yes. So you know how I'm able to make my videos different language. Just one moment.
Okay. But the half is what you said. I understand.
I understand. I think. Hey, what's going on?
Myślę, że.
How are you?
I think I can do it.
Good. Very good.
And you?
Very good. Good.
I think that you should download something called Language Reactor. It allows you to watch videos in both Polish and English. It's how I watch all my YouTube videos in multiple languages. I think it may help.
Myślę, że powinieneś pobrać coś, bo Language Reactor pozwala oglądać filmy zarówno po polsku, jak i po angielsku. Tak oglądam wszystkie moje filmy na YouTube w wielu językach. Myślę, że to może pomóc.
It is free. I will send you the link to it, and I can help you if you need help. It's very easy to use.
Jest darmowy. Wyślę ci link do niego i mogę ci pomóc. Jeśli potrzebujesz pomocy, jest bardzo łatwy w użyciu.
What browser do you use? What browser?
Hold down the...
What browser do you use?
Jakiej przeglądarki używasz?
She said Brave.
Oh, she said Brave. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. You are very smart to use Brave. I use Brave as well. Do you ever use Google Chrome?
Jesteś bardzo mądry, że używasz Brave. Ja też używam Brave. Czy kiedykolwiek używasz Google Chrome?
What'd you say?
That I hate that crossword.
Oh, okay.
I used it though.
Okay.
Yeah.
She is a very internet savvy.
Yes, you are very internet savvy. Okay, well, they don't make Language Reactor for Brave, but they do for Chrome. So if you ever want to use it, I think it's very helpful to be able to see the language on top plus another language on the bottom. So that's how I do it.
Tak, jesteś bardzo biegły w internecie. Okej, cóż, nie robią reaktora językowego dla Brave, ale robią dla Chrome. Więc jeśli kiedykolwiek będziesz chciał go użyć, myślę, że bardzo pomocne jest widzieć język na górze i inny język na dole. Tak to robię.
I think it's important that when you're doing the art, this application to change the language from other language to other language, the translation was perfect. You know what I mean that?
Yes.
I would like to think about this and check it, verify this. That is good. That is good.
I agree.
Yeah.
None of them are perfect, but generally some are better than others.
Yeah, it's because I'm nothing. I mean, so it knows.
So are you going to stream again today?
I would like to.
Excellent. Excellent. What do you stream? You said you were streaming time dilation. Do you stream video games?
I don't have a time on the games.
I mean, I guess I do, but I don't. Okay, so no games?
But I know. I love games. I played in games for my entire life. I was addicted from playing games. But now when as I grow up, I taking my time on education. And every day education something about biologically or physically education. And I believe this was trip education Polish community. They are saying to me, hey, I learned something more than in school for years. And I am so proud. Thank you that you are here.
Excellent. So you're teaching people. That's great.
So, will you send me your channel?
Yes.
Thank you.
What is your channel? How do you
Kick, right?
How do you spell it? Yes. No. How do you spell your username? Oh, it's just same as here. Okay, cool. That's really good. Okay, you have 31 followers. Now you have 32 followers. And I'm sure with Caspian Sea, it'll be 33 followers.
Interesting number. Look at this. Huh?
Yes.
Very interesting. Yes.
Do you know how many bones? Do you know how many bones are in the human spine?
How many bones?
Yeah. Bone is like your bone.
Bone. Yeah. In the anatomy, like I think many of them.
33.
Bones, but you didn't count the.
So you have 7 in your neck, 12 in your upper back, 5 in your lower back, 5 in your pelvis, and 4 in your tailbone to make 33. I agree.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
Very well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Well, we'll get notifications when you stream. But if you have a stream, just tell us if I'm here or Caspian Sea's here, and we'll watch you. And we will be nice to you. So I guess we could see your previous streams. Wow, 7 hours. Didn't you get tired after 7 hours? You're still tired. Oh. Okay. Excellent. So, affirmatia. Is that how you say that? Affirmatia? Affirm. Okay, I can't do that, but okay, cool. Do you have a link tree? It's like one link that has all your social media on it. I'll send you mine. You don't use social media. Okay. Well, if you're going to be a streamer, you better start. You don't have to take pictures of your food or your family or anything like that. But people just are going to want to connect with you on different platforms. And it really shows that you are moving into being a more serious streamer when you have all of your social media linked. Excellent. And then what you do. Affirmation, beautiful. Well, it's an excellent name, and you should be able to get it on a lot of platforms. The next thing I mean, just looking at your channel, you need an about. Do you know what the about section is? There's an about section. Just one moment. The about section is where you tell your viewers about yourself. You don't have to be very specific, but you can tell them, that you're a streamer and what you like to do, what you like to stream, that you are there to teach and for people to learn. But it just really humanizes your stream and makes it look like you're more serious because it fills out your profile.
Sekcja o mnie to miejsce, w którym opowiadasz swoim widzom o sobie. Nie musisz być bardzo konkretny, ale możesz im powiedzieć, że wiesz, że jesteś streamerem i co lubisz robić, co lubisz streamować, że jesteś tam, aby uczyć ludzi, ale to po prostu naprawdę ludzkie ISIS. Twój stream i sprawia, że wyglądasz, jakbyś był poważniejszy, ponieważ wypełnia twój profil.
So basically, you don't have to do it now, but think about what you want to share with the world. You've at least said that you are a streamer who likes to learn and likes to teach people. And if you need help, we can help you come up with a good profile. And then you look more serious as a streamer.
Więc zasadniczo nie musisz tego robić teraz, ale pomyśl o tym, czym chcesz się podzielić ze światem. Przynajmniej powiedziałeś, że jesteś streamerem, który lubi się uczyć i lubi uczyć ludzi. A jeśli potrzebujesz pomocy, możemy pomóc ci stworzyć dobry profil, dzięki czemu będziesz wyglądać poważniej jako streamer.
Additionally, we'll work on a header, or you can work on a header. That's the image that goes above your profile, basically like a banner. So think of something cool that you would want there.
Dodatkowo będzie pracować nad nagłówkiem lub możesz pracować nad nagłówkiem. To jest obraz, który pojawia się nad twoim profilem, zasadniczo jak banner, więc wymyśl coś. Super.
Your profile picture is identifiable, so that's good. It allows your audience to connect with you.
Twoje zdjęcie profilowe jest rozpoznawalne. To dobrze. Pozwala odbiorcom nawiązać z tobą kontakt.
It looks like you got lots of views maybe after, and that is good. It is very hard to stream on Kick. Sometimes you can go for hours on Kick and not get anyone. So for you to have like 70 views is really good.
Wygląda na to, że masz dużo użytkowników, może później, i to dobrze. Bardzo trudno jest streamować na Kick. Czasami możesz godzinami korzystać z Kick i nikogo nie znaleźć. Więc to, że masz, powiedzmy, 70 wyświetleń, jest naprawdę dobre.
It's hard to stream on Kick. So for you to do it 7 hours, that's very good. Look, I stream my whole life, but it's not the same. I don't have to stay and entertain people and do all that. It's hard to be in front of a camera and knowing that you have to interact with people for 7 hours. So I can see why it caused you to be tired. Plus you were sick. Do you have any vitamin C? Let me see if this works. Do you have any vitamin C, like orange juice or vitamin C that you can take?
Czy masz witaminę C, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
Sure.
Czy masz witaminę C, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
I didn't either. Just one moment. Let's try it again.
Czy masz witaminę C, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
Just one moment. It's still. Let me refresh. Can you hear me now? No, you can't hear me now. Oh, wait.
No, I don't hear even you.
I know. Just one moment.
I can't went on yours.
Fruit, orange, or lemon. The nutrition.
We have the bread.
But yeah, like fruit, like healthy food. Healthy food. Vitamin C.
Yeah. He said me to take the vitamin D.
Yeah.
Because we have not sun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to work. I don't think it's working.
Go out on my family.
Very good. Very good.
Take for us.
Yo, dog.
Yo, dog.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't know you could hear me.
You sound far away.
Oh, yeah. That's the other one. Okay, I'm gonna reset this this computer. Just one moment. Excellent. Here's what I was trying to say.
Czy masz witaminę C, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
Taking the vitamin D you said to take in Poland, the sun doesn't exist.
Yes. Yes. This is different. This is different. This is vitamin C.
Czy masz witaminę C, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, just one moment.
Like oranges, pineapple.
I told you to take vitamin D for lack of sunlight. Vitamin C for immune system.
Mówiłem ci, żebyś brał witaminę D na niedobór światła słonecznego i witaminę C na odporność. Mówiłem ci, żebyś brał witaminę D na niedobór światła słonecznego i witaminę C na odporność.
Does that make sense? Hold on one second.
I already
Oh, go ahead.
actually was
Yeah, it stinks.
but I understood. I changed my diet. For example, I never eaten a fish, fishes. And the fishes don't so much.
Okay, let's.
Rabbi has good advice. Rabbi does a lot of research.
All right, here we go. Let's try this again.
Mówiłem ci, żebyś brał witaminę D na niedobór światła słonecznego i witaminę C na odporność.
No, it doesn't. It just. It's. Can you hear what this is saying?
Mówiłem ci, żebyś brał witaminę D na niedobór światła słonecznego i witaminę C na odporność.
Yeah, I understand that before.
Okay, excellent. I didn't know if you couldn't hear me. Sometimes I can't hear myself. And anyway, okay, so you're doing all the right things, and you have 33 followers right now on Kick. You're doing really well.
Thank you for playing.
Absolutely. Okay, do you think you're going to stream again today?
Of course.
Are you going to try to do it every day?
Of course, I'm trying to but sometimes I need a 1 day break.
Sure.
To spend the time with myself, my mom, for example.
Absolutely.
After that, I am streaming. I want to stream every day because that's one of my sales life. So, you know what? I will translate it for you.
Kick is a platform with many bots. Do not get frustrated that some people have thousands of people watching them, allegedly, and sometimes you don't have as many as you want because those people are just buying those views.
Kick to platforma z wieloma botami. Nie frustruj się, że niektórzy ludzie mają tysiące ludzi, którzy rzekomo ich oglądają, a czasami nie masz ich tylu, ilu chcesz, ponieważ ci ludzie po prostu kupują te wyświetlenia.
Can you repeat that?
It sounds like some people are starting to troll her, so
Yeah.
that some people are starting to come after her. And
Hey, that's how
mess
you
around, so
that's how you know you're getting popular.
yeah, people. If you're not cool, people won't try that. So it's a good thing. It's a badge of honor.
It's a good thing.
In a dark way, it's a good thing if people are paying attention.
Right.
I wanted to try to say that my streams would like to be without nobody, but if it's saved on my portal Kick, I have very expensive education streams saved on my profile, and that's important to be the most.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I could have a purpose that if I have study applications, video, for example, the videos for 7 hours straight, I am proud.
That's amazing. It really is.
No, I don't know how long Kick will save it. I don't think
30
Kick saves
days.
it forever.
No, 30 days.
30 days, and then Kick deletes it. So
Yeah.
if you download it, you can re-upload the video to YouTube, and YouTube will never delete it. That way, it's still there after 30 days. So like if you do it live on Kick, and then you put the recording on YouTube, and YouTube will keep it forever. But Kick will not keep the video longer than 30 days.
Like that you said to me, because I thought that is happy.
No.
Yeah, no, I just want to. Yeah, if you're, I can see that you're proud to have that the recording, and I don't want you to lose it.
Excellent. Yeah. If you want, we can teach you how to multi-stream as well, where you stream with one camera and it goes to YouTube and Kick and Rumble and Twitch all at the same time. And then you don't have to download it and re-upload it. It will automatically be saved on the platforms that save it.
Jeśli chcesz, możemy nauczyć Cię również, jak streamować wiele razy. Streamujesz z jednej kamery, a materiał trafia na YouTube, a także Kick, Rumble i Twitch w tym samym czasie, a następnie nie musisz go pobierać i nie przesyłać. Zostanie on automatycznie zapisany na platformach, które go zapisują.
We can show you how to do that if you want. Okay. Okay.
Now or for
Take.
I will go.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Take your time and we'll teach you how to do it. You're welcome. Oh, and so is Caspian Sea.
Yes, too. Nice to meet you.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Okay, well you go do what you need to do, and then when you want help, you let us know, okay?
Okay, I will let you know.
Excellent.
Motherfuckers are making $6 million a month pushing heroin, growing weed now. They're growing fucking weed. Did you watch the Stallone show?
In the restaurants?
This is what I gotta live with. Yeah, they're growing in the back. No, you don't fuck. The restaurant is a front.
Oh, okay.
For that restaurant in Cheyenne, Wyoming, that's always been a front for some. I think Chinese people don't live in fucking Wyoming.
There has to be a couple of them.
When they're calling China, we're in Wyoming. Yeah. Let me send you a postcard from Wyoming. They're there for like a year. It's like the mafia. They send them out there for 6 months, then they bring them back. Go out there and take care of things. Go out there and handle things. And you go out there. But you think any decent Chinese person comes on that fucking boat to come over here and live in Des Moines, Iowa? Is that what you're fucking telling me?
Yeah, I get there, but has to be 5 or 6. You don't think that any Chinese people were interested in
Bruce
farming?
Lee fucking spun the thing and he pointed at San Francisco.
Right.
Okay, that's
There's
how
a
he
lot
ended
of them
San
there.
Francisco. He was born in San Francisco, so he went back to China, and he knew he had to go back to San Francisco. Nobody looks at Des Moines, Iowa. It's got to be a by the way. They send you there. Listen, you're gonna eat for free. All the fucking all the spare ribs you want. Just look at me. I don't know what Ming is doing with the heroin. I don't know what they're doing with the fireworks. I don't know what,
right.
What's going on with the fucking bottle rockets. I'm just trying to fucking figure out. That's why they send them out there.
I didn't know all of them were.
Like Chinese restaurant in Austin. Remember when you were going to go up there?
Yeah, good
Chinese
reviews.
People were like really dark skinned. Remember, they didn't look like regular Chinese people from Jersey. They had like a dark complexion to them. They weren't Chinese.
I had no idea. What were they?
They were like, I don't know, people who fucking, I don't even know.
You have a lot of conspiracy theories.
I don't have no conspiracy. I'm just telling you truths.
How
Why
do you know
would
it's
there
the
be a
truth?
Chinese guy in Des Moines, Iowa? I'm going to go to Des Moines and open up a fucking restaurant. Let me explain something to you. These people don't think like this. They want to fucking, not these people. Nobody thinks that way. Except for my buddy who became a multimillionaire by opening up a bagel place in Mississippi.
Right.
You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Why you got to get me on sticky?
I'm trying. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I'm fucking hungry. I got to pee, and now you want to be.
You got to pee again?
This is all I do. My resume is comedian Pia. I'll be right back. Fuck with this now. We're back. I shouldn't have said that. I'm wrong. Because my friend from Freehold, New Jersey, he owned a vitamin store down there, and he moved to Idaho. And I asked him how was his wife going to adapt because she's from Thailand.
Okay.
And he goes, you're not going to believe it. They have a small Thai community. So maybe I'm wrong.
No, but you were making jokes. I didn't think you were being
No,
serious.
but I mean, like, listen, when I lived in Boulder, I used to go to a Chinese restaurant in Cheyenne. And I would always ask myself, why are these fucking people
here?
Right, like not in a bad way. I would go, why are these Chinese people here? There's no other Chinese people on the block. And when they walk home, these people never saw a Chinese person before in their life. They're probably like fucking, chang chang chang. Whatever. They're racist or whatever. Why would they live here? Well, maybe they got a restaurant. The restaurant's that successful. But it wasn't a big restaurant like the one by my house, Crown Palace or one of Staten Island. It was just a little hole in the wall. So you got to figure what else are they doing?
Right. Oh yeah, I know.
What else are they doing? So that's what I always think about. Heroin. What else would they be doing? They got to be making six figures.
Dude, you had the theory about the fruit people.
And I was right. They caught one of them. They caught one of them. If you're going to do something like that, run a cartel, to make that much money, you're going to have to launder, and you have to launder in plain sight. How many fruit stands were across the street from each other in LA?
Oh yeah, like across the street from each other?
It's like you just drive. And there's a fruit stand, and all of them got the same thing for $1.50. And they're out there, doing their thing. Come on, dog. And what they were, that's where they get the money when the guy comes up from Juarez or wherever the fuck he comes up, and he shoots back down, he stops to get an apple, and they give him a bag of fruit, which is really a bag of money because they give it to you in a plastic bag.
Yeah.
They give it to you in a plastic bag. So it's kind of like, after a while, you're like, why are they across the street from somebody? Even Spanish people know, I'm not going to hang out in the sun all day to have my competitor across the street with the same knife and the same fucking fruit.
Knife?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they got the same knife. They all have a fucking machete.
Jesus. Yeah, and you never think about that.
You never think. People don't think about that shit.
I would just
That's
think
how a network is created. A criminal network or whatever the fuck you want to do is created. When I went to Aspen, they had a place out there called Far East Treasures. It was like one of the grocery stores in Harlem, the wheat stores in the 80s. You went in there, they had one U and a bag of potato chips. They ain't in business to sell potato chips. They're selling $20 bags out of there all fucking day long. What was Far East Treasures doing in Aspen? They had one carpet worse than this one and a poster of fucking some Indian country. That was it.
That's all they had.
Nobody was ever in there selling carpets. They were selling blow.
Dude, I get so mad when I go to bodegas like that. I'm like, they had nothing. Everything's stale. I'm the only one buying snacks. I didn't know. Jesus Christ.
Why would you buy snacks?
Who doesn't want a snack sometimes?
What kind of snacks do you get at the bodega?
I don't know. I've got a bag of chips.
No. Why would you go to a bodega? You don't get the coconut shit. If you go to real bodegas, they got to be a Puerto Rican there. And they have the little croquetas. They got empanadas.
They have so many different kinds.
They got fucking those other things that Puerto Ricans eat. Yeah, the coquito.
Okay.
That shit is good. That fresh coconut grated with sugar, and more sugar. That's what you need to walk up those stairs.
I get so winded, and anytime I have someone with me, it's like the most embarrassing. It's like you try to hide it, but there's no way you can.
Just tell them this. I gotta stop here. There's a leak on this floor. That's what I do. When I get winded, I just stop. Make believe somebody called.
Oh yeah, I know. I can get up. It's just I can't talk for a couple minutes.
Who's this? That's what I do. I just make believe like somebody's waiting for you. Like, hey, he's here. And you're walking. When I get out of a car, I'm winded. Once I gotta pee, I ain't gonna make it. So I just walk a little bit. When they, hey, hold on. And I just breathe, make believe. That's it. Nobody fucking knows. You gotta, I have no outside the box, cocksucker. Why be Jewish?
I have no other choice. I'm doing good.
I'm excited that we got the podcast kicked up tonight. We just wanted to do this to see. We don't know if it's good or it's not good, and we don't give a fuck. For us, this is success because we haven't done shit in 4 fucking years. We're back. Things are cleaner. We got an office. We got a fucking space, and we're back, motherfuckers. I will be at.
You're gonna be at Uncle Vinny's?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shut the fuck up, cocksucker. Let me do the ad scene. I will be at. It's sold out anyway. I don't even want to. Morris Plains on Wednesday the 20th. We got an open mic the 26th at the American Comedy Hotel. That's sold out. And Philadelphia sold out. I don't even know why I'm telling you people this. I got the 4th. That's sold out in Jersey City. And then I'm adding a show at the Vogel. Maybe. I do not know. I need to think about it and see where my endurance is at. Again, I'm too busy on the 27th. I got to do a Skype for this fucking Momo. Can you believe that? This is like the 3rd year in a row. And last year, the Skype went under.
How did it go under?
I just tell them, I do what I do to most people with the fucking Skype and all that. I go on, then I press that button, dark, and they call me. Download the app. I'm trying. I'm not trying. I'm in the garage smoking. I gave up. I don't want to be on your fucking Skype or your Zoom. Do you see what I deal with? That's every time. That's 20 times a day. 20 times a day.
You could probably get like an AI thing and just train it to respond to your text for you.
Like, what do you mean? Like the AI will answer these people?
Yeah.
Like, I can't be rude.
No, you should be nice.
December 27th is not a good date to do anything. I got kids. I got people going to come over the house. George, you, who the fuck knows? But I don't want to sit there all night going, I got to do a Skype. Listen, nobody wants to fucking do a Skype on the road. Either you're there or you ain't there. What the fuck is wrong with people?
I agree with you.
And I try, ladies and gentlemen, but this is the shit that drives me fucking crazy. I'm hungry as fuck tonight.
What are you going to get?
Everything. I'm like that fucking hooker in Korea, in Vietnam, with the guy asking, miso honey.
Oh, yeah.
What do you get for $10? Everything.
Anything you want.
Shit. But that's the church. Like I said, we don't know if this is good or not. We got guests lined up straight till fucking after New Year's. Guests that you heard us talking about before. This is going to put the face with the fucking story. And then we're going to throw some curveballs at you. You know how we do it. We're just getting started. That's it and that's that. I love you. And we'll be back next Tuesday. Tip Top Magoo. Ready to rock. Stay black, cocksuckers. Hit 'em, Lee.
Love you guys.
Welcome back to church. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, you never know how full you'll feel after. Greetings, you bad savages. It's Tuesday, the 26th of November. It's the Church, the New Testament. Let's get this party started. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, if you've been wondering if Blue Chew is all it's cracked up to be, the answer is yes. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers ED meds right to your door with the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost, and you cannot go wrong. I love Blue Chew. I'm old, but every once in a while I get a little loving to me, and Blue Chew never lets me down. Don't miss out on the best sex ever. Blue Chew got you covered. You understand me? When they're laying there looking at you like, what the fuck just happened? That's you, Captain Blue Chew. Now, Blue Chew wants you to have the confidence to perform at your best. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. That's BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for the church fans. You ready? Try Blue Chew for free. Just pay $5 shipping at checkout at BlueChew.com. Again, that's BlueChew.com to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for supporting the podcast.
Turn off your TVs, run for your lives. It's over. They didn't put you on this planet just to give up. If Uncle Joey could do it, I can rule the world. That's what you got to be thinking.
Welcome back to What's happening, you savages? It's a beautiful day to be alive. We're back. Don't tell me the walls are bare. You know, who gives a fuck? And that's all that matters. As we build, we get prettier and prettier and prettier. All right? Today, my guest is, Lee's always here. I can't get rid of him. He's like he's like dog shit. He's everywhere. But my guest is somebody who's very special to me. I'm happy I got him on the podcast. I promise you, real motherfuckers. And this is as real as it gets. Mr. John Barone, my 7th grade teacher the second time. What's happening, Mr. Barone?
You were much better after 1 year of practice.
Yes, I was a lot better.
Yeah.
It was really amazing. We were just talking about where you came from. I always knew you had come from a different school. And then your first year there, I had Kingwell.
Oh, he's bad news.
And he was he was rough, this dude. He used to give you oral book reports. But I'm happy because now I read because of him.
You know how he got in trouble? He broke a kid's arm for just punching him because the kid, I forget his name, he walked up to Kingwell in the hall and he said, let's have a contest. So Kingwell said, yeah, let's go. He said, let's see who could punch the easiest. So he goes, you go first, Mr. Kingwell. So Kingwell goes like this.
It's so good to hear him laughing.
So now this kid says, now it's my turn. He hits him so hard, they heard it in the first room all the way down the hall. He went, oh! He got so mad. Right after the kid, he broke his arm with a punch. He says, Kingy, I got to get even. And he broke his arm. He had a broken arm. He came into the couple of days, couldn't move it for a year.
I started McKinley in the 6th grade, so I had Levito. But throughout that whole year, there was drama with Kingwell. There was always drama with him. I was not there the day Alex Carvajal's father, the Beast, he said something to the kid's daughter. He said something to Martin Perez's sister, or something happened. She went home, told the father. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, I don't know if you ever heard him talking in your house, Alex Carvajal. This was a different type of animal. His father used to sit on 26th Street with a big Cuban cigar on the corner. Tremendous. Great family. Maria, I still see them, right? Maria was in our class, all of us. This fucking Mr. Carvajal at 2:45, all you hear is, and it's like, what's going on? Come in. And Mr. Carvajal comes in with the cigar, with the big gold chain. He goes, I'm going to do to you what you do to my son. And they started fist fighting in the class. I mean, this is raw. So everybody, and he had another beef with somebody else. So this is the reputation he had at that school.
I got one more thing about him.
Go ahead.
He drove the kid crazy and like on him. The kid said, I'm going to get my uncle after you. So he says, get your uncle, bring him in here. Sure enough, a week or so goes by. There's a Marine in the hallway one day. You know how our hallway was. So I can I help you? He goes, yeah, I'm looking for a Kingwell. I said, he's in the room next to me. Because I knew he was going to kill him. All you heard was like when you get punched in the teeth, that was knocked 3 of his feet out.
Was he wearing the Marines outfit?
He had his Marine thing on. I said, like, what is this guy doing here? But then Kingwall didn't talk to me for months because why did you tell him I was there? I said, because I felt like saying, because you're always bullying kids. I think you deserve something like that.
He did something. Remember my 7th grade year, he ripped his Achilles tendon. So we got Mr. Miss for a while, and that's what was pretty fucking cool. Mr. Miss was a good-looking motherfucker. He looked like Robert Redford. So whenever he taught, the girls would fucking be like all fucked up in the 7th grade. Big old white yoke motherfucker. But then I still remember, McKinley was buck wild. And it wasn't buck wild in comparison to Horace Mann, Lincoln. I remember you used to always say, the kids Lincoln, they bring them to the games with chains on. I used to fucking die, They were throwing sinks one year at the 3rd floor, so that's it. They got like tortured after that. Lincoln School. Kennedy School was buck wild with Colangelo and all those guys. Every school in the system had like this weird thing. When I went to McKinley the first year, it was okay. Like, here's the funny thing. Miss Brando was pregnant.
It was the art teacher.
The art teacher in the 6th grade. But I had the biggest crush on Miss Brando. So I grabbed her tit one day in the 6th grade art closet. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was so in love with Miss Brando all the way till high school. Every time I saw her, I just grabbed the tit out of principal. And she'd go, Joey, what the fuck is wrong with you, Coco?
Yeah.
This is McKinley in the 6th grade.
You realize if one of these things happened now, the entire school district would be shut down?
Oh, they'll shut it down anyway. Who gives a fuck?
We did something like that every week.
Every fucking week we were torturing people.
And the principal didn't get in trouble with
I may write a book.
Yeah, you have to.
I might write a book.
Listen, man, you remember the pilot program? You were very vocal about the pilot program. Pilot program back then was when you hit 16 and you were still in the 7th grade.
I love that it happened so frequently.
You became a sophomore automatically the next year. It was called a pilot program, but Mr. Brown goes, you see these kids? They drive to school, they got hair on their legs. He goes, I seen the one guy, he had a kid in the back. It was this kid. Fucking hysterical. This is fucking, you can't write this shit, guys. So I had Kingwell, and then I got caught playing hooky with a girl. You remember her, New Yorker. And then I failed like 2 classes, so I had to go to summer school for geography, which I fucking hated, and math. And I went to summer school, but before you leave for summer school, you're supposed to go to the class you're supposed to be in the next year. Okay, so if you're in the 7th grade, you sit with your teacher in the morning, and then in the afternoon at 12, you go to your class and you meet your teacher, and he tells you what's going to happen in the summer and what he expects from you next year. So they didn't send me to the 8th grade. They sent me to Mr. Barone's class. And Mr. Barone started fucking torturing me. I'm going to have you sit up front because you're definitely going to fail. You're a fucking loser. You're a mook. And I'm like, this guy's trying to...
You actually did well.
No, but that's what it was with you. But this is how we met. So he pissed me off so much that I stole his fucking car keys, right? He had the Toyota hatchback.
Threw him in the dumpster.
I threw him in the dumpster. I'm home an hour later. We're about to go play basketball and shit. And I see a fucking Toyota coming around the block. You fucking took my keys. Yelling the whole thing. And I'm like, I'm dead. I'm dead. They're never going to like me ever again. So I go to summer school. I play hooky. Mr. Dalton pulls me aside and he goes, listen, don't come back no more. Just have Carmine call the school and we'll push you up to the 8th grade. That didn't happen. And in my mind, how retarded was I? But I thought Carmine was going to actually call the school and just promote me because I'm fucking his friend. So the first day of fucking 7th grade, I'm marching into the 8th grade. I go, Carmine called. They're like, nobody fucking called. So they put me in his class. Now I thought he was going to torture me. Guys, it was completely different. It was amazing. It's like he had forgotten it. But then he talked about the Jimmy Pierce, since we have all these Red Sox fans here. He told the story about fear strikes out.
Jimmy Pierce.
Look at that. That's how good of a teacher. I still remember this shit. And all the Boston fans here. You know who Jimmy Pearsall is?
Heard the name and
Go fuck yourself. How about you over there? Go fuck yourself.
We used to go to the outfield. They used to jump out of the stands and fight.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody hated the guy too because he was crazy. He hit a homer and he ran around the bases backwards.
During a game?
Yeah. He hit a home run and he turned around and walked. It took him like 3 minutes to go around the bases.
Hysterical.
And I have another Kingwell story.
I know.
Is he still alive? Are we gonna have to beat
He's in
this guy?
Florida. He's in Florida, I heard.
Huh?
Maybe he's in Florida. In
Remember the
Tampa.
5 Corners there?
Yeah.
There was a bakery.
Yes.
That was his dad who owned the bakery. He used to go eat there every day.
I never knew that.
Yeah. It was on the, you know, it was, if you're going Liberty towards school, it was on that first corner. Bakery.
Wow. I didn't know that. I forget the name of that bakery.
Yeah.
5 Corners there. They had
It was a candy store.
a candy store, the Sugar Bowl, candy store, the bank, the stereo store where you bought stereos and washer and dryers. I don't know what was on the other corner. I know Mr. Biggs is in the middle, the hair dryer place, the women's hair cutting place, Frank the Barber. But it was, you spoke about Jimmy Pearsall and you cracked the joke that they had him in a padded room and you fucking killed us. You were killing us that they got him in a room and they tied him up and he went around the bases backwards. And it was a different approach to teaching. I had been at Catholic school. And then I had fucking Levito, who was a great teacher also. And then Kingwell was just, you know, Kingwell meant well. You know what I'm saying?
My homeroom, we used to play volleyball at lunchtime.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
The only reason why I played, I tried to knock his wiggle.
Levito. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And once I did it once I hit him square in the head, the ball and the kids went nuts. So I wanted to keep doing it. I was never able to do it.
Wait, are you saying volleyball or
That was
dodgeball?
Levito.
Volleyball.
Okay.
Dog,
Look
the
at
year that I got
Smash it
there,
at-
the year that I got to McKinley, I was on the up and up. And like the first month, somebody put acid in Mr. Agresta's coffee in the morning. And
I
at
didn't know
lunchtime, he never came back. You know what? Mr. Agresta and Mr. Levito came to a show of mine in Point Pleasant. And I go, Mr. Levito, remember when Eddie Lemenko put the fucking acid in his coffee? He goes, ask him. He's here with us.
I had a big argument with him. He
Mr.
used to,
Agresta.
on Fridays, let all the kids buy bagels on Friday.
Who, Levito?
Levito. Every Friday, you were in his class, you could buy a bagel. So now, a couple of weeks went by, and I said, I can't believe he's doing this for the kids. He don't do nothing for kids. Very, So I said to the kid,
Looking at that
how much do you pay for the
video, it's
bagel?
pretty
She goes,
interesting.
he's got a menu. He gives it to me. When I look at the menu,
Something when a celebrity
he was
sees
added
that,
on every bagel.
posts it, lends credibility to it, I feel.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In other words, he knew the price, so he made up his own menu, but added 50 cents on each bagel.
I love it.
I went up to him, right, in his face, and I said, how could you cheat? These kids don't see 50 cents in a week. And you're getting 2 bagels from them? What a group of teachers we had in that time.
Dog, it was, I will tell you who else I met there that I still think about it all the time. She was the best lunch lady, Mrs. Sabatino.
Yes.
Fuck, she was gold, man. Gold. She always gave you that extra
I was right
oatmeal
next-
cookie that Mako made, because Mako used to make those at home, those oatmeal cookies. Fucking tremendous. But since you're talking about volleyball, this is how crazy McKinley.
We had some crazy principals, too.
Oh, yeah. I seen Leo Gattoni get hit in the head by Louis Aldivar in the basement. But this was the classic. This is the classic North Bergen McKinley story. We get a gym teacher called Mr. Totoro.
Oh, that guy was really crazy.
And we're playing volleyball. We're playing kickball outside. It's the 7th grade against the 7th grade. I don't know what the fuck it was. But we're all playing. Now, every time I go to kick the ball, the Italian kids are going Coco Cane Moco, right? They're just yelling Coco Cane Moco. And Mr. Tatora is saying, hey, knock it off with that shit. And the kids kept saying it, but mainly Anthony Balzano. So this motherfucker has the balls to go up to Anthony and say it one more fucking time. And Anthony goes, Coco Cane Moco. He grabbed Anthony. Martin Perez went to jump in. He grabbed Martin. And then I had him from the back. And he banged their heads. And he grabbed me and he banged our heads. Fucking Anthony said, fuck you. Blah, blah, blah. This is in the morning. I still remember that. I had a Pete Rose jacket. And you told me Pete Rose was Cuban. I almost jumped off a fucking bridge. And I asked him, I go, how do you know? And he goes, I saw him on TV with Kindness Corner. And he was talking like he had a stomach problem. He was speaking Spanish. I was fucking dying. Right? So I got this little faggy Cincinnati 14 jacket with the C. And we're outside and we're headed to the principal's office. But Anthony breaks away from him and goes, fuck you. I'm calling my father. He goes upstairs. We're all sitting in the principal's office. He asks the lady, can I get a piece of paper? Lady gives him a white piece of paper. Anthony starts doing this shit. And he puts all his hair on a paper. And then he goes, take your hair, shake it in there. And when Carmine walks in, like he called Carmine, there was a payphone in there. In the principal's office, that there was a little payphone. He called him, Dad, I don't know what's going on. Dog, it must have been 8 minutes later. You heard the walkie-talkies through the hallway. And there was Carmine with another cop, with a uniform. And they're like, what's going on, nothing? So he goes downstairs. Carmine comes in. He asks Anthony what happened. Anthony told him. He goes, shut up, Anthony. Cocarini, what happened? And I'm like, the dog, what Anthony said, the guy hit us. We were just talking Spanish. He goes, nobody cursed at him? No. Mr. Maytash.
You had him?
Yeah, I had Mr. Mustache.
No, he died?
How?
One day he says, I won't be in for 2 days. I says, why? He says, all this snow. I'm going to my house down the shore and I'm going to shovel the snow. People are complaining because there was like a snowstorm. So he went down there. He never comes back the next day. So everybody's worrying. He froze doing it and died, took a heart attack. They found him frozen in the snow with his shovel. I told him, call somebody and pay him. He wouldn't do it.
Did you feel guilty? Because you used to call him George Jetson.
Yeah.
Remember he had like a George Jetson hairdo?
He remembers that.
Come on, dog.
I forgot about it.
You used to call him George Jetson. Oh, fucking George Jetson was bothering me. So we opened the office and Carmine's got the walkie-talkie. I'll never forget that walkie-talkie. And he's like, listen, Mr. Mustard, I just want to talk to him to see if my son was wrong. He doesn't want to come out. He's scared. The guy opened the door like fucking Kato, like in the Pink Panther when he would open up the door, hello, that type of shit. Carmine had a gorilla fucking hand. Carmine had the biggest prosciutto hand you ever saw. He just grabbed this guy, took him out, and started pouncing him, guys. And we're like, what the fuck is going on? And he just started punching him. The guy dropped. And he goes, come on, everybody's going home. And that was it. We went home. We came back. And Mr. Torre was gone. I never saw him again. I walked into the high school 2 years later. I'm in his fucking homeroom. And he comes up and he goes, Cocarini, if you don't want to show, don't worry about it.
Kingwell thing.
I don't remember the Carmine Kingwell thing.
His son's got spelling with Kingwell. Now, the kid's failing spelling. He's failing every test. The kid comes in my room and I go, let me see one of your tests. Look at one of the tests. Kingwell was giving them 20 words, but he was taking 10 off for every one they got wrong. So nobody noticed it but me. I said, that means if the kid got on them all right, you got to give him 200. If it's 20 off for each. Sure enough, the father found out. This kid goes home, tells Carmine, like Mr. Barone said, he's cheating. That's why I'm failing. He came in and I was called to the office. And the first thing Gattoni says is, will you take him in your spelling class? Because I want to switch him to you. So of course I'll take him. Now he says to King, well, you ever do anything to my son again, I'll blow your head off. In front of everybody. There was 6 people in the room. Hey, you can't do that. Think about it.
You don't really have to think about it.
He did it.
Well, he got away.
Oh no, he couldn't do that to the kids.
But he
no.
was doing that for like probably way
When I was
before
there,
you.
yeah, he had something kinky because he would give you like a -40 and shit like that, and look at you with a straight face, and you're like, "What the fuck would I do?" There was so many kids in that class that was so fucking confused. But that whole era when you taught us,
I didn't know you had Matish. He was
yeah, and then
George Jetson.
we couldn't find a basketball coach, and we kept talking about it. We knew nothing about his fucking background. We're just like, you know, blah, 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 blah. And one day he goes, I'll go by the courts. This fucking guy starts popping 30-footers without even looking at the basket. And we're like, who the fuck is this guy? And he goes, who the fuck am I? I'll tell you, I'm in the Hall of Fame. I'm like, oh, here we go. He's blowing smoke up. This guy came with pictures, the Miami Floridians, the ABA, and we were like, no. And I remember showing up at his house one day. Like, we used to get off at 1 on Fridays. And I took my fucking bike and I went up there and I go, you know, I want to learn how to shoot. And he broke it down for me, man, how to fucking drop your wrist. He would make me shoot close to the basket. Your brother Joe used to come out. I still remember getting tackled by Joe Jump on that block. He fucking tackled me one day playing basketball. You know, it was amazing. I went from fucking sucking. McKinley went from 0-7. He turned that whole team around. Chuck McBreen was taking pointers from him. I mean, he just got the fucking ceremony at his Ramapo College. The gym got named after him. There's all the guys that you touched. You know, there was a bunch of us that you were like, it was just amazing. And then after that, you were the favorite teacher in the school. And then we went to the 8th grade. And I had Miss Walsh. And the other guy was Miss Verga. But Miss Verga...
She wouldn't say give you me. I was asking her, could you switch? I'll give you 2 girls for Coca. She wouldn't switch you.
I like Miss Walsh. We drove. She told us, she goes, I've been here for 40 years. Nobody has ever broke me. We broke her. Don't fucking, you know, we used to go to ShopRite and steal Hubba Bubba and fucking 10 packs apiece and go into class. And we had the Orlando Salcedo, God rest his soul. He died during COVID. And about 1:30, he would start, wow. And then we had an Italian kid, Michael Allegretta, off the fucking chain smart. And we'd hit him in the head. We'd play hockey. We hit him in the heels with the hockey stick, and he'd go, ay. That motherfucker's got to be like a neurosurgeon today or something like that. We had Charlie Gizzy.
I remember him.
The guy who used to, every time a plane went by, he'd get up and shoot it down.
He was gone.
During the class, we had Richie Colombo. Mr. Barone, he used to comb his hair a certain way. Like, I don't know, he didn't have a blow dryer or didn't have water or something. He used to take the comb, pocket through the middle, and just push his hair down. And one day during attendance, Mr. Barone goes, Colombo, would you comb your hair with a stick of dynamite? That motherfucker didn't know what. He was just cracking people. And that's, attendance was the biggest thing in North Bergen. Some people did it lame and some people did it pretty good. But the day I knew that there was something weird about us, that something was not right.
You know what's sad though? Teachers today can't do it.
No, they don't do what
I
you
would
did.
have got arrested and fined if the teacher ever did what I did with the kids. I mean, nothing was bad.
Nothing was
bad. It was fun. It was fun getting along with all of them. Because once they left my room, they weren't the same.
Even just the haircut thing would have been enough. The haircut thing would have been
Hall of Fames. That did it. That did it. I'm in the high school, my high school one where I played. I'm in the North Bergen one for coaching 30 years. I'm in the Hudson County one. And my ball's in the real Hudson County because I got all the free throw record. In the one in
Right. Nobody has touched your record.
I think so.
Really? Somebody broke 74.
When I check it, sometimes it says it's still going. Sometimes it says it's not. So they don't know what they're doing either. But they didn't realize once they left, people would say it. They would come in my room and go like this to me. Because they saw these guys being good. Like, how did you do that? You got to be nice to them.
I still remember they had that glue, not Hellman's, not the fucking white stuff, but not the cement glue. And I'll never forget, we're sitting in the front row. Mr. Brown's playing with it. And also he looks at me and goes, what's this remind you of? And I fucking I had just seen it. I had just come maybe 2 weeks before that. So I'm fucking dying. I'm like, he still got it, Mr. Brown.
If I didn't know your name, I called you Wolfgang.
Wolfgang.
Do you know how many people I see today? I'm in a shop, right? I gotta go, oh, Wolfgang. They call me.
And this is way before Wolfgang Puck. Like, where did he come up with Wolfgang?
It's just that name.
That was Eddie Munster's fucking something.
That just got me.
Who?
That just got me, Wolfgang.
Wolfgang.
Hold on. And this might be the wildest start to a podcast we've ever had. We barely introduced him. And we're talking,
welcome. How are you?
How old were you at this point, do you think?
When I started?
When you had Joe?
When I started, 22.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast.
No.
What's good in your neck, boys?
And Patty was a fucking knockout. I remember the first time I saw your wife. Holy shit. Mr. Brown got it going on and shit. Holy fuck, she was good looking.
And like, what? So you knew, it sounds like you knew, like you'd heard of Joey when he was coming to your class for 7th grade the second time. Like did the other teacher warn you?
Kingwell.
We got along, but I was strict with him the first time he was in my class.
Did you
First
have any?
year.
What did Kingwell tell you about him?
Huh?
What have you heard about Joey before you met him?
Kingwell hated everybody. So I could, if he was normal, I could say, yeah, I remember him saying so. He hated everybody, hated every nationality, and I don't know what he was German.
Yeah, he was German.
He was German. He hated everybody. He hated the teachers. He hated. One time, Maytash says to me, "Want to play a little? What do you call it?
Poker.
On the board."
Backgammon?
In the gym, we used to set the table up and we used to play. And I can't think of what.
I don't know what the fuck.
Table tennis.
Okay.
Table tennis.
Okay. So now, Kingwell, he said to me, Maytash, come on, I'll have you a game. So Kingwell hears him and he comes up to me, he says, I want to play him. I said, he asked me to play him. He goes, no, I want to hit that ball and cream him with it. So I said, yeah, go ahead. I want to see him do it. Do you know, God heard that. Maytash could have won a gold medal in the Olympics. He killed Kingwell, and what Kingwell wanted to do with him, he had a black eye. And everybody laughed at every game he lost. It was like a reward. So I said to Maytash, I said, where did you learn how to do that? He said, well, that's the 3 years I was going to be a priest. He said, that's all we did, the priest. We had a table and we played tennis. For like 10 years he did that. Played every day. The poor guy had to die shoveling.
Yeah, because I think I only had him. We had Gattoni.
Welcome.
Gattoni.
And then I first started with the king, Mr. Muir, Jack.
I miss him.
Come on now.
When I went there,
come on now.
Tell me you.
Mr. Muir, he was just abandoning ship when I got there. I was like, God damn it. And then we had Virgo left. And then Mr. Lindsley replaced him. Who was
Mayor Weehawken.
Yeah, he's coming on the show.
Yeah.
He's coming on the show in a couple when he comes up from Florida because
I grew up with him in Hoboken. He lived right around the corner from me. He comes up to me one day and he says, "You worked in the summer. Did they give you a job?" I go, "No." He goes, "I'll give you a job. Come to Weehawken Municipal Court." I go there and he says, I go, "What am I going to do?" Did you know Turk Jordan?
Oh, we'll get into Turk Jordan in a second.
Okay. He said, "Here's your job, John. See that guy over there with the wig?" I go, "Yeah, he's crazy." He goes, "Yeah. I want you to work with him, do whatever he does. And if I only lose 10 votes a day, you're doing a great job." He's crazy, that guy.
Who, Turk or Wally?
Turk.
Bro.
He's a crazy. I'm from Hoboken. You know how many nuts I know from Hoboken? He was worse than all of them.
Okay. He was going to coach us in the 8th grade for a while. He showed up. We had felonies. He couldn't do it. Something happened. You know.
Hey, when that happens.
So we kept busting his chops. He's like, "I'm going out tonight." Because we're in the fucking 8th grade, 7th grade. This guy's like, "I'm out tonight. I'm getting my dick sucked," and all this shit. So in the 8th grade, we finally go, "Mr. Turk, when are you going to get us?" Because we already had an adventure with him in the city. He took us to see the Sixers against the Knicks on Christmas Day. He told us he had tickets the day of the fucking game. We get them. He goes, "I got no tickets. We're stubbing our way in. Give me $5 a piece." He took us into the Knicks game. We're like little fags. We had the basketballs and the Knicks T-shirts and shit, you know. And this guy's got us all the way to the top. Some guy kept walking past with his family. He grabbed me. He goes, "Get up one more time. I'll fucking kill you." Then they threw us out of there. Then he went to another area. The guy was getting up. And he told them, "You could have got more exercise at the YMCA." Then they threw us out of that section. Now there's 3 minutes left. This guy bet the loser because he's a fucking stiff, but I loved him. And some guy goes, he's on the floor. And some guy goes, "Can you move, please? Ask Whitey." It was me, Whitey, Chucky, and somebody else. And he tapped him. He turned around. He grabbed the guy's wrist. And he started, and the guy's like, "Ah!" And we just left him. We just ran out of there, ran to the Port Authority. So he asked us, "What happened?" We're like, "Turk, listen, if we have a winning record, can you get us laid?" And he goes, "Absolutely, I'll get you laid." Okay. 8th grade summer, I go to 5-star basketball camp. I don't graduate because there was a huge snow week. There was like 18 inches of snow every 2 weeks, so we were closed for a week. When I come back from 5-star, I get a call from one day. It's like July 8th.
He's gone.
And he's like in the lunchtime. I just happen to be home. "Hello? Go. Turk Jordan here. You're going to be at the 38th Street courts in a little while." I go, "Yeah, all of us. We want to play right now." He goes, "I'm bringing you down some presents." Now, I had forgotten about the lady. I had forgotten all about that. He was going to get us laid. I thought he was bringing us basketball shirts. Sure enough, we're on 38th Street running back and forth. He pulls up with a fucking Cadillac. And he's like, "Guys."
A Lincoln Continental.
Something.
An old one.
On a fucking huge car. He goes, "Guys, I got something for you." I'll never forget the way he rubbed his hands. He goes, "Come here." And the back seat was a chick laying there with her shirt ripped and a tit sticking out. And he's like, "There you go. I brought you a girl." We all looked at each other like, we got to go home and study for next year. Everybody. Here's fucking 13-year-old kids that want to get laid. We do anything to get our dick sucked when you're 13. When we saw the chick in the back, she looked like, I don't even know. Let's not even get into it because we'll all get arrested on this.
He was my boss. I'm from Lindsay.
He's still around.
No, he died.
When?
He just died.
Because when I got here, they said he was on Kennedy Boulevard. He takes the change out of the newspaper thing.
He owned all them.
Yeah. So
and he had the kids that are working for us. They used to have to go and get all the quarters.
There you go.
And one day, I use his car, and I notice it's like I'm looking this way. So I get out. I open up the trunk. He's got $9,000
in
worth
quarters.
of quarters.
And the trunk was sad.
And the thing was like this, the car. I'm driving it. He was the unbelievable guy. I'm telling you, I know a lot of nuts in Omaha.
Dog, when he showed up with that woman, and she had those fake tits like from George Washington's day, like that type of shit, they were hard. Only one tit was sticking out. God knows what happened to the other one. I do not want to know. But during all this, and this is why Louis, I'm still tight with Louis, I'm still tight with Dave, I'm still tight with Chucky. Our friendship didn't come from just being in North Bergen. Our friendship came because all these kids had something going on in their house.
It's funny how it mixes too. Like,
All of us.
you know,
All of us. I still remember going home with the I still remember walking home in the 7th grade with Anthony Balzano. He couldn't go home. The feds had the house fucking surrounded. They were whipping out machine guns and shit. That was our neighborhood. Michael Clemens won't talk to me no more because Carmine beat him up, handcuffed him, and beat him up on giving that. And he was yelling fucking police brutality and fucking. I mean, this neighborhood was, you know, it just was going on. It was fucking going on. We were every night we ripped that fucking payphone off the fire department phone. We rip it, and the cops would chase us. Who does this anymore? To run across Connolly. I mean, this shit.
I go to work one day, and he says, "You can go home. You don't have to work today." I said, "Why am I going home?" He goes, "Because tonight we got to take 2 bus loads to the Yankee game." I said, "Oh, that's nice." We get there at night, 2 all parents and kids, and like beautiful. They all got their uniforms on and pennants. Everything's going perfect. Okay, we pull up Yankee Stadium. The guy with the clipboard's there, and he says, "Oh, where you from?" He goes, "Weehawken and Wreck." The guy looks at the thing, and he says, "I don't have no Weehawken and Wreck on here." So I go, "Did you get the tickets from this thing?" He goes, "No, don't say nothing." Sure, he don't say nothing. The cop arrests him. I gotta bail him out. They figured this guy's crazy. And another time I bailed him out in the track. He says to me, "You got any money?" He calls me up. "You got any money?" I said, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "I'm picking you up." He picks me up. There's a guy sitting in the back seat. We're going to the track, the Meadowlands. So we drive into the Meadowlands, and all of a sudden, we get out. He says, "Bet it all on the 7." The guy leaves us. He says, "Bet it all on the 7." So I look at the horse. This is all fucking, they're going to make glue out of this horse. I said, "He ain't going to win." He says, "You know who the driver is? The guy that was in the back seat."
I gotta take a breather real quick and read an ad. We'll be right back. All right, the church is also brought to you by Mint Mobile. Listen, when it comes to phone service, Mint Mobile has hit the jackpot. You're gonna be saving tons of money with premium wireless that only costs $15 a month. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk text. It's all delivered in the nation's largest 5G network. I love Mint Mobile. Keep your same phone, keep your same number, and keep all your contacts, Jack. The only thing that's going to change is the change in your pocket, and you save a little money every month. To get the new customer offer and your 3-month premium plan for $15 a month, go to mintmobile.com/Diaz, D-I-A-Z. Again, mintmobile.com/Diaz. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month with mintmobile.com/Diaz, D-I-A-Z. $45 upfront payment required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customers on the first 3-month plan only. Speed slower, above 4 GB on unlimited plan. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply. See Mint Mobile for all the details. We're back, bitches. You know, so I had you in the 7th grade, and then I went to Ethel Welch's class. But the 8th grade, we had Mr. Lindsay, and he took us to the fucking Philadelphia. They took us to Philly to see the.
Did you go to Washington?
No, we didn't go to DC.
He took us to Washington, too.
No, he took us our year. They were a little scared of us. All right, so they took us to see the P-Knuckle. What is that? The something? The guy with the fucking sticks, whatever. They took us to this beautiful thing in Philadelphia, which I'll be at Wednesday night. and we started shooting paper clips at the guys on stage. And they fucking threw us out of there. We went to Betsy Ross's house. They were mad at us, but then they stopped at Hiram's and Callahan's and got us all that shit. And we came back, and we were all just playing basketball at that time. I'll never forget that. I went to the porch like any other night, and at 6 o'clock, Marianne said, "Go, Anthony, come and eat." I go, "My mom's cooking. I can't go after that." And I went home, and that night I didn't go out. I just stayed in. And next morning I went to school, and you took me in the hallway and said, "You hear about Anthony? He got into an accident, blah, 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 blah." So this is our 8th grade year. Like, this fucking winded me. It winded me, you know. I still remember the parents being on Saturday Night Live. Carmine and Marianne, during Saturday Night Live, they cut in because they would beg for a doctor to help their kid and shit. I mean, it was fucking real, guys, you know. And that was the beginning of our 8th grade. And it till this day, there's a sadness down there still. Because we lost Dominic 2 years later and my mom a year later, which is all the same. We all ran together, these kids, you know. But it was really weird. What was your last year at McKinley?
I was
you were in
high school more than I was at McKinley. Yeah. So you figure I was there about 20 years.
At the high school?
No, at McKinley.
Really?
And then I went to the high school for the rest.
Because I still...
And that 1 year in Horace Mann, that they said, you 3 guys, Sperber used to buy lunch every day. And I used to say, Richard, where are you getting this money? We used to go to a place every day, me and Gallo, order nice lunch. There was a bar right now, like My Lady of Fatima. It's a doctor's office now over there.
Okay.
But anyway, we went to that bar every day, had lunch, steak sandwiches, whatever. And give me that shit. Sperber. So I said, how are you getting all this money? Where are you getting all this money? He goes, hey, I love you and Jimmy. I'm so happy you're here, because he was there a year ahead of us. So sure enough, one day a girl comes in the room. We're collecting for Biafra. That was a country in Africa that you give money, they would raise money and send it to them. So I'm saying, and who sent you down here? She said, Sperber. They didn't hit me. Because the girl came in every day for like 3 months. And we were eating every day with the money that everybody was throwing in the thing. Who knew? Who knew? I said, you stupid. We're going to get fired, I said, if they find out. He goes, it's on me. You're not going to get fired. I says, well, because I'll squeal on you. I'm not worried about it, but you just got to stop.
You know, I was telling Nick Askeles that when we went to school, they just weren't teachers. You know, I always said that we get to school at 9 and we're there till 6, till 3. And sometimes if you play sports, you're there till 5. You're there with them longer than you really are with your parents in those days. You know, unless your mother stayed home, which a lot of moms did. But, you know, we goof around here. We tell a lot of stories. I still remember the night my mother died. That the ambulance came at like 3:30 and I just sat there. And within fucking 30 minutes, I saw a cop car come up the block. And it was Carmine. Because he didn't sleep that night. He would sleep on the couch, listen to the police scanner with the gun ready to shoot somebody, right? So he came, and me, him, and Pete went to breakfast in that diner on Tunley Avenue, Collins Diner. And then I go, what am I going to do? And Pete goes, I'm going to school. I go, take me up to high school. And like an hour later, I get a fucking thing. Jose, come to the class, and there's Mr. Barone. He goes, your mother died. What are you doing in school? Let me drive you home. And I'll never forget that. This is the shit that we goof around and we tell these fucking stories and stuff. Now, when did you become the JV coach?
My second.
78 or 80? No, it had to be before 79. No?
No, because I ran the grammar school league for 2 years. And I started teaching at 75. My first year was 75. So you figure, I would say the low 80s.
Okay.
I started with JV.
Now, do you remember the ref with the glass eye?
Yeah.
What was his name? It's in the tip of my tongue. I was just thinking about it in the bathroom. He had a picture.
He was a substitute teacher.
He was a substitute teacher, but he was also the one ref that coached the ref in Franklin.
You know why they stopped him from coming to school? Because he was taking care of my class. You weren't in it. And he said to the kids, I'm going to the bathroom and I'm going to keep my eye on you. He took it out and put it on his desk.
So
when the kids told me and I told them, I said, went to the bathroom, he took his eye out. I don't want to be.
Doug, this is old school teaching, okay? They got to you. When the teacher takes his eye out and puts in the cloud, gives you the Malukia look.
Watching you.
I'll be watching you.
Good.
I gotta be honest, compared to say breaking one of their arms and like that, this is pretty minor. Like the eye thing, I kind of think is funny. The eye thing I like.
So,
but can we go back to him coming and getting you when your mom that was?
Yeah, he came to get me. And he drove me home. He told me to keep it together, and he just talked.
Bear Mountains with a group with me.
No. I left. We went to Great Adventure.
130 kids. We let you go out. They said, let them go out. The lady teachers, leave the kids alone. I said, you better play games with them. No, let them go. And it was Bear Mountains. I don't know where it is, but there's a forest all around it. Okay? So it's time to go. It's time to go home. I say that certain people have clipboards. How many? Anybody missing? So I see them talking. I turn around and go, 62 kids are missing. I said, how could you not notice that with the group? We only had 170, and 60's missing, and you're just finding out now. I was in charge of that troop. I almost killed the one lady.
All right. So
you don't tell me 60, because I knew all the while, but I figured they'd come back. They're not going to come back. We got home 8:30 at night. We were supposed to be home. The mothers were waiting 3:30 on school. We got home 8:30. By the time they all come back, girls had their pants ripped. I said, we're going to get in trouble for this one.
Was that the last time you went to Bear Mountain?
I didn't want to go. Bear Mountains. You know.
Mr. Bro, the ref's name. Because this is killing me. You gotta love this one. The ref. No. The ref had a glass eye. So we're walking home in the 8th grade. And I'm walking home with Anthony Balzano. And he's pissed about something. And we're all walking home. Anthony, Dominic were yelling. And he goes, that fucking ref, he keeps calling fouls on me. And Anthony goes, that motherfucker, he's my cousin. We're like, what? What do you mean he's your fucking cousin? He goes, he's my cousin. He goes, I'm going to go home and tell my father now. So we walk in his house, all fucking rushed up. He's like, Dad. And Mr. Balzano was eating like that with the thing on. And he goes, Dad, that cousin, he had it because he was their cousin. He was their cousin through marriage or something. The Capitora. Capitora. There you go. Cap. So he goes, Dad, Cap keeps calling fouls on me and Coco. You better talk to him. He goes, Cousin Cap? He goes, yeah. He fucking gets up. He wipes his thing. Fucking dials the number. Cap. Let me talk to you about something. You rep the game with my son Anthony and Coco. You call a foul on them again, I'll fucking go down there and kill you. And he hung up the phone. We're playing Dondero and Compasso. We're karate chopping them. They're like, foul, foul. And then we would, because he had a glass eye. So if you're on the right and your eye is fucking glass, how you call the foul? So we used to challenge him all the time. Challenge. No, you did not see that. You have a fucking left eye that's glass. How did you see this thing here? And then that was it. I don't know what happened to that little bastard.
Remember Haltner?
Who?
Eddie Haltner?
Coach, ref?
No, a student. He was probably after you.
Yeah.
His father said we were having a cookie drive. So his father comes into my room. I'm in charge of it. And he says, "You having a cookie drive?" He said, "I can get you Burry's cookies." I said, "How much? How many could you get us?" "A truckload." I said, "Get it. Get it." So sure enough, truckload one day, backing into our parking lot. You know, that's a
McKinley, yeah.
Coming straight. The guy, I tell the principal, we're getting a truckload of fucking cookies. Everybody's happy, all the teachers, the ladies in the office. I go outside, the truck driver gets out of the thing, opens the truck, and gives me like 3 bags. I said, "What are you doing that for?" He says, "Well, that's all you're getting." It says, Ed Haltner gets the rest of these. And it has an address. That fuck just used the school for them to give us the cookies, but he wanted to keep them all. Now, they said, "It must be your friend." I said, "I don't know this guy. He goes to school here." That's why I believed him. 3 boxes we got. The whole truck was full.
They built the gym. You know that gym was built when we were in the 8th grade.
Yeah.
We've got to play
I complained so much
about that gym. And out of everything.
Why did I complain? Where was our gym when it was snowing?
We shovel snow. And I got a D.
No, but we were in the hallway.
In the hallways, yeah.
Every day these kids bowled. With bowling. I said, you can't have gym every day and do the same thing.
Yeah, and Mr. Fontana. We had Mr. Fontana when I was there.
I used to race, and I'm trying to teach. It's the whole way to your classroom. So I went to Fishback, and I gave it to him. I said, "Listen, I want to be transferred." He says, "Why?" I said, they take gym all day. Remember, you get 8 periods a day.
That's right.
So I had to listen. The kid wanted to go to the bathroom. He gets trampled by a race. They're having like races. So sure enough, he says, "You got some background. You got to help us. Maybe you can talk somebody into building us a gym." So I don't know anybody, but if you use my name, I'll do whatever they want. I had to give a few clinics. I had to give
crazy.
Everybody had to do
fucking gym. So for you kids at home, you're fucking grateful. We had no.
They had no.
We had to shovel snow.
I didn't have a school with no gym.
I don't even know where we practiced basketball in those days. I forget.
And then we had lunch, where the kids are running back and forth.
Back and forth.
There's like a
little table on the side, little edge.
But there's kids eating. There's bowling and track games going on, and we're trying to teach in the classrooms.
And Richie Vanacek would take nails and hit them in the thing upside down. So when you put your hand on the wood, the nail, dog, that's cool. I was there one time with Richie Vanacek and his father were talking to Kingwell. And Mr. Vanacek had his hands like this. And Richie was standing right here, he had his little fucking glasses on. And he's looking at Kingwell. Yeah. And all of a sudden just goes, bam! And fucking broke his glasses. Richie dropped. I mean, this was McKinley School. It was, but you got to remember, that was everywhere at that time. Parents would knock you the fuck out, anywhere. Parents would not. And nobody would say jack. Shit, amateur just clocked
And
it.
they never complain, the kids. You know what I mean? What about the cap? At the end of this thing that I just set up is a little room on the corner. Remember the way you see where they made the food?
Yes.
As soon as you walk in the door,
like Eddie Munster's
there's
house.
a little room.
Yeah. And the walls were like this. Like this. And you walked in there. Yeah. This was real.
And two ladies making lunch every day.
Fucking ham, one of those prison county lunches. The ham with the pasteurized cheese with an apple, an orange drink of milk, and Mrs. Sabatino gave you a cookie to bail you out in case you didn't want the liverwurst sandwich. Who eats liverwurst in those fucking days? We used to go to the fucking York Hotel. That's where we went to lunch to fucking get to look at the hookers. And we put quarters in the machine and go back with potato chips. But what this all goes together. We got the gym, right? And as they were building the gym, I went to school and then there's cops everywhere. There's cops on the 3, because we used to play basketball behind Center Ford.
Yeah.
North Bergen had those little courts there. 26th Street. Yeah, 26th Street courts.
They still play there. When you go over the bridge there,
yeah.
You'll be. I went there one time. Somebody said, "Oh, Corin's playing in the court." Oh, Corin at that time played for the North
Carolina. Yeah.
Played for the Nets, I think.
Yeah.
He's playing in that court.
Yeah, they all played there.
Yeah, and it was like, 10 guys like him playing. That was about as long as this. Wasn't even
biggest. Yeah.
It was about as long as this room.
How did you get a D in snow shoveling?
I didn't do the corners, you know what I'm saying? I just pushed and shit like that. But we finally got the gym, and as we were building the gym, they found a body across the street at the York.
Iceman,
under the bed. He was alive, whatever the fuck. So we were having a problem getting a coach. And I'm not going to run for this. We couldn't get a coach that they could sign on. We had Pete Wolf who could slam the ball, but that's it. We had and then some guy signed up, and he didn't like Spanish people, right? So I started dating his sister, because if you're going to be a racist, you might as well not have a sister, because you never know what. So this goes on for a few months. She's older than me. She's a cheerleader at Sacred Heart Academy on 16th Street across from St. Michael's. So I would have CYO and I'd walk home with her. One day we were walking home and he caught us holding hands. And the next day, fucking all hell broke loose. So he like called me a spick. What are you doing with my sister? You're dead and all this shit. So I went home and I called Anthony Miles. And Anthony's like, fuck this motherfucker. We'll kill him tomorrow at lunch or whatever. I mean, this is when we were nuts. Dominic, Michael, a bunch of us were like, we're going to hide in the gym and get him. The first day we hit in the gym, he never showed up. Second day we hit in the gym, he never showed up. The third day we said, let's go get him in his fucking house. We went there, the house was already put up for sale. All right, that's how much they hated Spicks. So that was the plan. We were going to fucking drag him out to Route 3 and let him die out there because they blame it on whoever killed. We didn't know it was the Iceman. Whoever killed that person on Route 3. That was our fucking plan at that age. Like we were gonna hit him with hammers and shit and fucking. It's
I made a deal with Holbig. They had no coach after they had no coach either.
No.
So I made a deal with Holbig. Remember Holbig?
Yeah, the woman.
Gym teacher. Huh? The girl.
Patty.
So I said, will you do me a favor? You like sports. I think you'd be perfect. You know the grammar school league that I run? She says, yeah. I said, McKinley don't have a coach. I said, could you coach this? She says, I'll coach if you practice with them. So I said, I got my team. How am I going to practice with the? But we filled. I had practice start a little later, and I gave them an hour and a half every day, Monday to Friday. They won the league with this girl coaching them. They won the grammar school. That's the only year they ever won anything. I think with Jose Castro, they won 2 once. Alex Zalabar. They all played for us at the high school. That was a good group.
And then they had a fucking coach at Kennedy named Rugal.
Larry Rugal.
Larry Rugal. And in the 7th grade, bro, his team was the state team.
He made them wear suits to the game. Kennedy School.
He had Pickett before.
I ran the league. So
he had Calandrillo. He had Pickenich down there. He had Cruz down there. And I'll never forget, they played Horace Man B. And they beat him by like 80-2. And Rugal was mad, so he made them go back to the gym and run with their hands up for a fucking whole practice. Rugal used to wear a suit. Rugal was fucking a savage. So then he coached us somewhere. But I want to know one thing, Mr. Barone. How the fuck were you on the bus with us in 1980 if you weren't coaching at the high school?
Because I coached at the high school all the years I was at McKinley.
What were you coaching?
JV for, say...
That's what it was. Okay.
My first 5 years, JV. Then when Sabello died,
right, you were waiting on
Shave got the job. I was his assistant. So I think that was the longest stretch. I coached. Then when Shave packed it in, I think I was 10 years head coach. You know, the school's 70 years old, and we only had 4 coaches. You go to any other school in any other sport, they got 15 coaches. It's something that, you know, when I played, when I coached, my JV coach, Ralph, in the wheelchair.
God gracious.
Wait, the JV coach was sitting in a wheelchair?
He's paralyzed.
Yeah. He was a good dude, Ralph Marino. God rest his soul.
He played baseball for me. I also coached the Bill Better Boys. Remember that?
Bill Better Boys.
After high school.
Holy shit.
Okay, I coached North Bergen for a couple of years. Ralph was on the team. He was a catcher. Okay? So sure enough, base hit, man on second. The kid was the mayor of Union City's nephew. I never forget. He round started, and I said, there's going to be a collision. Marino, instead of just sweeping and tagging him, he put his head down, and he got in the guy's way like this. And the guy ran him right over. He hits the ground. I run out to him. I said, he goes, Mr. Barone, I'm paralyzed. I said, no, you're not. You got a concussion. He was paralyzed. He knew it.
What year was that?
So now I go to see him in the hospital. When he's in the hospital recuperating a year later, and he says, you want to do me a real good favor? I said, yeah, what? He says, he was on a table about that high, a bed on a table about, and they had a mattress on it. They were doing something to him to get exercise for his blood. So sure enough, he says, if you push this to that window and then push me, you could push me out the window. I said, is this what you want? He says, I can't take it. Lost his fiance. He was all set to get married when he was playing baseball. That's after high school, that league.
That's right. Hold on 1 second. I have to go faster. Oh, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Holidays on the house at DraftKings Casino. With this season's offerings, you'll unwrap everything on your list. Exclusive games, huge jackpots, and exciting rewards. Like I got one this morning. 20% back on all your slots. Who's better than DraftKings? Nobody! Make the season way more fun with DraftKings Casino. DraftKings is offering a warm welcome to new players. I'm going to give you $100 instantly, just like that, in casino credits with $10 wager. Again, we're going to offer you a warm welcome for new players, $100 instantly in casino credits with a $10 wager. Plus, everyone can get in on the action with a holiday reward every week. So sign up with code Joey Slots. Again, Joey Slots, JOEY SLOTS, because the holiday cheer is here, Jack. Only at DraftKings Casino.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Physically in Connecticut, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Opt-in required. Casino credits are non-withdrawable and expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Ralph Marino is a good story. I coached him in baseball. He gets paralyzed. He wants to kill himself. And he wanted to use me. Nobody was going to do anything. And he figured being I was with him all these years, I would do it. Slide me out that window over there. We pushed the thing. And he showed me how to do it. So how am I going to do that? I can't lift you. You don't have to. Look at the bottom of that window. Fits perfect on the table here. So he says, you open the window, you put it up against the window, and you push me out, pull me out, throw me out. So I said, Ralph, now, because of that day, I walked out. I just said, I can't do it. Get somebody else. I leave. I always had that guilt feeling because I used to see him watching a game. He didn't want to do anything. He was a great baseball, and I think he could have been a professional golfer. That's how good he was. I went golfing with him once. He was unbelievable. You're a better golfer than you are an athlete. So sure enough, I said to him, I got the thing for you. Why? I said, you could be my assistant, basketball. That saved him.
I was just going to tell you that.
He loved. You ask Frankie, nobody loves basketball like Ralph did. Nobody. He'll watch 10 games in a row. He'll drive to California to see a game. Huh?
That's crazy.
He was the best.
When I was a freshman.
But he's got too many. I said, somebody asked me on the show, hey, how was Ralph Marino, the assistant coach? I said, let's put it this way. If I didn't have Ralph Marino as a coach, I would have won 20 more games. Because he cost me with technicals, because he was in a wheelchair. He used to go, what the fuck are you looking at? To the ref. Or he would say, scumbag. I could curse these guys. I should say, what are you doing? He says, I figured I'm in a chair. He could have gave me that. That call sucked. You suck. You know, he used to, I think because he was in the wheelchair, he could say anything he wants to him. Before the game, the ref would come up to me and say, are you going to control this guy tonight? The game didn't even start. I said, come on, give him a break. You know how I got him not to get the technicals? Randy thought of it, but I did it. Oh, Randy did it first. As soon as he got a technical, we got somebody to wheel him into the fucking corner of the gym. So he's looking in the corner of the gym. Somebody come and get me. Coach, I'm sorry. I hear that in my sleep sometimes. Coach Barone, come on. I won't say a word. You could tape me. Ralph was great.
I remember being a freshman and Colangelo played varsity, maybe?
Colangelo.
Dennis.
He played, his best year was the JV year.
With you. Yeah, he played.
But he never got that. He never did it for the varsity. He was my best player. But then when he was a junior, he went to varsity.
Right.
And they cut him.
Well, Sabella probably thought he was a troublemaker or something, but...
Yeah, Sabella didn't like downtown.
No, he didn't like downtown.
He wanted the guys from Horace Mann.
He didn't like me at all.
That's why he didn't win.
Yeah, probably.
Those guys do their homework.
I still remember Marino sitting in the wheelchair, yelling at Dennis, Dennis, defense, Dennis. And Dennis would look at him and go, yeah. And then like 3 defense, Dennis, he'd go, timeout. He'd go, Marino, say it one more time. I'll put you in the closet and shut the fucking door. I would say, Dennis, you can't do that. Yeah, he won't fucking leave me the fuck alone.
My brother loves him.
Who, Dennis?
Dennis.
Yeah, we all love Dennis. Dennis is still the funniest
My
man.
brother just asked me recently, is Dennis Colangelo still around?
He's alive, but he lost his wife. He's having a hard time, and he's a fucking sweetheart. I hooked up with him a couple times when I got here.
Try and remember next time you see him, Joe around my group.
Okay, yeah. But we were on my freshman year. I played for Reardon, and he didn't play me. So for some reason, we were in East Orange, and we went this Christmas thing. And it is a fucking riot from the time we get there. Because at that time, we used to call Juan Rodriguez's little brother. It was Juan and Carlos. So at freshman practice, we called Carlos Eddie Munster. And he would pull you aside like a man and go, dog, I'm not in on that Eddie Munster shit, so don't even try it. And every time practice got hairy, somebody would say Eddie Munster, and he would stop the game and go, dog, I tell you about the Eddie Munster shit. So now we're in East Orange for the Christmas tournament. And we're losing. It's like 3 minutes from the halftime. I'll never forget this. And he was taking the ball out. He was going to chuck it into Chucky or somebody. He gets the ball, and the 2 little black kids go, look at my man. He looked like Dracula, right? And that's all they said. I was sitting on the bench, and I could hear the crack, like his whole demeanor, like, and you can see on his face, like, I do look like Eddie Munster. Like it just hit him. We were dying on the bench. We ended up getting killed. But at the time, my mom was always up at the bar. So my mom would leave me a $20 bill or a steak. I had an option. So I would say, fuck the steak, because it was too Cuban-y and garlicky, the asshole that I am now. And I would get steakums and get Ore-Ida fries, throw them in the oven, and then throw 2 steakums on white bread with the American cheese. And I kept eating. That's what I ate every night, 2-3 weeks. Dog, there was a week I couldn't shit. I went for like 6 days without shitting. I didn't know what it was. Now we're in this Christmas tournament, and we're out in fucking East Orange, and they're shaking the bus, the whole fucking thing. We get out there, and finally we take off. And I'm like, man, my stomach hurts. And I'm in the middle of the bus, and almost like, oh, I'm looking around to see who's around me, or I can blame it on. I didn't know what type of fart it was going to be. So I let the first fart out. And I'm like, oh my God. And all of a sudden people start going, what the fuck is that? Jesus Christ. What is that? Open the windows. And you couldn't open the windows. They were the high ones. You had to slip down. They were all fucked up. And again, another fart came out of it. Right? And now everybody's fucking going, Jesus, what is that? The cheerleaders started crying and shit. They were crying. That's how bad that fart was. I gave it about a 30-minute window. Everybody was like, ooh, thank God. Who was that? It was Sabatini. We were just blaming it on people. You were blaming it on everybody except me. I was like, I think it came up from over there. It wasn't me. Finally, I threw a tremendous fart. This one's worse than the other 2. Mr. Barone's holding his face and goes, he's changing flavors. Oh, that was fucking They held their faces till they got in front of the fucking high school.
But you got turned off because now, what year was Reardon thing? When you were a sophomore?
I was a freshman, so I played everything I did.
But I was the JV coach then?
Yes. No, I don't remember. But you were
I want a picture.
No, but it was 8th grade. I was buck wild. I could jump and shit. Reardon just didn't dig me. So I used to torture him from time to time. I had people threaten him and shit. He held his ground. We never really spoke. And then I went and ran spring track with Composto, and he broke me. Reardon did I was like, I don't want to play basketball. Just one day I just got up and I go, I'm not doing this no more. And then I would play by the high school after school for money with those animals, Fulvio, Plagario, and all those guys. We'd play for like a sandwich and hashways.
Where did you play? In the back gym? Practice? Where did you practice?
We practiced at Horace Mann. We had to leave the high school.
I didn't see you when this was going on.
No, and then we used to
came out. Let's say you were practicing in the back gym. You came out. This guy Don't worry, next year you got it made.
Yeah, because we only played in the back against some team because they canceled it. And that's when you came and all the other teachers were there and a bunch of people. And they're like, why isn't he fucking playing? Like, it was obvious I could play. And people were like, but that's the way it went, you know? I still, to this day, fucking kind of regret it. You know, you mentioned that kid before. I mean, listen, man, when you go to a school or something, I wish, this is why I get pissed at people now, especially teachers, because you're supposed to open kids' eyes. You know, like I want to still beat up Mr. Longano because he never told me about New York City. Like Longano ain't got an acting class. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. But what we talking about?
About you, Quinn.
I just didn't want to play no more. And then I got a lung infection. I was going to play for Vinny. Vinny goes, come play football with the Sophomores. And I went, and the first day I got there, I spit, and it was just blood. And one of the coaches came over, and he goes, what the fuck is this? And I go, I don't know. I got hit in the mouth. But then he kept seeing puddles of blood everywhere. I had a lung infection from smoking paraquat. And I had to be in the hospital for 13 days. When I got out, I couldn't play football. It was too late to play basketball. And then my mother died. And I wasn't doing shit after that. You know, I wasn't going to do shit after that. And I stayed in school maybe for the end of junior year. Then I said, I got a job at Masback Century Hardware on 89th and if you go down 83rd Street Hill, North Bergen, 85th, and you, what's the street all the way down where all the West Side Avenue, that last warehouse, that was Masback Century. And then I didn't see you, but the problem was I was just embarrassed. I was just embarrassed to see you guys. I was not the type that was going to go up to the high school and hang out, you know, and then I really got into a pinch and I was really embarrassed around you guys because you guys had seen me, you know, when I was a young kid and how I acted. And now I was a different fucking animal, you know. So, but when I did the documentary, I went to your house. I go, this guy's great, you know, and you made my childhood. You and that other fucking knucklehead. There's nobody, you know, I still remember, I didn't know that he sent us home. Make sure you watch the NCAAs on fucking Saturday or something. The semifinals were on a Saturday and you sent us home. You go, that's your homework for the weekend. And the finals were Monday. And that was the year Marquette played North Carolina in the finals. It was that dude's last game. And I'll never forget that Saturday, I just come back from the court. I'm a Spanish kid. And I put the fucking TV on. And North Carolina's playing UNLV. And all of a sudden somebody got hurt. And the fucking TV said, coming in now is the freshman from Jersey City, New Jersey. My fucking head almost blew the fuck up. I'm going to get him on here. He lives down the shore. I'm getting no pouring on here. My head blew up. When I saw Jersey City as a freshman. And then, to top it off, the motherfucker scored 31 points as a fucking freshman. And then they played Monday night in the championship, and they lost to...
What are we talking about now?
Michael Corrin.
Corrin?
Corrin. You're the guy that said, go home and watch this college game this weekend.
He was on that court, though. That's the only guy I remember that was playing in that game.
Where, North Carolina?
No, North Bergen.
No, they used to come down with Spinarkle, Sergio Badaggi. He used to bring somebody else down, not Jackie Galloon, but there was another kid that played from Weehawken.
Probably the motel that drew them.
Well, the motel, but those guys played. Remember, when you go over the Lincoln Tunnel, when you're going into the Lincoln Tunnel, before you turn, look like there used to be a court.
Yeah, I played there.
And it was a special league.
It's still there.
It's still there because I see a football field, but that's where they played during the week.
I can't stand when you play there, though. With all the cars coming in the tunnel.
Yeah, that pollution. Yeah, you're going to die. That's why
they stopped playing.
That's why we're tougher than fucking death. You know what I'm saying? Because we face death. I still remember.
That shit is playing, and we played for 4 or 5 hours straight. Hoboken was the best.
Bro, think about that senior year when Hoboken had those two black dudes, Juicy and Bob Du Bois, and they led the county in slams. They led the county in slam dunks. It was fun. And North Bergen beat them that senior year. North Bergen beat them.
Yeah.
Senior year.
And then by 2 points that game.
Yeah, in Hoboken.
And you know,
in fucking Armando Arribas.
But you know, do you remember how we won the game at the end? The guy was taking it out for Hoboken.
Missinich.
He was taking it out. Oh, the guy was on Hoboken. They're down 1. They score, they win. The coach says, oh, he calls him. He went like this and he just threw it. It went to the North Bergen guy and he makes a layup. They're up 3. Game's over. There's no 3-point shots with like 20 seconds left. That's how they blew it. And I was so happy because I hated the Hoboken coach. I wanted to coach there. You always want to coach where you played first. Once they gave, the guy was, Connors, his name was. He was on the Board of Ed, a member of the Board of Ed, and his son got the job. Never played basketball. I was sick. And again, then Vinny was my homeroom teacher. He said, don't worry about it. I take it in North Bergen. Artie's moving there next week. I'll straighten everything out there. And he did. I owe everything to that man. I was working in my father's grocery store. I wasn't even going to go back to college. He walked in, said to my father, how's he doing? I'm behind the fucking thing. And my father said, Johnny, the coach is here. He gets me outside. What are you fucking doing here? I says, well, I'm going to go back, but not now. He said, you fucking make sure it was like August that you're in school next month. Or I never would have probably went back. My father was a bookie. I would have been a bookie. I'd rather do that.
Wait, he owned a grocery store and was a bookie?
Everybody was a bookie back then. Everybody was a bookie.
That's only a front.
Yeah, that's only a front. They sell apples.
Everybody's a bookie back then.
Any questions you have?
The lady would come in like, you know, he would come in like, yeah, how many kumquats? Get lost. We just got oranges and apples. Take a fucking walk. I said, then he used to complain when I'm getting enough business.
Did he ever do anything that made you want to like not?
And
like,
he was a
not that
bookie.
you
Everybody
wouldn't
was a
like
bookie
him,
back
but
then.
Did he ever go too far?
Couldn't
Couldn't.
Oh, that is funny shit.
That's
He
crazy.
gave me everything. How could you, when you grow up and your father is good to you? I don't even think he ever hit me.
No, I'm talking about Joey.
I'm talking about my father.
Well, I'm glad
His
your dad didn't hit
name
you.
is Joe.
Everybody was a
But
bookie back then.
did this Joey ever do anything in class? You're like, might be too much.
He made me laugh so much. I couldn't get mad at him.
We laughed, man.
And like, why do you think you can't, like, teachers can't act like the same? Like, have this kind of relationship with their students?
I wasn't surprised when he hit it. When he did it, I didn't know what he was doing.
Wait,
And then
so you
I saw him in the prison movie, the football movie.
Wait, so you owned a grocery store and he was a bookie?
This guy made it.
Everybody was a
Do you remember the last time you saw him before then?
I used to see him at games. Sometimes he used to come to a game. I remember like
that is
all
funny
like,
shit.
I left in 80.
Kids, that is funny fucking
So,
shit.
I still remember going to a
Wait a
game
second. So,
with Greg Askelis and Shave. We were playing Memorial in North Bergen beat Memorial. And I had his uncle Greg, was a little boy on my shoulder, and I kept giving him money to say "Pinga," and say "Culo," and all these bad words in Spanish. And all the Cubans in Memorial were walking out, and then everybody started coming over and giving Greg money to say "Pinga," "Culo," and fucking Shave was like, "You
see,
motherfucker."
he was like this as a kid.
Right, and it's a lot to handle now. I can't imagine at 8 in the morning
as a kid.
Holy shit.
You know, man, these teachers gave you a reason to live.
everybody was
They-
a bookie back then. Late.
12, 11, they gave you a reason to do your homework. They gave you a reason that you wanted to do fucking good. And that was, I always had one of those teachers every year that you had to go into school just to see them, so you could feel better about yourself. I look at my daughter's teachers. There's no fucking personality. They're young. They're fucking. They're white, but I mean white. Like they're white. Like white. Like they're
like
on the
white.
level. Like that pen doesn't have enough ink. Shit like that. Like it's and I can see why kids are the way they are now. When I told my daughter I was coming up here to see
I wish I was a superintendent of schools and I could straighten out what I know. I mean, I taught for 49 years. I know what they're doing. I know half of it sucks. But what could I do as a teacher? Okay?
When do you think this shift started? Like around what year did people start? Like, did you have to start being a little bit more PC, or you couldn't do the stuff you were doing when you were teaching Joey? Like, when did that start changing?
In the high school?
Or just what year, like the 90s?
No, it was because 30 more years. Yes, that's about right.
And what do you think made it change? Was it like cameras going around, or
the attitude? It's just something. I
You
don't
know
know.
what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It's that kids don't sit at the table with their family at night and have dinner. Think about it. How many people, I watch Blue Bloods every Sunday, they sit around. I used to ask kids, you ever eat with your whole family? No, because the mother works this time, father works this time. You can never get, the sister has a job. You can never get them together. That changed everything. That family thing changed. That's why the kids they're a little crazy now. There's nothing, that's why they don't fear their parents. They're never with them. They're out playing. They come back. Me, if I did something wrong, my father was right waiting for me. Today, sometimes I couldn't get a parent to come. Or you get a parent and they come and they get her daughter did something bad in school. I forget what it was, but I saw it and she did it. And she said in front of her mother, I had the superintendent